It is 1 o'clock. I am your chairman, Jocelyn Peña-Melnick. I should be joined by my vice chair, Bonnie Collison. This is our first session back, and she'll be coming in shortly. You'll see that some of the delegates are not in their seats, but they will be coming in. They have other meetings, and they will be coming in at some point. This is our first session back in person since 2020, so I ask for your patience if we encounter any technical or streaming issues, which will happen. Just be patient. Please set your electronic devices to vibrate and don't hold conversations in the committee room while testimony is happening. If you need to speak, please be kind and go outside. As a reminder, there's no food or drink allowed in the gallery. Please be mindful of the trash. Avoid throwing liquid in the trash. This is a shared space, so please be respectful, because otherwise our staff has to clean it, and we don't hire them for that, and they're very busy. So thank you so much for being kind and remembering. We're going to hear from the bill sponsor and the sponsors panel, followed by an all-in-person witness. It will be favorable with amendment, and unfavorable. Then all virtual witnesses will be the same way. The bill sponsor testimony is not limited, but please don't take more than 10 minutes, otherwise I have to cut you off. While all witnesses will have 2 minutes to provide testimony. A timer is displayed on the screen, and a sound will be played once your time has expired. Please adhere to our usual committee rules. This is for our wonderful, fabulous members who have been working very hard. Please ask one question of someone on the panel. Decide who's the best person, the sponsor, to answer that question. Not one question for each panel. Please keep your questions brief. Only one witness will be allowed to respond to the question. Members and witnesses will have an opportunity to engage in further discussion about the bill during subcommittee work. Members of the public will be able to view the live stream of this hearing on the Maryland General Assembly website and YouTube. Today we have over 100 witnesses. So I ask for you to be kind and patient and limit your questions. Most of them will go to subcommittee. The bill hearing is in the following order. House Bill 690, House Bill 1154, House Bill 743, House Bill 949, House Bill 816, 809, 783, 778, 717, 727, 722, and 699. Will you be so kind, Delegate Elderson? You have the Maryland African American Museum Corporation Board of Directors membership. Will you be so kind and come up? Thank you. You don't have a panel, so you're fine. You can get started. And welcome to our committee.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Madam Vice Chair, and members of this committee. For the record, I am Delegate Mark Eagleson in favor of HB 690. Since I'm guessing all the people sitting back there are not from my local bill, I'll get to this. HB 690 is a local bill that has received a favorable report from the Baltimore City Delegation. Sponsor amendment. We will receive that first. By way of brief background, the Maryland African American Museum is a museum located in Baltimore City, has an oversight board of 37 seats. It was established when the 37 seats were necessary for the operations of the board. In the years since, it has become harder to fill those seats and resulted in challenges when attempting to reach a quorum. Additionally, there is a decreased need to engage at a governance level, rendering some of the seats unnecessary. It has become apparent that 37 seats are no longer needed, and therefore HB 690 seeks to solve this challenge and decrease that number to 25 seats. On average, there are about 25 seats filled annually. Currently, there are only 22 seats filled, and the board is functioning effectively and providing the necessary governance through both full board oversight and committee participation. I therefore would request a favorable report on HB 690 from this committee.
Thank you for that really fast testimony. I hope others follow.
My pleasure.
Are there any questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you so much for being with us. We really appreciate you.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
We do have a favorable with amendment virtual testimony. Will you be so kind and allow, the person is not there. It's Laszlo Boros. You do not see a Laszlo Boros? All right? Well, thank you very much. This actually concludes the bill hearing on House Bill 690. You have a wonderful day.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
My pleasure. Next, we have the fabulous delegate Darrell Barnes, House Bill 1154.
Everybody make some noise. Thank you, Madam Chair, Madam Vice Chair, esteemed committee, those in attendance and the million watching from around the world. My name is Delegate Darrell Barnes, and I am here to present on House Bill 1154. And I want to just take a moment to put things in context, especially for our new members, as this bill has been presented to you all before. The bill in its current form does not do it justice, as this bill seeks to reduce the limit of time for payment from 30 days to 15 days. As we know that the federal government pays its vendors in 15 days or less, we know that the District of Columbia pays its vendors in 15 days or less. I believe it's time that the state of Maryland follows suits and pays its vendors in 15 days or less. If anything, that this COVID-19 has showed us that more businesses would be in business only if they were being able to get paid on time. We did a study last year that says that we must pay in 37 days or the vendor will be paid interest after the 37th day. Through that study that was conducted, that if a vendor is paid interest over a year period, it will cost the state almost $1 million in interest payments that were being paid. So this bill seems to rectify that, and the bill was intended to change the interest payment from 30 days to 15 days. And according to the study, low state agencies pay larger payments over lower payments. This bill is in line with the governor's agenda to streamline policies and prevent small businesses from opening. Currently, we are liable due to late payments over the last couple of years of $2 million in interest. And I won't be before you long, as you all can read my testimony that was presented before you and the bill itself. And I'm sure that as you all go back into your committees to deliberate this bill, I'm sure you all will agree with me as I ask for a favorable vote on House Bill 1154.
Thank you so much for your testimony today. Are there any questions for Delegate Darrell Barnes? Seeing none. Delegate, did you see the fiscal note?
I did.
Okay.
And once again, I think, you know, from prior years, the problem that we've had was our municipalities were complaining that they could not be able to pay in 15 days or less simply because they would have to ramp up and hire more people, that their machines and equipment that they use are old and antiquated, which it would cost us more money. But dare do I say our state agencies should be in a position to be able to pay our vendors in 15 days or less.
Thank you, Delegate. I know you're very committed. Thank you for your work.
Yes,
We
ma'am.
appreciate you.
Thank you.
My pleasure. Thank you for being with us. So this actually concludes the bill hearing on House Bill 1154. We have next House Bill 743, Delegate Phillips, Minority Business Enterprise Calculation of Participation Rates Procurement for Maryland Correctional Enterprises. Good afternoon, Delegate. Will you be so kind and bring with you Tony Hill and Donna Stevenson, who are your panel? And welcome to our committee. It's your first time here.
It is my first time before you, Madam Chair.
Wonderful. Hopefully the first and not the last.
Hopefully.
Go ahead.
And you are so kind. I'm coming from Judiciary.
I'm going to plead the fifth.
Please please no one go back to my chair on that one.
We love him here. He's wonderful to work with, but good afternoon. Go ahead.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and Vice Chair Cullison, and members of the committee. It is my pleasure to be before you. And as I mentioned, I'm coming from Judiciary. 10 minutes? Wow. I will go by our rules and try to keep mine to 3. I am Delegate N. Scott Phillips from the 10th Legislative District, and I'm here before you today to request a favorable report on House Bill 743, the Minority Business Enterprise Calculation of Participation Rates. Well before becoming a member of the Maryland General Assembly, I supported this bill first in 2021 and then again in 2022. It was cross-filed as Senate Bill 635 and sponsored by Senator Antonio Hayes. The objective of the bill is to enhance opportunities for MBEs to participate in state procurement. This bill simply addresses the calculation of accessible procurement dollars for achieving MBE goals. According to its annual reports over the last several years, Maryland Correction Enterprises has recorded annual revenues in the approximately $50 million per year. Assuming these dollars are removed from the pool of accessible procurement dollars and that agencies actually achieve their 29% goal overall, MBEs would be deprived of $14.5 million in contract opportunities. Maryland Correctional Enterprises competes directly with many of our state-certified MBEs, and you'll hear some testimony today from one of them. This includes areas like furniture manufacturers and distributors, printing, apparel manufacturers, and facility products. MCE competes with reduced labor costs, which provides an unfair competitive advantage. This advantage is compounded when the state effectively reduces its MBE goals by excluding MCE procurement dollars from an agency's calculation to determine its MBE procurement performance. State agencies, in my mind, should not be awarded for selecting MCE at the expense of reaching the desired goal of 29%. The current policy also raises public policy and equity issues. So I pose this question: should we pit prison labor against minority business? Should we advantage a system that pays its labor less than 20% of minimum wage against businesses that impact local economies? Should we advantage a system that incarcerates Black Marylanders at a rate of 5-to-1, while Black-owned businesses, according to the Kauffman Foundation study, are 73% more likely to hire from their community? I know in the scheme of things this is a minor change and it may have a small fiscal impact, but I strongly believe this is about a big principle. As a legislature, with the passage of this bill, we can send a positive message to the MBE community. For these reasons, I request a favorable report for HB 743, and I'm available to answer any questions, and I'd like to turn it over next to a member of my panel, subject matter expert, Ms. Donna Stevenson.
And thank you for your time. You know, usually we say up to 10 minutes, but not to take it, and you did excellent in 4 minutes. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Next, please.
Good afternoon, Madam Chairwoman and committee members. My name is Donna Stevenson, and I'm the CEO of Early Morning Software. We are a software manufacturer and pleased to be based in Maryland, headquartered in Baltimore, and in August we'll celebrate 30 years in business. But our business did not have an easy road, especially being in a industry where minority businesses are underutilized and underrepresented, and that's information technology, and especially as a software manufacturer as we are today. We manufacture a product called Prism Compliance Management that helps cities, counties, states, airports, housing authorities, practically any public sector entity be more inclusive of women and minority-owned business. And as Delegate Scott said, I am an expert in this and help leaders like yourselves make wise decisions around MWBE inclusion. One of the things that we do help customers do is identify what spend is considered to be exempt from the calculations. And the fact that the MCE dollars are exempted, typically they're exempted because there are no MBEs available to provide that service. But the services that MCE are providing are actually services that M&WBEs could provide, and therefore they are actually creating an adverse effect to Maryland's economy and to the economic impact that the MBEs normally would have on the economy, which includes hiring other subcontractors, growing their business themselves, and then creating jobs. And so I implore you to support this bill and be in favor, because it would allow departments to create new opportunities for M&WBEs when MCE dollars have taken away from them. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members. My name is Tony Hill. I'm managing partner of Edwards & Hill Office Furniture. We're a 25-year-old full-service furniture dealership, and I want to speak to the direct impact that this is having. I want to tell you about an exact example. We many times have folks that call us and say, listen, MCE doesn't do good work. They take forever to get me my furniture. Can you help us get a waiver? And it just got so burdensome for us from a cost perspective that we haven't done any state business probably, for the most part, in about 20 years. So let me tell you about one very specific instance where we were bidding against MCE. We both took a table on site for the client to review. There were some electrical and mechanical components to this table. And we knew we had to be very aggressive with our pricing, so we were. And I was able to just demonstrate to the end user, I said, well, here's what our table does, and here's what their table does. And there were three basic features that had to be met in the statement of work. Theirs met two, ours met all three. Theirs couldn't do one of them. And I was able to show them how the table was literally dangerous. And I showed them the fail-safe on our table that rendered it safe. And we did not win that bid. We weren't successful. It was about $1 million. And about 2 years later, I ran into that end user and I said, so how did your furniture go? And she said, you're not going to believe this. We still don't have our furniture. Because they couldn't do what our table did. And so that's not serving anybody. And the bigger question is, if it doesn't impact MCE getting work by being in favor of this bill, then why not do it? I think what it does is it removes the path of least resistance for the agencies. Mm-hmm. If I can say I'm going to award this $10 million project to MCE, now that's $10 million toward me trying to make my goal for MBEs. But if it's not going to have that type of impact, I can still do that if I want. But it's going to be reflected in the numbers that I've done in terms of trying to meet that MBE goal. So it seems to be very simple, and I hope that you'll be in support of this bill.
Thank you. Are there any questions for the sponsor and his witnesses? Delegate Shalega. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Thank you. Thanks for being here. On the subcommittee where this goes, so can you clarify a little more detail in the bill, page 2, except for contracts awarded to MCE? So are we going to reduce the number of MCE contracts, or give me a little more like practical detail of what this looks like?
Sure. In the fiscal note, MLS indicates that this will have no real effect on MCE. What it actually does is increases the accessible dollars for MBEs to participate. So if you think about it today, MCE is doing approximately $50 million. It is highly unlikely that that would impact that $50 million in any way, shape, or form.
You can
Follow
follow
up.
up.
Thank you. Except for that it will allow the gentleman next to you. So it's going to carve out some additional opportunities?
No.
Or?
So right now the way it works is, and I'll use numeric examples. This is a numbers thing. So let's assume that I have a project with a state agency or I'm spending $10 million, right? And the state agency's aspirational goal, and they meet that aspirational goal, would be $2.9 million, right? If I do business with MCE and I do $1 million with MCE, that aspirational goal of $2.9 million is actually reduced by $1 million. So now my impact is only $1.9 million. Does that make sense? Because MCE allows the agency to reduce its MBE spend, in essence, by the amount of money spent with MCE. So we reduce the addressable dollars for MBEs to participate.
Thank you. I have Delegate Taveras.
Thank you. Hello. Sir, I just wanted to ask you why, was there any transparency and did you receive any feedback as to regard to why you were not able to acquire that bid?
I'll be as transparent as I can be without being accusatory and say that I was simply told they wanted to use MCE.
Are there any other questions for the delegate and his witnesses? I want to ask you one question. Did you see the letter from the Maryland Governor Office of Small Minority and Women Business Affairs?
Yes, I did, Madam Chair.
And how will you address their concerns?
I'm trying to remember what their
It says that the proposed legislation excludes the blind industry and services of Maryland. and
Correct.
the Employee Works Program from the provisions of the bill. And actually, under our law, they are within the state procurement process in order of priority.
Correct. We do not include them in this. So many years ago, there were a number of entities that were included in the calculation to include nonprofits, right? So many years ago, that was taken out of the calculation, right? So what you spend with nonprofits does not go against your total MBE spend. Same thing is true with a number of sheltered industries to include industries of the blind. This really deals specifically with MCE. So MCE is considered similar to blind industries. We don't want to address that, don't want to touch that. We think that that's a little bit different from MCE. So I believe they were saying, yes, we did exclude those. This bill does not, this bill continues to exclude those.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you very much. You did a great job. Thank you.
Thank you,
And
Madam
Thank you
Chair.
for being here. Appreciate you.
I'm not going far.
This actually concludes the bill hearing on House Bill 743. Next, we are going to go on to House Bill 949, Delegate Adams and Anderson. State Finance and Procurement Retention Proceeds. Will you be so kind, Delegate Adams, and bring your panel?
Good morning. May I have a panel, please?
Yes. And good afternoon, how are you?
I'm doing well. Good afternoon to you.
Welcome to HGO.
Thank you for having me. For the record, Delegate Chris Adams, Madam Chair, Vice Chair, committee members, here to support House Bill 949 through my testimony. The bill is titled State Finance and Procurement Retention Proceeds. So before I go into the bill, and I'll be as brief as necessary to explain the bill, retention proceeds are those monies held at the end of projects to secure the interest of the, in this case, the state, the property owner. I would bring 2 points forward before I discuss the bill further. Number one, if you look in the bill under State Finance and Procurement 13225B1 and then B2, the first talks about that the contractor provides a 100% payment security and performance security, and that if they do that, the monies shall not exceed 5% of the total amount due for retainage. Those are called performance and payment bonds in the construction world, and those are security interests that protect the owner if there is a problem on the project. The other part that I'll bring rise to is the idea that the government has the ability to hold any amount under Part 2 of the same provision that they deem necessary to protect their interests. So once we set aside the fact that the state has through insurance and also through their own decision-making if and how to pay monies, they have all the protection in the world to secure themselves. We then talk about retention proceeds, which are an additional amounts of money held for 90 days after the date of a completion of the project. The testimony I would give the committee is that especially with state government, those timeframes can easily exceed 90 days, and in some cases, my testimony to you is that they can achieve almost 1 year before those monies are actually paid. And it hurts contractors who are trying to stay in business, from being able to operate. And if they get on enough of these kind of projects and enough of these retainages are held at one time, it can threaten their viability. I passed this bill a few years back for private projects under the real property article. So we have this now in play for every project but for these public projects. Let's take the building that's being built next door, for example, for the committee by way of a brief explanation. And that new building that's going up surely is going to have the same retention policy in place. And just for sake of the conversation, we use a random trade. We'll say cabinetry is being put in there, and a cabinet contractor has a contract for $1 million. It's a nice even round number to work with. I will say to you that a contractor who does their job is competitive at bid date, and after taxes and after overhead, their profit margin comes in around 5 to 7%, which means on a $1 million project, after taxes, all expenses, they're going to make about $50,000 on this job. Go back again to what a retention percentage withholding amount is, and I would argue that the withholding is equal to or close to 100% of the profit that a company is going to make. To have them hold for a year to get paid for those monies is difficult at best, and it is the purpose for me bringing this bill forward. The question that often comes up, and we've had this bill in year prior, is that the owner's saying, well, what happens if there's a punch list, or what happens if we have something that's going wrong in this job? Well, the bill asks and then answers that same question by saying that only those undisputed amounts of money that are due can then be applied to this time frame that we put in law. In other words, if there is a problem where the cabinets got dinged up, or maybe it was the wrong color in a few rooms, or perhaps the countertop looks bad and the owner says, I don't like it, you need to fix it or replace it. Those are disputed amounts that everyone in the construction trade believes to be the case, and is a good and substantial reason to withhold those dollars. But free of written and understood obligations where a contractor's fallen short, free of those reasons, these monies should not be withheld. I've read the final point, and then we'll pass it to my panel, is that I've heard from Department of General Services their concern or letter of information. The letter of information on its basis I have no problem with, but to say that my testimony and that many in the construction trades are saying this 90 days is often exceeded and violated. If it were not, I wouldn't be here today. So with those comments and thoughts on this bill, I would ask this committee and this year to pass this bill. It's important to the viability and the stability of your construction trades to do this work. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony and your work. Next, please.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair.
Good
For the record,
afternoon.
Bruce Perriano, here on behalf of ACE, which is a group of construction, labor and non-labor specialty constructions, in very strong support of this legislation. And we thank Delegate Adams for introducing this bill. It's been before this committee before. This is not a Democratic bill. It's not a Republican bill. This is a bill to deal with cash flow for people that own their own business. And respectfully, for those of you that own businesses or have been owning businesses yourself, you know that cash flow is important. We talk a lot, respectfully, and we should talk a lot about helping minorities, helping women businesses, helping people of color in their businesses. Well, if they don't have a cash flow, those businesses cannot be effectuated. This is a critically important bill. As the sponsor indicated, there is ample, frankly, over-the-top ability for the state, in this case the Department of General Services or the Department of Transportation, to protect themselves. We're talking about undisputed money. Undisputed money. And that should very promptly, no more than 90 days, get to the person that has expended the money and wants reimbursement. A lot of times subcontractors really pay for the development of the bill and of the supplies that go into it. And this is a very, very reasonable, balanced approach. You passed it several years ago in the private sector. The public sector should not be treated any differently. And if you look, please, at what Delegate Adams indicated, particularly, please look at page 2 of the bill, paragraph 2, lines 1 through 3. That doesn't give the state enough ample coverage and guarantee, aside from the bonds that they have, the surety requirement bonds. I don't know what there is. We just want undisputed monies. Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the committee.
Thank you for your testimony. We do have a virtual witness that is part of your panel, so we're going to listen to them and then come back to questions.
Thank you.
Thank you for your patience. Will you be so kind and allow the person in, please? Good afternoon, sir. Will you be so kind and get started? Tell us your name and give us your testimony.
Thank you.
Thank you for your patience. Will you be so kind and allow the person in? Can you turn that off? Good afternoon, sir. Will you be so kind and get started?
Yes.
Tell us your name and give us... Okay, it's okay. He'll come back. It happens, right? So it's the virtual world we live in. We just have to be patient. He probably feels horrible.
It's my client, though.
He's gonna come back. You did a good job. He'll come back. Are you able to send him a message?
There was some delay.
He'll come back. Well, while he starts, I was gonna say, while we wait, we're gonna open it up for questions. Good thinking. He's back? Okay. Sorry, Delegate Johnson. But great suggestion. It's okay. You have to unmute yourself.
Oh man, I'm struggling right now. I apologize.
You know what? Take a deep breath. It's okay.
Absolutely. Dear Madam Chair, Madam Vice Chair, and members of the Senate Health and Government Operations Committee, my name is William Yule, and I am the Director for Maryland NECA. We are a trade association that represents the interest of electrical contractors in the state. We're also members of ACE, whose testimony you just heard earlier. Both NECA and ACE strongly support House Bill 949 because the inability to be paid retainage on a project in a timely manner after substantial completion is a major detriment to small, medium, and large subcontractors throughout the state. While the withholding of retainage is a major issue facing all contractors, minority contractors are disproportionately impacted because many don't possess the working capital that legacy finance businesses have at their disposal. In the construction industry, profit margins can vary drastically, and in many cases, the retainage withheld can account for not just the entire profit on a job, but also most of the overhead. In fact, many subcontractors waiting on retainage and other forms of delayed payment find themselves financing additional projects at varying interest rates, money which can't be recovered to keep their crews working. While the subcontractor waits to be paid for services rendered, their obligation to pay their vendors for material, their employees for their labor, and the cost of overhead for an office and a warehouse is demanded on a timely basis. This means the subcontractor is left operating with a massive deficit, especially when the payment owed is worth hundreds of thousands and in some situations millions of dollars. House Bill 949 is critical for the members of NECA, ACE, and all subcontractors in the state of Maryland by making sure that subcontractors are paid what they're owed and in a timely manner after substantial completion of their part of a construction project. And for these reasons, Maryland, NECA, and ACE support House Bill 949 and ask for a favorable report.
Thank you for being with us and being persistent. We do have some questions, and I'm going to open it up for questions. We're going to start first with Delegate Johnson.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, panel. You used a round number of a retainer of 50,000, so I'm just going to use that number. So if the retainer's 50,000 and maybe the punch list comes up to 10,000, do they release the other 40 or hold the whole 50 until everything is done?
My experience is all of retainage is held until 90 days after the date of substantial completion or until the contractor completes their work. And the rationale behind retainage is that once the job's done, if there are issues that emerge after the fact, this is a way to help secure the interest of the property owner. So I don't believe that it is practice, from my perspective, to see retainage held from 5% to, say, 1%. That's not normally how that works. They hold the money to make sure that what's needed to be finished gets completed. Sure.
Thank you. We have next my vice chair, and welcome back, the wonderful Bonnie Collison.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good to be back. And I think this is a follow-up from Delegate Johnson's question. So if it were, is there any retention number that makes sense that would cover anything that would happen
after, after the completion. So I think you mentioned 5%. So if it were $40,000 of undisputed money and 1% or 5% of that were withheld as a contingency towards any future issue, is that something that could be considered?
So, Madam Vice Chair, the entire rationale behind retention proceeds is to protect the interest of the owners after the project is completed. So 5% is the agreed number by prior legislature to protect that interest amount. In addition, I made mention at the outset that there are what are called performance and payment bonds. The law has a different way of saying it, 100% performance, 100% payment, but those are bonds that are actually paid for as a premium by the subcontractors for their portion of work. And to give you a rough number, let me just say on a $100,000 project, the premium on that might be $700 or $800 to buy a 100% performance payment bond. So if that contractor, that subcontractor fails, or something happens after the fact that relates to performance fails, then the owner, the state, can call on that bond like you would any other insurance instrument to protect the interests of the state. And more generally, the retention proceeds of 5% is understood in construction. It happens private projects, public projects, and it is the number that has worked in the past for these sort of situations.
Sure. Don't touch it. I should know better. I forgot. I'm sorry, I just want to clarify. So it sounds to me like there are already contingencies in place that would deal with anything that would happen after the completion.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Delegate.
Thank you. We do have Delegate Riley, followed by Lewis, followed by Shalega.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Delegate Adams, for putting this bill in. It's kind of a similar issue that we've had in our counties, Delegate Shalega and I, with our subcontractors and contractors. So I don't see anything from MHIC. So would this affect, so when you talk about disputes, are they going to that commission? Is that what you were talking about?
Well,
Or, because that's private only?
so Maryland Home Improvement Commission, I hold a license, and that's for residential work. That would not apply, nor would any of that regulatory framework apply on these sort of projects. Think of this bill in relationship to the new building that's being built right next door to us. Large public projects where the state is the owner, or other entities that are part of the, like transportation projects are of the same variety.
Madam Chair?
Sure.
Okay, so the subcontractors that you're talking about in this bill, they're strictly for state projects?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, thank you very much.
Yep.
Delegate Lewis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Welcome back, Madam Vice Chair. Thank you, Delegate Adams, for this interesting bill. I want to make sure I understand. It sounds like contractors and subcontractors are basically financing, to a certain extent, financing projects that they contract to deliver to the state. So that's already difficult, but I know it's part of the risk of doing business. But the Department of General Services letter makes it sound to me like the state is really is concerned about the likelihood of default or lack of performance, and they refer to the fact that they have just this one remedy, and that's terminating a contract and then procuring another. I'm just wondering how likely is it that the state would end up with a failed project and have to sue a contractor or vendor and procure another vendor? How likely is this to happen? Are you aware of any statistics on that?
If I may answer that, I would say extremely unlikely. If you look at current law, as the sponsor of the bill indicated, in subsection B, the subcontractor has to take out bond performances and pay for them, pay the premium, whatever it is, and they continue to exist. So you have insurance claims that you can file. It's a big business, it's natural, it's normal, what have you. Then please turn to page 2, current law, lines 1 to 3, in addition to retainage, a primary procurement unit of the state unit of government, and also the Maryland Transportation Authority may withhold payments otherwise due a contractor in any amount that the unit reasonably believes is necessary to protect the state's interest. That current law, frankly, overrides this entire law and even the bill we're trying to get. I am very unaware of the state of Maryland being left holding the bag ever, let alone on a regular basis. They do ultimately pay, but it's far beyond 90 days. And again, respectfully, if you're in a business, a private business, an owner and everything, you need a cash flow, pay your employees, and I know you understand that. So I think it's a false and a very, just a false argument that is being promoted. We're not trying to rip off the state. We're just trying to get our money that the state owes us. Thank you.
Delegate Shalega.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thanks for being here for this important bill. I'm going to point to the opposition test or letter of information from DGS and the paragraph where they're using a scenario for landscaping, and on occasion DGS does not release retention and substantial completion if there are items that are not complete. They use an example of landscaping, but doesn't your bill say undisputed retention? So that would be a disputed retention beyond the fact that, having done some of this work myself, they take an extra bond for landscaping anyway because they want to make sure your stuff lives.
Yeah.
But, I mean, this seems like your word undisputed would kind of cancel that paragraph out.
Well, Delegate, I agree, and I'll take it a step further because I read their letter of information as well, and just say that it looks like to me their example is work that's not completed. We're not even getting to the point as to whether or not it's disputed. It looks like the landscape contractor, to fully complete their work, would have to complete their work in the spring and then make application for payment. So that example doesn't even apply. And retention, I would argue, is quite often used by the state as a piece of leverage until work gets complete, and that's not the rationale behind retention. Progress payments are made. Requisitions to the owner are made. It's at that point in time where the owner decides, well, did the work get completed? If it got completed, then the requisition gets paid. In this scenario, I would argue that the landscape contractor might requisition for 80% of the work, but they still have 30% that they won't do until the spring. Then they'll requisition for that 30%. They're trying, the state in this letter is trying to say that the retention should be used in lieu of the standard procedure for how a contractor bills the state, and it's incorrect. This is an incorrect, to your point, reading on what retention even is.
Thank you. Thank you. Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you for being with us today.
Thank you, Madam Chair,
We
members of the
appreciate
committee.
it. Our pleasure. And this actually concludes the bill hearing on House Bill 949. Thank you, Delegate Adams. Now we go on to House Bill 816, Delegate Phillips, Procurement Minority Business Enterprises and Veteran-Owned Small Business Enterprises Participation Goals Scorecard. And good afternoon again.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair. You were so nice the first time. Hopefully you'll treat me like this is still my first one.
Absolutely. Always, always.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and Vice Chair Cullison. For the record, I am Delegate N. Scott Phillips from the 10th Legislative District, and I'm before you today to request a favorable report on HB 816. The Participation Goal Scorecard seeks to create an annual report card that evaluates state agencies' efforts to meet its minority business enterprise contracting goals. The report card will assess how well each state agency is doing in terms of awarding contracts to minority businesses, and it will provide feedback on areas where agencies can improve. Scorecards are not a new tool for measuring success. Scorecards are used for corporate organizations, for nonprofits, for government agencies. The proposed scorecard is modeled after the Small Business Administration scorecard. The impact of the SBA scorecard on federal spending has been significant. By setting small business contracting goals and evaluating agencies' progress towards meeting these goals, the SBA scorecard helps to ensure that small businesses have a fair shot at competing for federal contracts. This, in turn, helps to promote competition, innovation, and economic growth. In recent years, the federal government has set a goal of awarding 23% of all prime contract dollars to small business, and the SBA scorecard has played a significant role in helping to achieve this goal. In 2020, the federal government awarded over $132 billion in contracts to small businesses, representing over 26% of all federal contracting dollars. The state of Maryland's MBE goal, the aspirational goal, is 29%. And as a state, quite frankly, we failed to come close to that goal. In fiscal 2021, the overall state performance was 17.2%. As you know, on February the 16th, Governor Moore signed an executive order to strengthen participation, compliance, and accountability of the Minority Business Enterprise Program. He's asked each agency to provide a report within 60 days outlining their MBE procurement outreach and plans. The governor's executive order will provide a snapshot. It's a snapshot, a moment in time based on data derived between July 1st of 2022 and the present. Scorecard codifies this activity and requires an annual report. This bill complements the governor's intent to bring a disciplined approach and attention to the MBE program. In the materials that you've received for this hearing, you have a letter of information from the Governor's Office of Small, Minority, and Women Business Affairs. I've spoken with the Governor's Office, and based on their input, we'll be working with them to offer 2 amendments. The first, giving them discretion to develop the measurement rubric, and the second, publishing the scorecard to the GOSBA website. Currently, we discussed publishing it to the annual report. These amendments are consistent with the amendments that are being offered and accepted by Senator Ellis in the cross-filed bill, Senate Bill 510. In closing, the MBE scorecard will create transparency for all stakeholders, to include government agencies, government officials, legislators, minority businesses, industry representatives, and the citizens of the state of Maryland. For these reasons, I ask for a favorable report on House Bill 816.
Thank you. Next,
And with me
please.
today, I also have, as I mentioned earlier, a subject matter expert in the small business programs, Ms. Donna Stevenson.
Thank you.
Good afternoon again, Madam Chair and committee members. Thank you again for the opportunity to come before you. As I mentioned, I'm the CEO of Early Warning Software, and we manufacture a product called PrismCompliance.com that helps cities and states that have minority business programs be highly effective. We have helped organizations like the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania go from single-digit to double-digit inclusion. And in fact, by implementing our goal-setting process in 2021, they increased their spend with African-American firms 33%. It's processes like those that are transformative, not just to the MNWBE community, but also to their state as a whole. Because when their businesses succeed, their jobs are being created and new opportunities are being created for their businesses. And that means that everybody is getting more dollars, tax dollars, property dollars, sales dollars. I think these are all the things that you all are familiar with. I want to put it in that context. But no one would dispute that Michael Jordan is the GOAT of the basketball. Well, there are a few, my son would say LeBron, but he's too young to know better.
Too young to remember.
Right. But what my team tells me is that our software is the GOAT in this industry of managing minority-owned business participation. And it is that because it gives transparency to leaders to know what is the score of our participation by contract, by department, by buyer, that level of visibility will let the state know, are we on track to achieve that 29%? And if we're not, what can we do to do a course correction? Because when we're not on point, we're going to hurt Maryland in the end. So I ask that you support this favorable. Please put scorecards in place, just like we used to have report cards, because our parents gave great gifts at Christmas when the good report cards came home. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for your testimony today. Again, we appreciate it. Are there any questions? Delegate Rosenberg.
I trust your son. Am I correct in assuming that your son knew who Michael Jordan was?
He's become quite familiar because his father has introduced him to several things, but he's only 22. So my son's only 22, so his perspective is a little off.
Thank you.
Plus his dad's from Chicago, so.
If he needs to see any of those cards with Michael Jordan, I used to collect them, so I have a good book.
I'll bring them to you,
Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Thank you. Any other questions? Actually, Delegate Hill.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Delegate. We've had some interesting bills looking to hold folks accountable for not meeting the goals. So the scorecard is just a letter interpretation of the number that we're gathering, and I'd like the annual accountability. But where do we take that scorecard, and either you or your witness, once we see C's, D's, and film, what do we do with that?
Yeah, so the concept of the scorecard, as I said, whether it's in business, actually, I'll give you a perspective of how it was very effective. The NAACP used to have a economic impact study that they did annually from about 2004 to 2013. And what it ultimately did was it changed minds by publishing that and making it available to a broad audience. My sense is, we can do the detailed reports, and that's for us policymakers and us wonks. But if we publicize it in a way that's simple for people to understand and to see, then the general population will hold our agencies and our government accountable. And that's really the purpose of the scorecard. I spent 30 years with IBM, and we always measured based on scorecards, right? And it changed behavior in a very simple, visible, easy way. And that's what we're trying to do with this bill.
And if I could also comment.
We can only allow one person to answer, because otherwise we'll be here all day going back and forward, but thank you. Any other questions or concerns? Thank you very much. I really appreciate it, and your testimony was great.
Thank you.
Can you do me a favor? You said you were seeking the amendments. When you do make that request, will you be so kind and make sure that our attorney, Ms. Rode, gets it? In addition, the committee secretary, Michelle Furman, okay?
I will make sure they get it. We're working with the governor's office now.
Thank you. You have a blessed day. Thank you for being with us today.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. This actually concludes the bill hearing on House Bill 816 committee. We're going next to House Bill 809. Delegate Harris, State Procurement Minority Business Enterprise Program Extension and Reports. Is this your first time in this committee?
Yes, Madam Chair.
All right, welcome to HGO. A lot of newcomers. You can actually start.
Well, good afternoon, Madam Chair, Madam Vice Chair, and to this awesome committee. I am Kevin M. Harris, representing District 27A. Here seeking on House Bill 809 to seek to alter the termination dates for certain provisions of the laws that govern the Minority Business Enterprise Program. The bill will initiate a study on the Minority Business Enterprise Program to evaluate compliance with the City of Richmond versus JA Supreme Court decision. The court decision held that a program which gave preference to minority business enterprise was unconstitutional under the 14th Amendment Equal Protection Clause. This bill will evaluate race-neutral programs and other methods to help address the needs of minority businesses. The deadline for the submission of the study findings would be December 31st, 2023. This bill is essential for minority-owned businesses to thrive in their future. Additionally, House Bill 809 is one of the priorities for the Maryland Legislative Black Caucus, and in your bill file is a letter of support from the caucus. There's no fiscal note, and I urge a favorable report on Bill 809.
Thank you. That was wonderful, very quick testimony. Who will follow? How about
Good afternoon, Chair Pena-Milnick, Vice Chair Collison, and members of the committee. For the record, I'm Robert Earl Lewis Jr., Deputy Secretary of the Maryland Department of Transportation. Thank you for allowing me the opportunity today to speak in support of House Bill 809, and thank you to Delegate Harris for his sponsorship and leadership of this very important initiative. House Bill 809 allows for the continuation of the state's Minority Business Enterprise Program past its current sunset date of July 2024 and extends the due date of the statewide disparity study report that provides the legal basis for the program's implementation. Additionally, House Bill 809 extends the sunset date for application of the MBE program to industries such as offshore wind and video lottery terminals, as well as public-private partnerships. Every aspect of the MBE program, including state statutory and regulatory requirements, is controlled by the U.S. Constitution and Supreme Court precedent. The 1989 Supreme Court decision in Croson established that government programs that use race-based classifications are subject to strict scrutiny, as they could, on their face, violate the Equal Protection Clause of the 14th Amendment. A rigorous and defensible disparity study is how the state satisfies this constitutional test. Maryland's disparity study examines whether and to what extent there is racial and or gender business discrimination in the markets in which the state does business, both public and private sectors. If the resulting analysis determines that statistically significant disparities exist, that finding serves as the evidentiary basis for the state's use of race-conscious remedies to mitigate said disparities. The process for completing the statewide study involves collecting and analyzing extensive data regarding the availability and utilization of firms, as well as other market indicators such as access to capital or business loans and business formation rates. For context, the 2017 statewide study was nearly 600 pages and included a review of tens of thousands of contracts accounting for billions of dollars in state spend. The current statewide study is even more expansive, covering 2 additional fiscal years, as well as for the first time including analysis of the quasi-private industries operated by the state. Our disparity study consultant is currently working on a standalone and expedited adult use cannabis study, which could not be performed concurrently with the statewide study. Through the statewide study's expansive nature, as well as their bifurcated recreational cannabis analysis, we are respectively requesting support of the extension included in House Bill 809, which will allow the MBE program to remain operational. For these reasons, I respectfully request the committee grant House Bill 809 a favorable report. I have with me today Chantel Kai-Lewis, Director of MDOT's Office of Small and Minority Business Policy, and we'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Would you like to testify, Ms. Lewis?
No, just here to answer questions.
All right, thank you. Are there any questions? Delegate Rosenberg?
You, Mr. Secretary, you referenced, or whoever wants to answer, you referenced Croson, which may or may not still be good law at the end of the term of the court because they've taken an affirmative action case dealing with college admission. What is your comment on the potential effect of the court's decision in the college cases on Croson?
Obviously, we base our current testimony on the current law. If for some reason the law changes, we'll deal with that. But as we know, the state of Maryland for a long time has had very strong ethic in terms of making sure that our business practices are inclusive. And I'm sure we will continue to try to find a way to continue to have programs such as the state's MBE program to be supportive of diversity in our business processes, which makes Maryland a stronger state and a better place to live.
Any other questions for the delegate and his panel? Seeing none, thank you very much for being with us today. Thank you for your work and welcome to HGO.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
This actually concludes the bill hearing on House Bill 809. Next, we have House Bill 783, Montgomery County Delegation and Prince George's County Delegation. Washington Suburban Sanitary Commission Minority Business Enterprise Utilization Program, revisions and extension. And we have Delegate Lopez. Welcome.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Madam Vice Chair, committee members of HGO. For the record, my name is Delegate Leslie Lopez, and I'm here on behalf of the Montgomery County Delegation and Prince George's County Delegations to ask for your favorable support of 783. WSSC has two minority business enterprise programs. One is for construction, and the other is for design and build contracts. What this bill does is requires WSSC to come up with one single MBE program. And the updates that are outlined in the bill are based on a disparity study from last year. The bill as presented was amended by the Prince George's County Delegation. And with that, I will give way to the WSSC experts to fill you in with more details.
Wonderful. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair. For the record, Guy Andes, Acting Director of Intergovernmental Relations for WSSC Water. WSSC Water supports HB 783. The proposed legislation updates, modernizes, streamlines, and strengthens provisions pertaining to WSSC Water's Minority Business Enterprise Program. HB 783 streamlines the program to consolidate all procurement categories under one MBE program, clarifies, consistent with current law, that WSSC Water's certification requirements must substantially duplicate state certification requirements, provides important legislative findings, and emphasizes the MBE program's purpose of remedying discrimination, eliminates duplicative program requirements, and extends the Office of Supplier Diversity and Inclusion statutory authority to have an MBE program for 5 years ending on June 30th, 2028. The continuation of WSSC Water's MBE utilization program is predicated on the results of the 2022 disparity study, which found statistically significant adverse disparities in WSSC Water's own contracting as well as in private sector firm formation and business owner earnings, and in access and capital in the same geographic markets and industry categories in which WSSC Water conducts business. I respectfully request a favorable report on HB 783, and with me today is our Director of Office Supplier Diversity and Inclusion, Courtney Edmonds, and our General Counsel, Amanda Kahn, to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you. Are there any questions for this panel? See none, we do need the letter. We don't seem to have the letter in the file. If we can get the letter for this bill, and also for the following one, 778, we do not have the letter. Yeah. We have the Montgomery County letter, we need the Prince George's.
Gotcha, okay.
All right, and I know, thank you for testifying on behalf of Prince George's.
Sure.
Appreciate it. Okay, so 1 second. We have for House Bill 783, we do not have it from Montgomery or Prince George's. For 778, which will be next, we only have Prince George's, not Montgomery.
Gotcha.
All right? The other way around. See, I'm confused today, but we need the letters, okay?
Okay, you need letters for both, gotcha.
We need the letters, all right? We do have the next person is virtual. Will you let them in, please? Before I confuse myself further. Good afternoon. Will you be so kind and unmute yourself, Mr. Hood? Yes, you can start. How are you today?
Everything's going just beautifully. Thank you and all the others who made it possible for me to be heard. And also to the committee chair, to the other members and vice chair and other members of the committee. I am testifying, I'm Linwood C. Hood, testifying as president of Omega Supply Services, a certified minority business owner. I testify not just for myself, but for businesses that are similarly situated. Hopefully, if you buy into and make the necessary changes, it will impact not just my business, the business in which I serve as president, but businesses who happen to be minority, woman-owned, and certified business within the state of Maryland, more specifically, who are serving WSSC. I oppose some of the language in the proposed legislation, and I call your attention to the first actual item that I oppose. And I should say, before I even go into that, I do not oppose the bill in and of itself. The bill is necessary in order to provide a platform for the Office of Inclusion, Diversity and Inclusion to operate, and for WSSC to carry its mandate. But there's a dire need for change in some of the bill language that's in the proposed legislation. I refer to the percentage preference, and should also note that I submitted in writing. I will see you there.
We're here. You can actually go ahead and finish. Take your time, finish.
I submitted written documentation in support of my position. It's not only my position that precedent set, and that budgets and that give support to, and loan support to the position that we've taken here. And I've stated in writing, as I'm stating right now, that the percentage of 5% is not adequate, and that it should be, and I'm recommending, not just based on my own insight and foresight, but based on the evidences for us and what we're trying to accomplish as citizens of Maryland and those who administrate the program. We want to have a robust program for minority businesses. We must be given the opportunity, minority certified businesses must be given the opportunity to participate on a larger scale, and the preference level should be changed from 5% to 10% at a minimum, and with a maximum of 15%. 5% was already a law, and there is a policy in place right now that when bids are submitted for goods and services, the amount of preference could not exceed 5%. And so now we think, based on evidence and based on precedent, that this is not workable, it's not a viable or workable solution for reasons that are enumerated in the document that I've submitted. I should also add that the program has been administered in such a manner that there was no difference between a certified company's preference points based on their jurisdiction being either in Prince George's or Montgomery County.
Okay.
So what I am, one of the basis of my argument is that the economy would be in better condition, that'd be a better benefit for Prince Georgians and Montgomery County citizens. If in fact...
Sir, you have to wrap up. You have to...
If that's the preference given.
Okay.
So for the reason, my other things I'm going to say as I wrap up is, I oppose the merger of the program wherein you just have one program with all the categories. Yeah. There's nothing broken with the system.
Sir, we have to wrap up. I have to go on to the next bill, okay? We have your written testimony, so thank you for being with us.
I appreciate this, and I strongly oppose, in those areas, and I'm wrapping up, those areas that I've enumerated, which include the graduation, it should be a standard of which companies graduate, either because of economics, or should be a standard in which people are certified and their certificates.
Sir, I am trying to be very respectful.
Thank you, thank you.
I'm trying to be very respectful. Thank you for being with us, okay?
Thank you for the
Are
time,
there,
and hopefully.
are there any
we'll
questions
be
for
able to
this
respond.
witness?
Thank
Seeing
you.
none, thank you for being with us, okay?
Thank you.
Thank you. Delegate, this was the last witness on this bill. And I am straight now. We need both letters from both delegations for this bill, okay? This actually concludes the bill hearing on House Bill 783. Now we're going to House Bill 778. And do we have you again, Delegate?
Yes, you do.
All right, why don't you get started on House Bill 778?
All right. Good afternoon again, everyone. For the record, I'm Delegate Leslie Lopez here to ask for your favorable support for HB 778. This is a transparency and good governance bill. It was non-controversial as it was passed as amended. What it does is it aligns the commissioner and operations of the Maryland National Capital Park and Planning Commission with our standards of the state ethics boards. Particularly in the areas of conflicts of interest and engaging in political activities. It also aligns the Park and Planning Commission with open meeting standards.
Thank you. We do have Tanya Stern. Good afternoon.
Greetings, Madam Chair and Madam Vice Chair. I am Tanya Stern, Acting Planning Director of the Montgomery County Planning Department, part of the Maryland National Capital Park and Planning Commission, or MNC-PPC. We serve the residents of Montgomery County along with the Montgomery County Planning Board, which is the focus of HB 778 and also part of the Commission. Planning Department staff frequently participate in the Planning Board's weekly meetings to provide technical expertise. The Planning Board reviews master plans and studies developed by the Planning Department prior to County Council review. Planning Department staff also provide recommendations on proposed development projects for which the board makes the final decision. The Planning Department is therefore familiar with the process of Planning Board meetings. We, along with the Montgomery County Parks Department, prepare staff reports for board agenda items that are posted on the board's website. Due to these experiences, the Planning Department assisted MNC-PPC's Office of the General Counsel in preparing amendments to HB 778 related to the board's compliance with the Open Meetings Act. I am here to help address questions the committee may have. Due to MNC-PPC's involvement, we were able to foster a better understanding on what the Montgomery County delegation seeks to implement with this bill. The Commission is therefore thankful to the delegation chairs for providing us with the opportunity to work together. Bill 778 has been amended to reflect and support continued implementation of strong practices and procedures the Planning Board currently undertakes to comply with the Open Meetings Act and training for board members that MNC-PPC provides. If this legislation is enacted as amended, the Planning Board will continue to focus on providing the community with easy access to meeting minutes and agendas and comply with the ethics, training, and development requirements outlined within this bill. Thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you for being with us today. Are there any questions for the delegate and her panel? Seeing none, thank you very much for being with us. Next, we have a favorable with amendment panel. We have a Janice Hartucci. She's not there. Cheryl Gannon and Elizabeth Joyce. Good afternoon. Will you be so kind and get started as soon as you're able to unmute yourself? Ms. Gannon, will you please get started? Are there any questions for the delegate? Can you turn it off? Thank you. You can go ahead.
Hi, my name is Cheryl Gannon, and I live in Silver Spring, Maryland. I want to thank the delegates for their work on the bill, and I urge enactment, but I also urge adding additional transparency and ethics provisions. The language clarifying rules around political participation is helpful, but planning board commissioners should not be serving while also standing as candidates for public office. The prospect of fundraising, for example, from interested parties invites abuse. Commissioners should be required to step down once they have indicated their intention to run for public office. Similarly, the language prohibiting outside employment for the full-time chair should be restored. The full-time job currently has a salary of over $200,000 annually. Adding outside employment is unnecessary and creates potential conflicts. Adequate public participation requires timely notice to the public. and a strict provision locking the agenda inside a 72-hour window is needed. Residents are not paid lobbyists, and they cannot monitor for agenda changes every day or leave work on short notice to testify. I would also suggest a prohibition against commissioners alerting only select groups in advance of public notice that a policy initiative will be taken up by the board. Our experience in Silver Spring showed that certain interest groups had advance notice of a major policy initiative and coordinated testimony from many residents with identical talking points filed with dates preceding the notice to the neighborhood civics. All parties should be given equal notice at the same time. Financial disclosure statements should be available online. Traveling to Annapolis to review statements is time-consuming and serves no purpose except to discourage public review. This is a major reason why Maryland received an F rating for the Center for Public Integrity on Public Access to Information, placing Maryland in the bottom 10 states in the country. Similarly, the MNC-PPC should be asked to report to the delegation on progress made in making lobbyist registrations available online. Currently, file a PIA to see a list of registered lobbyists. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, please. Elizabeth Joyce.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair and Madam Vice Chair and members of the committee. My name is Elizabeth Joyce from Silver Spring, and I speak for myself in support of HB 778, the Trust and Transparency Act, with some added amendments. I agree with everything my neighbor Cheryl Gannon just said, and I'm going to provide some context on why this is so important. I thank Delegates Lopez and Polkovich-Carr for their work on this bill. Only the state has the power to oversee the Maryland National Capital Park and Planning Commission, whose nearly 100-year-old charter gives the Montgomery County Council almost complete authority over county land use. The council's recent serious oversight failures created an embarrassing ethical emergency for the county and the state. Last October, for the first time in history, the council forced the entire planning board to resign after the chair repeatedly violated the county ban on office alcohol use and board members engaged in other misconduct. Before that, the planning board chair had repeatedly violated the county's Open Meetings Act, lobbyist registration rules, and other regulations. Such failures led the General Assembly to pass HB 1059, requiring by-county commissions to certify compliance with standing ethics laws. In other words, you had to pass a bill to require Montgomery County to obey the law. The amended 778 addresses only a few of these urgent concerns, such as commissioners' political activity, outside employment by the chair, and requiring timely information on the board's website. I agree with Senator Kramer's requirement that there be 72-hour notice so that people will have a chance to figure out what's going to be discussed. But most importantly, this bill does not address the political structure that enabled the ethical crises that surfaced last year. This bill is a great first step. I hope the state continues to revisit these issues and monitor compliance with HB 1059. Thank you so much for this opportunity.
Thank you so much for being with us. Are there any questions for these two witnesses? Delegate Kaiser.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Is it too late? I wish I'd asked a question of the sponsor presenting. Is that okay?
It is too late.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, it is too late. Thank you. Any other questions? All right, thank you. Thank you very much for being with us. We really appreciate your advocacy. Thank you. This actually concludes the bill hearing on House Bill 778. Delegate Lopez, will you speak with Delegate Kaiser? Thank you. All right. So we have House Bill 717, Delegate Bagnall, State Board of Nursing, Peer Advisory Committee, Scopes of Practice and Licensure Requirements. Delegate Bagnall, will you be kind enough to bring your panel, which consists of Robin Elliott, and then we have a virtual person who is actually on your panel that we will call after you're done. Okay, wonderful. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Madam Chair, Madam Vice Chair, and members of the Health and Government Operations Committee. For the record, I'm Delegate Heather Bagnall, District 33C, Anne Arundel County, here on behalf of House Bill 717, State Board of Nursing Peer Advisory Committees, Scope of Practice and Licensure Requirements. You have my written testimony, so I'll summarize. This is a long bill with a short explanation because it's a cleanup bill from a previous bill. HB 717 is the continuation of a bill this body passed in 2021. During that session, we passed House Bill 758 to create a new pathway to licensure for certified midwives. I know we've heard a lot this year about direct entry midwives, but certified midwives are much different. They have the same qualifications as their counterparts, certified nurse midwives. Certified midwives and certified nurse midwives do the same graduate programs. They take the same exam. They're certified by the same national certification agency and have the same scope. The only difference is that they enter their graduate midwifery program with a degree other than nursing. They usually have a bachelor's degree in a clinical field such as pre-med. So why did we enact HB 758 in 2021? Because we knew our communities needed more midwives. As this committee is aware, midwives provide person-centered and community-centered care. They are trusted providers, particularly if they come from their communities. By creating a new pathway to obtain licensure as a certified midwife, we are bringing diversity to our midwifery community. Faculty report that it is not uncommon to have foreign-trained physicians decide to become certified midwives rather than engage in the lengthy process to obtain their physician license in the U.S. And HB 758 was endorsed by the Women's Caucus, the Latino Caucus, and passed unanimously in 2021. So why do we need House Bill 717? Essentially, this is a technical cleanup bill. When the American College of Nurse Midwives started working with the Maryland Board of Nursing on regulations for licensed certified midwives, they discovered several discrepancies in the statute for both certified midwives and certified nurse midwives. So this bill addresses those issues and gives the licensed certified midwives the same scope of practice as the certified nurse midwives, as was intended in the original bill. This includes delegating appropriate tasks to medical technicians or students trained to be LCMs or CNMs, as well as the ability to dispense starter dose of medications such as antibiotics to treat STIs or steroid ointment for a common rash. These are practices that CNMs and nurse practitioners already commonly do as part of their practice, and this bill would give licensed certified midwives the ability to do so as well. Additionally, just as I was about to submit this bill, I received some disconcerting news. The last birthing center in existence in our state, which was in Anne Arundel County, was closing. This means that we have no birthing centers in Maryland, despite the fact that many people are looking for birthing facilities that are less institutional and more community-based than hospitals. I'm not sure what the barriers are, but I think it makes good sense to find out. So I included a provision in this bill that asks for the Secretary of Health to consult with interested stakeholders and identify strategies to increase access to birthing services at birthing centers. Some of these strategies could be regulatory, they could be financial, or they could be legislative. We'll find out before next session when the Secretary of Health reports to us, and we can decide if we need to take any steps next session. We're almost to the finish line for the licensed certified midwife profession that we created in 2021. And with this bill, our Board of Nursing will be able to work out the last remaining regulatory issues so that we can move forward and meet the goals and intention of House Bill 758. Before the hearing, we did discover that though we have agreed upon amendments from the Board of Nursing, an early version was accidentally uploaded to our floor system. So please disregard the floor system amendments, and we'll make sure that the correct amendments are shared with the committee. And with that, I respectfully ask for a favorable report on House Bill 717.
Thank you. Next, please.
Good afternoon. Robin Elliott. I'm here today on behalf of the American College of Nurse Midwives. I was the lead person working with the Board of Nursing on the regulatory process. It was extremely detailed, and we discovered in that process some mostly really small things that were not included in the legislation. An example is we needed to provide a pathway for graduate certified midwives to continue to work under supervision until their licensure exam results came back. All the other APRNs have that. So those are the types of things that we identified and included in this bill. I wanted to thank the Board of Nursing for working so diligently with us, and of course, our sponsor for this 2-year journey, which hopefully is just like 2.5 year more before we get to the finish line. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We do have a virtual witness, part of your panel. Good afternoon. Will you be so kind and get started?
Good afternoon. My name is Jan Krebs. I am a certified nurse midwife who first licensed in Maryland about 40 years ago. I'm here because I teach student certified midwives as well as certified nurse midwives at Jefferson University. And one question we often hear is, well, how do you know that certified midwives know the same things nurses know? And the answer is really simple. They are required to take prerequisite courses. I also happen to be a member of the board of the agency that certifies CNMs and CMs for practice. And I can safely assert that the end product, the person who is certified, it doesn't matter whether they are a certified nurse midwife or a certified midwife. This bill just resolves the discrepancies. It will help us get regulated. We appreciate your support. And I think Delegate Bagnall said everything else I thought I might need to say. So thank you.
Well, thank you for all your years of service. Very impressive, very impressive. I'm going to open it up now for questions to the committee. I see Delegate Rosenberg first.
Did I hear you correctly? That is, the correct amendments or the revised amendments are acceptable to all the parties?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions for this panel and her? Seeing none, I just want to take a minute to say thank you, Robin. Robin, I called her on Saturday and Sunday, and she was available on both days. You are an unsung hero. Thank you very much. Thank you for being with us. We do have another witness, Ms. Deborah Brocato. Thank you, ma'am, for being with us, Ms. Jan Krebs.
My pleasure.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the committee.
Good afternoon.
My name is Deborah Brocato. I'm from Maryland Right to Life, and we do strongly oppose House Bill 717. Maryland Right to Life requested an amendment to exclude abortion purposes being used for this bill or an unfavorable report. As written, House Bill 717 diminishes professional standards of patient care, expanding the scope of practice of nurse midwives to include the ability to personally prepare and dispense a starter dosage of certain drugs under certain circumstances, and to delegate certain tasks to certified medical technicians. This greatly alters the scope of practice for nurse midwives and the support staff for the delivery of care to women and girls. Without specific language excluding the application of this bill to abortion, nurse midwives would be authorized to prepare and dispense lethal chemical abortion drugs, putting more pregnant women and girls at risk for injury and death. The delegation of nurse midwife duties to staff with even less qualifications than the nurse midwife lowers the standard of care even further. This bill must be considered in the legislative context in which the Assembly continues to increase the number of healthcare roles to be given prescription authority and dispensing authority. And there's been bill after bill expanding the scope of practice of many different healthcare occupations, as well as giving prescribing authority to many different healthcare occupations and dispensing authority. And if you look at the Life News article, we know that there have been at least 26 deaths and thousands of adverse events such as hemorrhage, infection, and ectopic pregnancy. And these statistics were obtained under an old reporting system where the women were required to go to a physician's office to pick up the pills. Now they can get them through the mail. And because of that, the high numbers lost to follow-up are of great concern, not just because they potentially compromise the safety and efficacy numbers, making these self-managed abortions seem safer or more effective. This is not safe. This is very dangerous. So we hope that you will exclude abortion purposes from this bill, because the lethal chemical abortion drugs are very dangerous for the women and girls of Maryland. So we ask for an unfavorable report. Thank you.
Are there any questions for this witness? Seeing none, thank you for being with us today. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
My pleasure. This actually concludes the bill hearing on House Bill 717. Next, we're doing something interesting here, so bear with me. I am going to combine House Bill 727 and 722 because a lot of the witnesses are the same on both bills, and I have different panels. The first panel, it's a favorable for both bills. The second panel is a favorable for both bills. And then when we call the three other panels, they'll be different, but I will be able to tell you that, okay? And in your computer, you'll see how we divided it. So we did speak with Delegate Kerr, who was amazing in helping us put this together and very flexible. Thank you. So I'm going to call House Bill 727 and House Bill 722. I would like the following witnesses because they are favorable for both bills, 727 and 722. I like John Sturharf from Brennable, Jennifer Grover, Richard Roars, Timothy Sparta, and Teresa Newman. If you can come up, that would be wonderful. So John Sturharf, Jennifer Grover, Richard Roars, Timothy Sparta, and Teresa Newman. They're all favorable on House Bill 727 and 722. 727 is Physician Assistant Revisions. It's called the Physician Assistant Modernization Act of 2023. 722 is Physician Assistant Parity with Other Healthcare Practitioners. It's called the Physician Assistant Parity Act of 2023. So good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair. I am Delegate Ken Kier. Ken.
You do care.
Who is this guy?
We know you care. We know that you care, Delegate, very much about House Bill 727 and 722. Will you give us your testimony, Delegate Kerr?
Yes, seeing as we are the penultimate bill, we will endeavor to be breviloquent. Physician's assistants are mid-level healthcare professionals. They're able to diagnose illness, develop and manage treatment plans, and prescribe medications. In Maryland, physician assistants are required to have direct agreement with the physician. And the concept of the PA was initially based upon the accelerated training of physicians during World War II, when there was a shortage of qualified providers. About 1961, there was a proposal to take that training and develop the physician assistant program. And that first had its pilot in 1965 and then was expanded in 1971. So in the 60 years since this concept was initially proposed, the training, the experience, the skills, and the capabilities of physician assistants have advanced. And they're now capable of performing much more advanced duties. The extent and scope of what those advanced practice activities and responsibilities should be is the topic of the two bills we're going to discuss today. There have been multiple and extensive discussions between the advocates and the opposition, and we're in agreement on many things. We'll continue to find the intersection between what the PAs are capable of and what the physicians in the practice consider appropriate. We know that the best forum for further discussion will be the subcommittee, so the panel will just give you the broadest of an overview to give the entire HGO committee an understanding of the concepts of the bill, and we'll continue to work on it in subcommittee. Now I would like to call on John Sturharf.
Madam Chair, members of the committee, my name is John Sturharf. I'm here today on behalf of the Maryland Academy of Physician Assistants. I'll be very brief, as the panel here are experts on the issues raised by these bills. I would like to thank Delegate Kerr for introducing this proposal.
And can you hold on a second? For the committee, I just asked the committee secretary to make a copy for you of how we organize it, okay? So just bear 1 second. Thank you.
You're welcome. Since these proposals were withdrawn last session, physician assistant leaders and leaders of the State Medical Society have met regularly beginning last May. Those conversations continued through last week, and I believe compromises have almost been reached with respect to a majority of the concerns you may hear today. If we're fortunate enough that these bills will be considered by the subcommittee, these issues, I believe, can quickly be addressed. We ask for your favorable consideration of both House Bill 722 and House Bill 727. Thank you.
You're welcome. Next, please.
Good afternoon, Madam Chairman, Madam Co-Chair, and delegates. My name is Jennifer Grover. I'm a physician assistant in the state of Maryland. I'm trained in multiple subspecialties. I've been a PA for over 10 years and work in multiple hospitals in the state. I'm representing the Maryland Academy of Physician Assistants, and I have had the opportunity to be a past president and currently the legislative director. The reason for the proposal of these bills,
So for the benefit of the committee, take 727 first.
Perfect. So the PA Modernization Act, House Bill 727, was initiated because there hasn't been any changes in the PA statute in over 20 years. And this came to my attention as the president of the Maryland Academy of Physician Assistants, especially during COVID. Because there hasn't been any changes in our statute, however, healthcare has changed significantly and the way that we practice has changed significantly. It's really imperative that we update our current statute to reflect the way that we currently practice. And this was most evident in COVID, where we weren't able to participate in vaccine clinics, we weren't able to participate in the additional medical tents because we didn't have delegation agreements with specific physicians. And I was firsthand trying to redeploy physician assistants, and it was a significant barrier to get health care. Additionally, we have PAs in the state that want to practice under the National Health Service Corps and are being denied ability to practice in our most underserved communities because of the administrative burden that Section 15 provides. And so currently there are 69 Health Service Corps facilities in the state of Maryland. 41 are in Baltimore County, one of which will hire PAs in primary care.
Thank you. Who's next?
Tim Sparta.
Yes. Good
Thank
afternoon.
you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Vice Madam Chair. Thank you, members of the committee. I currently serve many roles. Currently, right now, I am the MAPA Maryland Academy of PA President. I also serve as a clinical educator for the UMES, University of Maryland Eastern Shore PA program, one of the few HBCU PA programs in the country. And I also am a practicing PA in the emergency room and in primary care. Both of these bills will allow, I'm going to be very short, allow access to primary care. On the Eastern Shore, where I've lived now for about 12 to 13 years, it is very obvious that there's a very big deficiency in primary care. Both of these bills will allow PAs to enter the primary care setting and provide care to much-needed patients in the area. And that's it.
Thank you. You can go ahead.
Okay, all right. Yeah, my name is Rick Roars, and I've been a practicing PA in Maryland for 46 years. I currently serve as Assistant Vice President at LifeBridge Health. I've had the honor to serve also as President of the American Academy of PAs and the National Commission on Certification of PAs. During this time, I've witnessed
And I may, because you're practicing right now, take 727 and then 722, okay?
Yes, ma'am. Yes. During this time, I've witnessed a profession that has grown from a novel idea, as Dr. Kerr mentioned, at Duke University to address the physician shortage. We now have over 168,000 PAs practicing in the country with over 500 million patient visits every year. This is a profession, as we said, that started out in primary care, but now we have expanded to care for patients in every specialty. The recent healthcare crisis has highlighted the contribution of PAs, with many serving on the front lines in our emergency rooms, hospitals, and critical care units. Today, we're here to discuss two bills that are designed to bring Maryland PA legislation into the mainstream. While it was well-intentioned 20 years ago to have a PA tied to a single physician, it no longer reflects how medicine is practiced. After over half a century, PAs have proven to be invaluable members of the healthcare team, and team is the operative word. No one, including physicians, cares for patients alone any longer. The practice of medicine is far too complex and demanding to rely on the skills of single individuals and the often delayed access to their care. The top-down system of care delivery doesn't meet the needs of our patients. No one is questioning that physicians are the most effective and educated, skilled providers in their respective fields, but they are not alone in acquiring the requisite knowledge to effectively and safely care for patients. Often physicians themselves will refer to a PA who has specialized training or technical skills.
Don't worry about the time. Go ahead.
Okay, this is the concept of collaboration. Collaboration is where a team utilizes all of its parts to the full extent of their training. Artificially restricting the skills of one group for the benefit of another compromises the strength of the team. If we learned nothing from the pandemic, it's that we have far more needs in healthcare than we do providers to meet those needs. With respect to 722, it's very simple. I think it was probably 4 or 5 years ago, we had a bill that clarified a number of things like death certificates, parking permits, and things like that. This is a continuation of that process. It's not asking for anything new. It's cleaning up the statute and many other individual areas to be sure that these laundry list of providers include PAs. Thank you very much.
Wonderful. Who's next?
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and honorable members of the committee. I'm Teresa Newman, a PA for 29 years, and I'm asking for a favorable vote on both House Bill 722 and 727. I've testified in this committee many times over the last 20 years as former MAPA leadership, and asking this committee to allow PAs to sign death certificates, to be the initial provider on patients with chronic and debilitating diseases, to dispense the same medications that they prescribe, to certify patients for the use of medical cannabis, and many other legislative initiatives. Each bill was met with opposition, and you will hear opposing testimony today as well. Change is scary for all of us, but it's a necessary component of human survival. There have been no significant adverse outcomes resulting from any of the successful bills that I previously mentioned. Technologic and informatic advances in medicine have totally transformed it as compared to how it was practiced even 30 years ago. Just ask those who opposed laparoscopic and robotic surgeries, both now standards of care with excellent outcomes. The PA profession has advanced with the changing technology and knowledge. The curriculum is rigorously accredited to meet the 2020 standards. The national certification and recertification processes are just as rigorous, requiring PAs to maintain a broad range of knowledge throughout their careers. As a PA educator for the past 14 years, I can personally attest to the rigors of the curriculum, both didactic and clinical. PA students often train side by side with medical students, advanced practice nurses, and even pharmacy students. And they're trained by the physicians with whom they work. This Parity Act and Modernization Act are not seeking for PA independent practice or to encroach on specific scopes of practice of other healthcare providers. They are asking to allow.
Don't worry, I'm a little flexible because I combined them, okay? So go ahead.
Thank you very much,
You're
Madam
welcome.
Chair. They're specifically asking to allow the physician PA team to function as efficiently as possible in the ever-changing landscape of modern medicine. Is this scary? Probably to some. The current system is antiquated and cumbersome, often taking 3 months for new graduates to even be able to begin practice after being in school for over 2 years. Maryland's PA laws are some of the most restrictive in the country, and PAs are consciously leaving the state to practice in less restrictive jurisdictions. Is that scary that Maryland is losing qualified healthcare providers in times of provider shortage? Yes. I encourage you to embrace change today. It has worked and is continuing to work in most other states across the nation. Let's take the leap into modern medicine and offer the physician-PA collaboration a chance to make positive impacts on the patients of Maryland. Thank you, Delegate Kerr, for sponsoring this legislation, and please vote favorably on House Bills 722 and 727.
Thank you. And this actually is the conclusion of the first panel. We're going to ask questions. Did everyone get the combined list? Who doesn't have it? Okay, wonderful. So we're going to ask questions now. The first one is from Delegate Rosenberg, followed by Delegate Johnson.
You know, if I heard you correctly, you said that PAs were born in World War II because of the, if I may, crisis or the absence of adequate physicians because they were with the men and women overseas. But then the the crisis of the pandemic made it clear of the many skills, many things that PAs working with physicians and everyone else in the medical setting, because of the crisis and the change in circumstances there, made you, and now the question is, should we codify what crisis has brought to the table, if that's a fair way of putting it.
And for the people that are testifying, Delegate Kurt is tasked with choosing the person that can answer the question.
Something we've done with telehealth.
Yes.
That exploded with the pandemic.
Yeah, the PA concept was discussed as early as World War II. PAs, the majority, in fact, all of the original first class of PAs in 1965 at Duke University were former medics in the military. So the profession has its roots in the military, and for a number of years, a lot of PAs came from either medics, paramedics, and people that had it was a second career. Now it is originally more of a first career for folks. But in terms of the pandemic, it was an opportunity to see the flaws in the system. PAs were restricted, for instance, from working and giving out in vaccine clinics and things like that, just because we didn't have a supervising physician. And again, I go back to the concept of being tied to an individual doctor. If we couldn't go out and work, there's times we can't go out and volunteer to give our services unless we volunteer along with a supervising physician, file paperwork with the Board of Physicians, a delegation agreement. No other profession has to do that to be able to give their services. What we're trying to do is take off all of these restrictions and allow the PAs to practice with what we spent. I mean, this committee expanded, the legislature expanded the amount of money that they're doing for loan repayment for physicians and PAs. What we want to do is make sure that that investment that you've made in the training of PAs is going to be fully utilized and not have those restrictions in place. I hope that answered your question.
We have Delegate Johnson, followed by Bagnell, followed by Hill.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you,
pleasure.
panel. Can you tell us the difference in a collaboration and delegation when it comes to the PAs? For instance, in the case of a doctor that would be incapacitated and couldn't work or possibly pass away, where that would leave the PAs?
Sure, that's a great question, and that's a really big issue right now. We did have a physician that passed away suddenly from a heart attack. Specialty was neurology. They hired both a nurse practitioner and a physician assistant within the same practice. The PA could no longer practice or see those patients. The NP was allowed to see those patients. Because it's a highly skilled subspecialty, there was not an alternate supervising physician. And so all of those patients were disenfranchised and did not have care. And so by changing this to collaboration, we are allowing the PA to work within their scope and training, and also extend the time frame to be able to get a collaborating physician to work within those boundaries.
Like a follow-up? Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
You're welcome.
So what is the time frame usually under a collaboration to get an agreement with another physician?
You need to get a the proposal is to get a collaboration upon hire of right now. You have to have a delegation agreement signed by the board before you can work.
You're welcome. Delegate Bagnell, followed by Hill.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to the panel. We hear a lot in this committee about our ED wait lists, our workforce issues, our total cost of care. So is whoever is most equipped to answer this, how do you see this modernization impacting those concerns, and what is the nexus with doing this and addressing some of those overarching issues that we're dealing with?
PAs provide excellent care, and you can see there's multiple articles that PAs provide similar and low-cost care across the board. I would like to give you just an example. I had a PA student that I was precepting over the weekend, again, that wants to work in the state of Maryland and was trying to apply to positions within the National Health Services Corps, and she was told specifically that they do not hire PAs because of the administrative burden. And with that, if you say that then one position that she applied for had 5 openings in underserved areas. Just one had 5 openings. So if that PA is seeing 5 days a week, 20 patients per day, you're talking 24,000 visits for one PA. And for that one position, it's 120,000 visits that those patients do not have access to.
My pleasure. Delegate Hill.
Thank you. So I've worked with PAs who were under delegation agreements and were absolutely outstanding in what they did. PA ran an orthopedic clinic with no one there, nuts to bolts. PA responsible for harvesting the heart for a transplant. PAs that I work with now help out with surgery and managing the patients, but they don't do the same stuff. And it seems like explain to me, when you're talking about changing from a delegation agreement where the supervising team, for instance, at one of the hospitals, the PAs that are there, every surgeon had to sign the agreement. So we already have that you're describing. But the PAs are assigned tasks based on what they're specifically trained to do when they join the team. Your collaboration in 727 seems to say it doesn't define who defines what the PA can do. It's just a collaboration agreement where no one, I guess, except the PA says, oh, I can do that. So I'm a little confused to where that training comes from to give me the confidence to have a PA trained in heart manage my orthopedic clinic.
That's a great question, and we hear that very frequently. We believe that the delineation of duties to which you refer, which is that list of what can I perform, should be decided at the practice level versus being decided by a piece of paper that then the Board of Physicians is deciding, because they don't know the PA. Nobody knows the PA better than the physicians at the institution where they're going to work. So if I apply for a position, I have to fill out the identical delineation of duties that the physician does. It goes to the same credentialing committee, and that committee will determine what of those tasks that I asked for am I trained for, do I have the qualifications for? That then goes to the medical executive committee, and it's ultimately approved by the board of directors of the hospital. So the same identical process that a physician goes through to do a particular procedure, because we could say the same thing. Should a physician that is trained in general surgery shouldn't be doing in orthopedics? And so a PA that is working in general surgery should not be doing orthopedic procedures, and they wouldn't be allowed to do that by the practice. And that's what we're saying, is that determination is best made by the people that know the PA's skills and abilities best, and that's the place where they work, because they're ultimately responsible for what they do. So they're not going to let some PA do something that outside of what their training and scope allows them to do for liability issues, for patient safety issues, quality issues, and all those other things. So the process is pretty airtight in the institutional setting, and then the same would carry over to the private practice. A physician in a private practice is not going to let a PA come into their practice when they're liable for all that and allow that PA to do things that they're not capable of doing or trained to do just because the PA wants to do them. It's going to be a restriction there. So the law specifically says, the proposed statute is specific, that the PA can only do what's in their scope of their education, training, and skills, and is approved in the collaboration agreement that is filed with the board. So there's lots of checks and balances to make sure that the exact scenario you present doesn't occur.
Sure.
Thank you. So I'm reading on 722 where there are several areas where two physicians or a physician and nurse practitioner, physician and someone else is determining who's competent, petitions for guardianship and all of this kind of stuff. So if a PA is a physician extender, and from what you just described, you're not trying to change that you're not trying to say a PA is an independent practitioner. You're still trying to say that they're an extension of the physician, the supervising physician or team of physicians that they're working with. I'm not understanding if we're trying to have the highest level of scrutiny, why we would have a physician and potentially the physician's PA, who's an extension of that physician, be the two independent voices that decide on guardianship or who should be committed or any of those really serious things. I'm not understanding that.
I'll take that. That's a very good question. And within the scope of the Bill 727, and in current statute, Section 15, there is an agency component where the physician is responsible for all the care that the PA provides. And as I stated earlier, that is not how things work in regular practice in current day. PAs have their own panel of patients. They are seeing their own patients, whether it be in the emergency room, whether it be in office settings, in the hospital setting, et cetera. And they do collaborate with a supervising physician if they see it necessary. So in working in an emergency room, for example, where someone may have to have an involuntary admission, PAs are trained in that. They're trained extensively in mental health as well as in an emergency room management and have that education and training to be able to make those specific determinations. But because of the restrictions that are currently in Section 15, I understand your concern because we would be agents of that physician and then it would be one voice versus two. What we're proposing is to make it two voices with collaboration. If they have any concerns or questions, to be able to collaborate on that ability.
So to qualify, you're saying the PA would then be independent and not really working under any kind of delegation agreement with the practitioner. They're just, and you're going to, and they're therefore been trained as well, and they can pass the same exams as the physician. They can pass the same
We're
exams.
asking that they are not going to be independent. They will have a collaborating registration with a physician or physician group.
Thank you, ma'am.
Delegate Shalega, followed by Lopez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you all for being here and such an important part of the care team. Wondering if Maryland or if JCO has any limitations on the number of PAs that a physician can supervise, and furthermore, moving kind of into the hospital setting, would there be any prohibition or limitation on, let's say, one physician supervising 20 PAs in the emergency room, you know, to save money?
Yep. Right now, there is no restriction in hospitals on the number of PAs that can be supervised. There is a restriction in outpatient settings, but in the hospital, for instance, in my setting, my PAs in surgery are supervised by the chief of surgery, is the person that signs their delegation agreement. There may be 40 or 50 PAs working in the institution. Now, they're not all working with that surgeon. That surgeon is a thoracic surgeon. So when they work, if they're assisting on an orthopedic case for one of the orthopedic PAs, they're going to be they'll be collaborating and working with that alternate supervising physician who would be the orthopedic surgeon. So and the requirement now is that they work within the scope of practice of the supervising physician or an alternate supervising physician. As far as the Joint Commission has no restriction on PAs. I employ PAs and nurse practitioners side by side. They work it's the same job description. It's an advanced practice provider job description. So there are times where it's so much easier to put a nurse practitioner in a position for things like where we have to get consent, because they can get the consent, but the PA working in the identical job who knows the patient has to call somebody who doesn't know the patient to come and see them to give consent. to determine if they're competent to give consent. So what we're trying to do is really level the playing field and make sure that within the hospital setting and within other settings, that there's an opportunity for PAs to function fully and not have somebody artificially restricted because they didn't get included on a laundry list that was in legislation that may have been passed many, many years ago before PAs were around.
And then the other question about how, could one physician supervise 20 PAs in an emergency room setting with, that could get into some patient safety issues?
Well, in terms of supervised, signing a piece of paper, the collaboration agreement or delegation agreement, they already are doing that because there is no restriction for emergency rooms and hospitals right now. There's no limit to the number. So you may have the director of the emergency room may well sign for 20 PAs, but there's never 20 PAs working with only one doctor in an emergency room. There's always going to be appropriate ratios within the practice setting just because that's how care is delivered. And that PA, if I was working in the emergency room and a patient came in with a fractured hip, my collaboration may not be with that ER doctor. It may be with the orthopedic surgeon who I'm going to call and say, I've got a patient in front of me, or with the primary care physician to say, your patient came into the emergency room with a fractured hip, but they've got high blood pressure, they've got this. What do you recommend is the best course of action? How can we collaborate together to get your patient tuned up so they can go appropriate to the orthopedic surgery and have it corrected? That may have nothing to do with that supervising ER doctor. And that's why we're saying we collaborate with so many different providers across the entire spectrum of healthcare that it's never going to be just that one doctor. That's not safe anymore because that one doctor doesn't have the ability or the skills to address all the potential concerns that the patient in front of me may have.
You're welcome. I have Delegate Lopez, followed by Lewis.
Oh, thank you, Madam Chair. My question was answered.
Thank you. Delegate Lewis.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to the panel. I want to make sure I understand. I'm looking at the testimony from, I hope I'm on the right one. This is the HB 722 on, and this letter of testimony is from the Maryland Psychological Association. I hope I can ask that question of this group. So, thank you. There seems to be some concern about physician assistants making determinations in emergency situations about mental and behavioral health. And because I understand and really appreciate and value the role of physician assistants as connectors and bridges and problem solvers at the front line, I want to make sure I understand how you would answer the question that the Psychological Association has posed and address their opposition, and whoever's best positioned to answer that question.
I will answer this question in assumption of what their question is.
Help you by telling you. The Psychological Association is concerned that physician assistants as second evaluators of individuals in urgent or emergency situations of mental health, they feel that is not appropriate because, as they say, untrained practitioners who don't practice independently can't make mental behavioral health emergency decisions.
Right. So, so this is addressing additional concerns that were brought up by Delegate Hill as well. So these bills are going in tandem for a very good reason, and that is because currently the way the bill is, currently though our current statute is that physician assistants are agents of their supervising physician, and as Mr. Roars presented, really that's not how we practice. So, I could have a PA that's working in multiple different subspecialties at any given day, and their supervising physician is an anesthesiologist, for example. It really doesn't make sense in current practice the way the law is written. And for example, in my current practice, I may see my supervising physician once a month. He does not see my panel of patients unless I specifically ask him to do so. So that might be one in several hundred patients that he has any sort of a relationship with. And so what we're asking, so he doesn't have any influence in how I prescribe, how I diagnose, how I treat patients. And so 727 removes the agency component and replaces that with collaboration and a collaboration registration so that we can, again, practice as we currently are practicing. And so by removing that agency component, that would then allow PAs to be able to make an independent decision-making based on their own education, training, and experience, including mental health, which is where PAs do have extensive training. So to say that they're not educated providers in this space is, unfortunately not correct. So we have extensive training in mental health through not only prerequisites, but through our PA education, which is 3 academic years, over 2,000 hours of clinical practice, over 200 hours in psychiatry, as well as incorporated into all of our emergency medicine, internal medicine, clinical medicine, all incorporate areas addressing mental health. And so our ER PAs are extensively trained in making this determination, but are unfortunately restricted, which then leads to patients sitting in emergency rooms waiting for other providers that are not familiar with them to be able to make that determination.
Thank you. Delegate White.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, panel, for your testimony. I see that this has been enacted in other states with this modernization. Could you expound upon if HB 727, if this Modernization Act is reflective of what is being seen in other states? And if not, what are the differences between what we've seen in other states versus what we're looking to do in Maryland?
Yes, so I am a business owner of a primary care on the eastern shore of Delaware, Maryland. And we were looking to open up a primary care office, me and another business owner and a physician. And the administrative burdens in Maryland made it very difficult for us to go down that route. So we went to Delaware, right on the border of Maryland and Delaware, where there's still a huge need for primary care. So what I need to do that, and I called the Board of Physicians of Delaware, is have a collaboration agreement that's not filed with the Board of Physicians, but is just kept in the office, stating that I collaborate with Dr. Jeffrey Narmy in performing the following tasks. And that if any patient ever wanted to see Dr. Jeffrey Narmy, they could. So instead of having to file a delegation agreement with the Board of Physicians, waiting several weeks for that to be returned, in the state of Delaware, all I need to literally do is create a document signed by my physician that I work with, and we're practicing primary care and providing primary care.
You have a follow-up?
Yes, so if I could ask here, just going back to my question, are we seeing any differences between what other states have done versus what we're doing in Maryland, or are they all in alignment with what other states are doing?
Teresa. Thank you for the question. We're the only state in the entire United States that distinguishes between what the board calls core duties and advanced duties, and which is an ever-moving target with technologic advances. When I trained, honestly, arterial blood gas from the brachial artery was advanced duty, a pelvic exam was an advanced duty. There are so many other things that were advanced duties. Those are all core duties now. And so distinguishing what makes something a core duty versus an advanced duty with the ever-changing landscape, we're the only state in the entire United States that makes that distinction. And there's a whole nother process that is put into place regarding that with addendums that have to be filed and approved by the Board of Physicians. And with that, there's an ever-moving target as to what's the magic number. As a PA in education, as somebody who's precepted, I don't know how many PAs in the course of my life, I can train someone to put in a central line and they're competent within 10, tries. Somebody else I could train 100 times and still not be competent. There is no magic number. And so putting numbers on things like competence is, and it just doesn't really make a lot of sense from a practical standpoint. And so sometimes you'll go to the Board of Physicians and they'll say, well, you have to have 10. And other times it's 25. And they have this argument all the time as to what's the magic number. So other states don't have that. And, who's best to make that determination is the practice site. And within a hospital system, especially with CMS, oversight and JCO oversight, then there has to be a whole system in process for the training. And these acts have to be approved at the level of the practice before they even go to the Board of Physicians.
Thank you. I'm going to channel Chair Emeritus Pendergrass. Delegate Hill, really? Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, because the panel won't be coming back, I want to follow up with something that the Maryland Radiology Society has written with you all. And the reason is because I hear you talking about we know the patients, we have extensive experience, and I know that, right? You've got training, but it doesn't make it equivalent. And what I hear you arguing is since we have this degree of training, that should be equal and considered the same as the training that the physician has. And that may not be what you see. So the radiologists say, They said, for example, a physician specializing in radiology must complete at least 13 years of training, including medical school, 4-year residency, and most often additional 1 or 2-year fellowship of very specialized training such as radiation oncology, pediatric radiology, breast imaging, and interventional radiology. They are certified by the American Board of Radiology. They have exacting requirements for continuing medical education throughout their practicing years. In comparison, the current physician assistant education model is 2 years in length with only 2,000 hours of clinical care and no residency requirement. Our patients expect the most qualified person, physician experts with unmatched training, education experience to lead and oversee care. Yet HB 727 removes physician supervision of physician assistants, thereby removing the most qualified person on the care team and suggesting that the physician assistant should be able to make the decisions without that supervision because they have experience.
We're not in any way, shape, or form saying that PA education is equivalent to physician education. We know it isn't. But there are many tasks that are part of physician education that other disciplines, including physician assistants and nurse practitioners, can do identical to physicians. I can do a history and physical as good as a physician. I can't do brain surgery like a physician, so I'm not going to do brain surgery. I only can do what, the law is very specific, only what's in my skills, training, and ability. So it isn't an open-ended checkbook that I can do anything I want. If I don't have those skills and ability, and I can't do that, I will face the same disciplinary action as any physician that does something that they don't have those skills and ability. The disciplinary section of the statute for PAs is identical. It was lifted from the physician statute and put into our statute. And that includes practicing outside of the standard of care. So in terms of looking at x-rays, for a simple chest x-ray, for the PA to look at the x-ray and determine whether or not that patient has a pneumothorax, that is something within the skills and ability of just about every PA. If it isn't, then that PA shouldn't be looking at those x-rays. But an emergency room PA, if you came into the emergency room, you fell and hurt your wrist, and we look at the x-ray and determine that there's a fracture or not a fracture, that will determine the course of treatment. The radiologist will eventually read that film perhaps down the road and follow up and confirm the finding, but we certainly can't wait while you're sitting in the waiting room for a radiologist somewhere the next day to read the x-ray or somewhere else. However, if it's a complicated situation, for instance, it's we're looking at a CT angiogram or something like that, where I'm not qualified and I am not going to try to read a CT angiogram because that's not within my skills and ability, I will not take action on the results of that until a board-certified radiologist looks at it and says, this is what it shows or doesn't show, and here's what I would recommend as the next course of action, which I would then discuss with the collaborating cardiologist, cardiothoracic surgeon, whatever the case may be. But to suggest that because physicians have a level here, that everything in here that no one else can do, that's just not accurate. We can do many of those tasks, and we have been doing many of those tasks. PAs across the country read tens of thousands of x-rays every single day. And there aren't, I would ask the Board of Physicians, has there ever been a case of PAs not being able to read an x-ray and a patient having an untoward impact from it? It doesn't happen, and we are already doing those type of tasks. I agree 100% with you. We are not physicians. We are not pretending to be physicians. The bill specifically says we are not independent. We must collaborate with other members of the healthcare team, including a collaborating physician. That's what we're asking for. We're asking for the bill to reflect the reality of how we work every single day, not to be tied to something that worked 20 or 30 years ago. I hope that answers your question.
Thank you. Delegate Martinez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Access to care is extremely critical and important, and something that the panel said earlier, I can't remember which one of you, that physician assistants currently are leaving our state at alarming numbers. Is the modernization of you all's scope of practice part of the retention and I guess recruitment of more PAs? And have you guys done any projections on what this enacted would do in terms of those numbers?
I don't know that it would, we've done any significant projections per se, because it is simply, this is something in process. We've noticed that where I work, that there has been a significant increase in the number of PAs leaving the state because we survey that data and we provide that data. And graphing it out, there's been a steady increase in those PAs leaving the state to practice in other states where there's, the restrictions just aren't that great. And we've had, there are specialty PAs who are leaving the state because of restrictions, especially in dermatology and cosmetics. But I don't have any real projections. I have worked on the governor's task force this past year and been in many of those apprenticeships, et cetera, in those meetings with the Department of Labor. And it's an ongoing issue, and trying to find other ways of keeping PAs, other healthcare providers, nurses, et cetera, in this state.
Yes, because I can't see. Thank you. I am going to call on the chairman of the committee where these bills usually are assigned to, because he has some questions and it's important to address them. Delegate Rosenberg.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. To what extent, if at all, should a physician shortage currently or in the future affect our decision-making on these bills?
Yeah, we've done a number of, on a national level, workforce projections. There's a lot of, the number of physicians nearing retirement age, with no offense, the gender distribution of physicians in training now, that we will see an increased demand by up to 25% in a number of physicians that are needed in the state just to keep the status quo. It is significant in terms of the number of actual hours of patient care that are delivered. We have a lot of physicians in their 55, 60-year-old range, and I'm sure MedCai can probably give you better information on this than I certainly can. But we're seeing that despite the number of PAs, I mean, we've gone from having, when I graduated, 53 PA programs, to now we're getting close to 300 PA programs, 1,500 graduates a year to nearly 10,000 graduates a year, and every single person is getting employed. You know, whether it's in Maryland or somewhere, we can't keep up with the demand because when we talk about mental health, the increase in need in mental health is dramatic, and a lot of it had to do with the wisdom of the legislature, both here and in a national level, in terms of making those services covered by insurance and payers. So a lot more people are seeking mental health care than did before. The Accountable Care Act and Affordable Care, that is all that has opened doors for patients to have access to care. We can't open that door and then not have anyone on the other side of it to care for them. And I think it's critical that we continue. The physician shortage is going to be addressed. We need more physicians. We need physicians in a lot of specialty. We need a lot of distribution of physicians. But PAs and nurse practitioners and other advanced practice providers are meeting a need, or we wouldn't be training them. We wouldn't be able to, we'd be all looking for jobs if there wasn't a real demand. And trust me, I've got multiple vacancies at my hospital, and we're in a community. I can only imagine what it's like in underserved areas in Eastern Shore.
My pleasure. Any other questions for this panel on both House Bill 727 and 722? Great. Thank you so much for your patience as we sorted this out.
Thank you.
Next, we have another panel that are the same position for both bills, 727 and 722. And I'm going to call them in the following order: Deanna Najera, Karine Weaver, Jennifer Bartlett, Robert Swanson, and Richard Birch. Is Richard Birch here? Can you please come up? Thank you. Will you be so kind and have a seat and pull up another chair?
Come join everyone.
And as soon as you sit, the first person, can you get started with your testimony, please?
Absolutely. I'm Jennifer Barnett. I happen to be speaking to favorable for both House Bill 727 and 722 together. And I'm speaking specifically, I've been a PA for almost 22 years now. I'm a hospital medicine PA. I'm from Street, Maryland, so I'm from a rural area, as it were. So some of my colleagues, and trying to figure out, as a hospital medicine PA, I practice at MedStar Hospital, at MedStar Franklin Square, and MedStar Harbor Hospital. So I practice in the city as well. And two of the concerns I've had are the administrative barriers that we have as a PA practicing. My biggest concern had been partnered with one physician. If I prescribe a medication, and if that physician's NPI number is not listed on that prescription, and right now they're almost all electronic, so I don't know which physician, like how that all works in the EMR system, and making sure that physician has the NPI number and sent to the pharmacy electronically. And if that's not partnered properly, then my patients cannot get their medication. And unfortunately, when that happens, the patients may come back to the hospital, get readmitted to the emergency room because they need respiratory medication or blood thinner medication. And unfortunately, sometimes pharmacies don't fill those medications if that NPI number from the physician is not listed. I might be working under lots of other physicians, not the one that signed my delegation agreement, because I'm in hospital medicine and we have 45, 50 different doctors I work under, because I collaborate with all of them. Whoever happens to be the doctor that day is the one I work with. And I love working with physicians, and I love being a PA. It really is what I love doing every single day. But unfortunately, there's some barriers to care, and it's how the practice law is. I also want to speak to someone about certifying. I think Delegate Lewis, you spoke earlier about mental health. And so as a hospital medicine at both Harbor and Franklin, MedStar.
Go ahead.
So I see patients every day throughout time. I coordinate with lots of different physicians, mostly psychiatrists in this scenario. And the psychiatrist may say, hey, this patient is certified and needs to go involuntary to inpatient medical unit. That happens fairly frequently in both of those hospitals. Unfortunately, I cannot sign as a second person to certify them. Even though I've seen them every day for several days, I've adjusted the medication in coordination with that psychiatrist, but I cannot certify them. So I then have to find a physician who may never have seen that patient prior to sign that document, of course, see the patient and make sure that they may concur to see that patient. And that's been a barrier. And honestly, it can be if they want to leave emergently, the emergencies where I have the biggest barrier because I have to get them seen quickly in order to keep them. I don't want to keep them unless it is all the documentation and the safety is there. And so that's been a barrier for us. And so having a second person like myself who sees patients regularly in that setting is really important to be able to sign that documentation. So thank you.
All right.
I appreciate your time.
Next, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair and delegates. Richard Birch, I've been an emergency medicine PA since 2007. Listening to what we've heard so far, I think we get the idea that the delegation agreement that we're currently practiced under is outdated. We really need to modernize PA practice in the state of Maryland, and this is just a small step moving towards that modernization. A couple of things being in emergency medicine, a barrier, as we've heard, is advanced duties and core duties. It becomes an extra step of the process. So not only going through credentialing, we also have to get submitted to the Board of Physicians, to their council or work group to get it approved. A few things out of this. One, I think it's time to move from the idea of supervising physician to collaborating physician. I think this is more modern, this is more real world. Other things, prescriptions. Having a physician named on a prescription that we currently, as a practice in PA, hold a CDS license, as well as a DEA. And I think having that extra, just like my colleague mentioned about NPI being abnormal or not correct, that becomes a barrier to the patient getting their medications. So I encourage you guys to, consider these changes. I know we've alluded that change can be sometimes scary, but I think it's time for modernization of PA medicine in the state of Maryland.
Thank you. Next, please.
Good afternoon. My name is Corinne Weaver. I'm a physician assistant in the emergency department, and I am in favor of 722 and 727. I wanted to speak on behalf of PA's training, that they are trained rigorously in the medical model with a didactic and clinical component with national board certification, followed by continuing medical education and certification requirements for as long as we are actively practicing. Medical procedures have long been a part of PA education. Unfortunately, Maryland is the last remaining state that requires a separate approval process for many procedures, which we are trained as part of our basic schooling. This is not to mention on-the-job proctoring and advanced education courses to develop even further skills the PA is practicing in this specific specialty. The additional approval process for collection of procedures deemed as advanced is burdensome not only for the physician PA team, but also for the Board of Physician and PA Advisory Committee who approve each application. Procedures that are new to any clinician and practiced and supervised by more experienced staff, and this process will not stop when a separate application for an advanced duty is no longer required. PAs, as with the rest of the healthcare team, are dedicated to patient safety, and we all focus on eliminating barriers to care and reducing unnecessary wait times for medical interventions. Maryland, unfortunately, is creating obstacles by this separate application process that is not only administratively cumbersome, but also creates confusion regarding the PA actual skill set, which should be evaluated and determined on the practice level. While the testimony is specifically addressing the areas of advanced duties.
You can finish your thought.
Thank you. As other colleagues have and will mention, there are many components to HB 727 and 722 that will improve the ability for PAs to work in the state collaboratively with our physicians. Thank you, delegates, for allowing me the opportunity.
Well, thank you for coming today and for taking off work to be with us, to all of you. And everyone that is waiting patiently for your bill, we'll be with you shortly, okay? Thank you for your patience. Go ahead, ma'am.
Thank you. Deanna Nahara, and I thank you very much to all the delegates for lasting through the afternoon. Given the questions that have been asked since the submission of my written testimony for both HB 727 and 722, I wanted to take the opportunity to focus on a different aspect of care, and that's in the mental health sphere. Statistics show that nearly 70% of primary care visits and 12% of emergency department visits have a mental health or stress-related component. As a PA who also has a master's in mental health counseling, I can speak to the proficiency of education of PAs in mental health. We are trained from the very first day to recognize the role of mental health and its impact on all aspects of a patient's health status. We are able to diagnose health conditions, order laboratory and imaging tests, perform procedures, refer and accept referrals from consultants, and prescribe medications, in addition to all the other acts. Yet there remains a glaring area that PAs are unduly limited from practicing, and that's in the mental health world. Maryland is the only state that has yet to reform legislation to advance and meet the needs of our growing society, despite having highly educated practitioners who are trained, capable, and willing to address mental health care demand. Presently, any and all care of these individuals is considered an advanced duty. This means that additional experience must be obtained in order to work in a field that we are already qualified to work in. So then I ask you, how do you gain that experience with these restrictions in place that do not exist in any other state? Additionally, as the regulations are currently written, PAs are required to be an agent of the physician and work under their delegated scope. This means that a PA can manage someone with a heart attack or a stroke. We can prescribe blood thinners. We can work in pain management and prescribe narcotic analgesics, even prescribe medications for cancer. Yet we cannot determine when a patient is a danger to themselves or to others, or offer treatment for psychiatric conditions, even when it is within our scope of practice and training to conduct this interview and evaluation. This discrepancy hamstrings an entire class of licensed and qualified healthcare practitioners, increases the cost and burden of healthcare system, and deters PAs from working in the mental health in the state, much to the detriment of Maryland residents and their families. It is my most sincere hope that you consider supporting the Modernization and Parity Acts as they are submitted, allowing PAs to work in mental health specifically, as well as better address the mental health needs of the patients in all care access points, eliminating unnecessary barriers. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you for your time. Next, please. I like the way you move that chair. So slick. Go ahead.
I tried to just hopscotch it, ma'am.
You try. Go ahead.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Vice Chair, distinguished members of the committee, and also thank you, Delegate Kerr, for your proposition or proposal of these bills. I want to speak in concert with my colleagues in support of both House Bill 722 and House Bill 727. I won't read them because everyone's heard them. I am a recently retired active duty physician assistant, United States Public Health Service, just shy of 27 years as a PA. My wife and family and I live in close by Edgewater, Maryland, and have done so for the last...
Give us your name.
Pardon? I'm sorry, Robert Swanson.
Okay.
Thank you, ma'am. And living locally, I'm seeking employment in Maryland as I recently retired December the 1st of 2022. The reason I'd like to practice locally is, one, I'm tired of driving everywhere and I'm tired of deploying everywhere. And my wife would like me to be home. So I think that that's reasonable. She's put up with a lot of things and supported me in my career. over the course of my career. I have spent my PA working career caring for medically underserved populations and working in the following settings. I've taken care of folks in prisons, rural primary care areas, urgent care, school-based health, and geriatrics, Native American reservations, primary and urgent emergent care in those facilities, the Department of Homeland Security, and military mental health inpatients. I fear that unless there are slight changes and modifications made, I wouldn't be able to utilize the full breadth and scope of my skills as I've acquired over that 27-year period. The areas that I worked in military mental health care and inpatient were traumatic brain injured patients, co-occurring mental health patients, addiction medicine, and I also benefited in the beginning of my career from National Health Service Corps scholarship and National Health Service loan repayment. And I'm not so sure that those are things that I or someone like me could do coming out of school right now. So that's an immediate concern as well. Maryland's current practice laws, as we've described earlier, are now unfortunately lagging behind Virginia, West Virginia, Delaware, and the District of Columbia, perhaps limiting PA's abilities to enhance patient access to care in their own neighborhoods and in their own backyards. Beneficial goals of legislation would be to allow these PAs who, like me, want to dedicatedly serve the citizens of Maryland, help their clients by practicing at the safest and highest levels of their education, training, and experience. Again, I sincerely appreciate your time and support of these important PA practice bills, which will greatly benefit the citizens of Maryland. I yield my time. Thank you.
Thank you. I think I'm going to open it out for questions for this panel. Are there any questions for this panel favorable on both 727 and 722? Delegate Hill.
That the current statute is outdated. I'm just not sure that the bill is written to do the things that you're trying to do. So the question
What is
I
the
have,
question?
the question I have is, when it comes to prescribing, currently a PA can prescribe those things that the physician or physician group they have a collaborative agreement with says that they can prescribe. What happens under this bill? Do they, actually a delegation agreement under this bill, can they prescribe across the whole range of medications or what?
So, yeah, that's a great question. It's not as though if I'm working in orthopedics, I'm suddenly going to prescribe chemotherapy agents. You know, it's still going to be what is I'm doing within my practice setting. But as of right now, there's no restriction as long as your initial delegation agreement says you're allowed to prescribe like the controlled substances, if that's a specific question, then you're allowed to prescribe those. That doesn't change based on what that collaborative agreement would be. You wouldn't necessarily start prescribing outside of the realm of ordinary. But we all know that medications are used off-label for a variety of conditions. That's still going to be done if it's evidence-based medicine. It's the standard of care for that patient. It's not going to be beholden to a specific class of medication based on your specialty. It's not going to be changed. It's going to continue to do the exact same thing that we are doing.
I'm sorry, Matt wasn't clear. Who? Is it the PA who makes the determination? Who makes the determination of whether they're going to use some, under a delegation agreement, they would have to talk to the physician and say, I want to use it this way? I'm hearing a no.
We don't
over there.
ask a specific question whenever we prescribe it, as it is now. I don't go to a physician and say, hey, I want to prescribe amoxicillin. It's just prescribed.
Delegate Hutchinson. All right. Any other questions? Thank you. Thank you for being with us today. And thank you for practicing in Maryland. We appreciate it. Next, we have Ms. Deborah Brocato. It's unfavorable on both bills 727 and 722.
Good afternoon again, Madam Chair and members of the committee. Thank you for having me here. I'm Deborah Brocato from Maryland Right to Life. And we appreciate the contributions that physician assistants make for quality health care delivery. That being said, we do strongly urge an amendment to exclude abortion purposes from this bill. Maryland Right to Life narrowly focuses on abortions, and we heard the mention of mental health, and Maryland mental health is definitely a reason used to cover abortion. So we would like that to be excluded from this bill. Delegate Rosenberg brought up about the explosion of the use of telehealth. With telehealth being used to prescribe the chemical abortion pills, women and girls of Maryland are denied the physical examination that would determine gestational age, but also would determine if there are any complications of pregnancy, like ectopic pregnancy or a molar pregnancy or some other gestational abnormality. So, and Delegate Jaliga mentioned supervision. With the increased use of the chemical abortion pills hand in hand with telehealth, supervision is lacking. The medical scarcity in abortion practice is a matter of medical ethics, not provider scarcity, as 9 out of 10 OBGYNs refuse to commit abortions because they recognize the scientific fact that a human fetus is a living being. The abortion industry's solution is twofold: authorizing lower-skilled workers and non-physicians to perform abortion, and authorize abortionists to remotely prescribe abortion pills across state lines. Physician assistants are a valuable part of our healthcare delivery, but please remove abortion from this bill. And I would like to point out in the National Institute of Health article that reports on deaths and severe adverse events, deaths included 9 for sepsis, 4 for drug toxicity overdose, 1 for a ruptured ectopic pregnancy, 1 for hemorrhage, possible homicides, 3, and 1 suicide. And the conclusion of the National Institute of Health was significant morbidity and mortality have occurred following the use of mifepristone as an abortifacient. A pre-abortion ultrasound should be required to rule out ectopic pregnancy and confirm gestational age. We do, with all this information, and I apologize for some of the typos. As I said, there's many legislation going through expanding scope of practice and prescription authority, but we do recommend an unfavorable report on this bill without an amendment excluding an abortion. Thank you so much.
Are there any questions? Seeing none, thank you for being with us today.
Thank you. Have a good day.
Thank you. You too. We have now a panel where they have different positions on both 722 and 727. I'm going to call the Maryland Board of Physicians. I'm going to also call Steve Weiss and Laura Lima from MECI. You can pull a chair. And will you please, let's start first with the Board of Physicians, who is favorable on 722 and favorable with amendment on 727. So let's say you're favorable on both. All right? Will you be so kind and get started with your testimony?
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Madam Vice Chair, and committee members. My name is Michael Tran with the Maryland Board of Physicians. I will be testifying on House Bill 722. The board would like to thank Delegate Kerr for introducing this legislation, and the board is favorable. HB 722 seeks to add physician assistants to an existing list of practitioners who are authorized to perform certain administrative acts, such as being designated as a primary care provider by an HMO, admitting pregnant inmates to infirmaries, and signing certificates of competency for guardian of a disabled person, as well as many other addressed in the bill. The board believes that prior exclusion of physician assistants in these articles of law was an overlook and now should be amended to include physician assistants. The proposed legislation does not alter current board practices or operations. Therefore, the board respectfully requests that the committee vote favorable on House Bill 722.
Thank you. House Bill 727, you're favorable with amendment?
Yes, good afternoon, Madam Chair, Madam Vice Chair, members of the committee. For the record, Matt Dudzik with the Maryland Board of Physicians. You have my written testimony where I outlined the board's concerns with House Bill 727, so in the interest of time, I'll direct you there. I do want to say that the board acknowledges that there are aspects of the current delegation agreement process for physician assistants that are outdated, and so I do think that there is some middle ground to be had here. In particular, when you're dealing with physician assistants working in hospital settings, facilities that perform their own credentialing, many aspects of the current approval process for delegation agreements are probably somewhat unnecessary. A hospital is generally not going to allow a physician assistant to perform spinal surgery because it's unlikely that that physician assistant would be credentialed to do so. So there's already a safeguard in place. However, when you move outside of these types of settings and into private practices, which are not regulated in Maryland, you suddenly remove that safety rail. Under HB 727, there would be nothing prohibiting a physician assistant from performing any medical act. While there is language that the acts they perform must be commensurate with their training, education, and experience, there's no verification process, there's no approval process. These decisions would happen entirely at the practice level with no documentation or credentialing required. Again, I do believe that there are areas where we can refine the current process and make things more reflective of modern standards. For example, once a physician assistant has been approved to perform an advanced duty, under current practice, they must then go through that same approval process again, all over again, if they enter into a new delegation agreement. We agree that that is probably unnecessary. We also agree that in hospital settings, the existing credentialing requirements make much of the advanced duty approval process duplicative. We would be open to working with the proponents to amend this and make a smoother process overall. But as written, HB 727 would represent a very significant departure from current standards and would remove some of the important safeguards to public protection in Maryland. Thank you, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you. Are there any questions for these two witnesses? Okay, thank you very much for being here, okay? Let's go next.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the committee. My name's Steve Wise. I'm here today on behalf of MedChi, the State Medical Society, and with me to my right is Dr. Laura Lee Ma, who is a past president of MedChi. I'm also here on behalf of the Maryland Academy of Family Physicians. As you may remember from very early in the proponent testimony, I want to point out there was and have been extensive discussions between those at this table and the proponents of the bill. Those are ongoing, and I can say, in my experience doing these types of bills have been very productive. There are areas we agree, and there are areas we disagree. Among the areas of agreement, allowing a team of physicians to enter into the agreement, which addresses some of the problem of when the primary physician leaves. We agree with that. Advanced duty simplification. We agree with that. We agree on parts of the prescribing and dispensing changes in the bill, but believe it needs to be tightened up a bit. We, in a major concession on behalf of MedChi, we agree to moving to collaboration rather than supervision, and that is not something that every state has done. A couple of our surrounding states, which were cited favorably by the proponents, still use supervision. It's all in how you define that term. Collaboration is not defined in this bill, but we want it defined. We think there still needs to be a collaborative agreement that has meaningful operating procedures in it. At the end of the day, when there's a bad outcome, and that's the only time anybody looks at the agreement, you have to be able to know who is responsible for what. We want to address liability concerns that we have between the physician and the physician assistant. And then, if I can, and I know I'll go over, Madam Chair, but since there's two bills, just very briefly, on the second bill, the parity bill, where we are signed up support with amendments, there are 16 different tasks that are outlined in that bill. We agree, I think, with 11 or 12 of them, allowing the physician assistant to be able to do those. But as has been alluded to, there are some mental health certifications in there, which for a couple of reasons, which if you want to ask me what those are, I'll certainly answer. For a couple of reasons, we don't agree those are appropriate. And with that, I'll turn it over to Dr. Ma.
Go ahead, Dr. Ma.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman and Vice Chair and members of the committee. My name is Laura Ma. I am the immediate past president of MedChi, and I'm a private practice radiologist in the suburbs of Baltimore and Howard County. I'm speaking in opposition to House Bill 727 as it's written currently.
Physician assistants are an integral part of our today's healthcare team. In a physician-led healthcare team, physician's assistants allow more patients to be seen, and with physician oversight, excellent care can be given. Physician training includes 4 years of undergraduate, 4 years of medical school, and then a residency in a specialty that lasts between 3 and 5 years with a fellowship of 1 to 2 years in a subspecialty area often taken. During that training, including residency, there's careful oversight, testing, education, and personal evaluation at all levels of that training. So in all, physicians have between 12 and 16,000 hours of training, not just on-the-job training, but vetted and supervised. And I know that because I have a son-in-law who's a third-year anesthesia resident, and my daughter is a first-year dermatology resident at Maryland. Physician's assistants also have 4 years of undergraduate training and a 2-year postgraduate program, which includes on-the-job training. Their postgraduate training does include testing and oversight. However, there is no residency program, and the specialty of the PA depends upon that of the overseeing physician or physician group practice. In this on-the-job training, PAs can learn assessment skills and procedural skills, as well as treatment options. But the in-depth training in the specialty is not at the level of the physician. In all, physicians have, PAs have about 2,000 hours of training. While the bill states that the goal is not independent practice, the wording as it is now in the bill, if you look at the bill, is still essentially independent practice. To practice to their own customary training and expertise without that being tied to the practice area of the overseeing physician or group is essentially independent practice. To be able to perform radiologic procedures and anesthesia procedures,
It's okay, go
a little
finish your
bit,
thought.
thanks, as stated in the bill, can have devastating consequences if not performed with the utmost care and oversight from a physician who practices in those specialties. In primary care settings, the knowledge of residency-trained physicians, including the long differential of illnesses given a set of signs and symptoms, the contraindications to certain treatments, and the alternatives to typical treatments is really of the utmost importance for the difficult patients, for all of the different things that make us all unique. In the behavioral health setting, the detailed knowledge of psychiatric medications, their side effects, the contraindications, and medication interactions can be the difference between a successful behavioral outcome and the unexpected consequences of therapies when detailed knowledge is not present. And I will have to say, I have one daughter who's a doctor, and I have another daughter who has severe mental illness. And she has been treated, unfortunately, she is on Medicaid, and she's treated by an NP with does psychiatry. And despite having been told that she had a seizure disorder as well, promising her, and she's 30 years old, so I'm not available to be there for every decision, that this medicine was fine. They gave it to her, and she had 2 grand mal seizures and ended up in the hospital again. And then what the nurse practitioner said to her, I'm dropping you. I can't take care of you. And then she didn't tell her where to find anybody. So now my daughter is on an anti-seizure medication, which now the neurologist said, oh, she shouldn't have been put on that. And she's looking for a psychiatrist, and it takes so long to get an appointment, even if I try, behind the scenes to find somebody for her. So I just, just in closing, I do support physician's assistants as an integral part of our healthcare system, but I'm asking you to give an unfavorable report to 727 as it's currently written. Thank you.
Are there any questions for these 2 witnesses? Delegate Lewis, can I ask you something? Can you keep because it's hard for me to see it, keep it straight. Yeah, and yeah, thank you. You're welcome. Yes, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you so much for being flexible.
Thank you to the panelists. So, Madam Chair, because there are basically 2 panels here, may I direct 2 questions to each?
Absolutely, go ahead.
Thank you. So, to the Board of Physicians, thanks for your testimony. I did hear you say that you were favorable with amendments. There's a willingness to work with the sponsor and the proponents to fine-tune the language in both of the bills, if I'm not mistaken. But I want to make sure that I heard from you, heard clearly what specific changes or amendments you'd like to see in the delegation bill. I guess that's the modernization bill.
Thank you for that question, Delegate. We did outline 3 proposals that we think could move move the current practice toward a more modern approach. The first would be to remove the advanced duty approval process for hospital settings and other settings that perform their own credentialing, so hospitals, ambulatory surgical centers, et cetera, simply because it is duplicative when they're going through this credentialing process in a hospital to then also have to demonstrate that to the board as well. The second would be to allow physician assistants to carry approved advanced duties when they take on a new delegation agreement. So in other words, if you are a physician assistant, you've been approved to perform removal of malignant lesions, let's say. You've already been approved for that advanced duty, and you accept a new employment, or your supervising physician changes, you start a new delegation agreement. Under current practice, you would have to go through that approval process all over again, which is, as you can imagine, is unnecessary if you're going into under another physician where it's within their scope of practice. So we believe that's another change that can make things a lot easier. And then also the board is also open to expanding the number of physician assistants that can be supervised at any given point in time. Currently, that limit is 4, and that's just to clarify, because this came up in prior panel, that's outside of hospital settings. That limit is actually already lifted in hospital settings. The board felt comfortable with raising that as high as 8, and that could perhaps more adequately reflect the team approach that we think the proponents are describing.
The MedChi. So I've had conversations, and I've actually read both bills, which are not short, to the sponsors, just so he knows. And I embrace the intent. I think it's really important. But I'm hearing a reluctance to support the bill in its current form from MedChi, and I just want to make sure that the source of the discomfort, is it in the idea that physician assistants are seeking independent practice authority, that they're seeking sort of an equivalence with physicians? Is that the heart of the concern?
That is a big driver, yes, but we would agree that they have taken steps in the bill. I mean, it says a PA may not practice independently, and we appreciate that they have left that in. There are many physicians who looked at this and said that is true, but it still is a big step in that direction, and that is concerning. What we're trying to, as this committee always instructs me and others, we're dealing with the bill in front of us, and the bill in front of us, we think, can be amended in a way that takes the step that they're interested in taking now, but with the appropriate guardrails that it's not taking the big step to independent practice.
For patient safety and effective service delivery.
And one of those, just to clarify, right now, a physician assistant is really governed by 3 things: their education, training, and experience, the delegation agreement, and doing things that are customary to the practice. The bill removes customary to the practice. In our discussions, we've talked about putting that back in, and that is a very important thing as far as we're concerned, for the reason you just mentioned, patient safety.
My pleasure. Thank you. Are there any other questions? Thank you so much for your patience as we navigate these 2 important bills. Thank you.
Thank you.
Also, I'd like to encourage you to please meet with the sponsor of the bill as soon as possible and try to figure out a solution, okay?
And Madam Chair, we've been doing that and we'll continue to do so.
Really appreciate you both. Thank you for your work and your patience. Next, we are going to go to Esther Cohen, Kelly Schutz, Robin Elliott. And it's basically, they have a position on one bill, not the other, so we'll see when they get up, which one they address. It's going okay so far, right? Yeah. Okay, trying to save us a little time, okay? Okay, great. So why don't we have two people that are on 727 favorable, which is Esther Cohen and Kelly Schutz. Why don't we start with you? Am I right that you're both favorable on 727?
Yes, ma'am.
Will you be so kind and get started?
Madam Chair and Madam Co-Chair and honorable members of the committee, my name is Esther Cohen. I'm a pioneer licensed physician assistant and president of the Maryland Association of Dermatology Physician Assistants. The association supports this legislation put forth by the Maryland Academy of Physician Assistants. We support House Bill 727 and are asking for your vote in favor. As you've already heard, 41 states and the District of Columbia allow PA scope of practice to be cited at the practice level with a collaborative agreement. The PA profession in Maryland is at a critical point to keep pace with the rest of the country and be in a position to recruit and retain PAs. PAs are leaving for other states where legislative laws are more conducive, where PAs can practice medicine and autonomy to the fullest ability of their experience, education, and training. PAs could be part of the solution to fulfill Maryland's healthcare workforce shortage by removing the legislative barriers in the current law. Maryland should join the national movement to implement an improved and statutory and regulatory environment by eliminating the delegation agreement, advanced duties, and supervision. It will not only bring Maryland up to par with its neighboring states, but also reduce the unnecessary burden on physicians and allow job stability for physician assistants. I urge you to move forward with registration and collaborative agreement as Maryland's next PA practice laws. This will allow all members of the medical team to offer continual access to care without interruption to the patient or healthcare system. For all these reasons, we urge you a favorable report on House Bill 727. Thank you very much for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you for being with us. Next.
Thank you, Madam Chair and delegates. My name is Kelly Schutz. I've been a Maryland physician assistant for 24 years, and I'm currently the director of advanced practice for 9 emergency departments in the region. And I'm intimately aware of the redundant nature and restrictive effects our current practice regulations have on Maryland PAs. Please additionally refer to my written testimony as well as the written testimony of my physician chairs, including our system executive physician for emergency medicine, who are all supportive of this bill. Our emergency medicine PAs and physicians alike practice under a collaboration agreement called a delineation of privilege. Delineating core versus advanced duties with the board is not in keeping with our trained skills or ever-evolving medical practice. We train with physicians and nurses for these skills, yet are the only profession required to file for these procedures redundantly with the board. My PAs in DC do not have to do this. Please end the concept of advanced duties to align with every other state in the country. Early in the pandemic, PAs were redeployed to other service lines, to telehealth and COVID call centers. The only reason we were able to make this happen is because of Maryland's state of emergency. This need for flexibility in our healthcare staff continues. Without delegation agreements, our PAs could not help give COVID vaccinations and were challenged to work in alternative care hospitals. We cannot volunteer in a summer camp or cover for a sick colleague at a different ER without these agreements. When a department chair leaves, the entire PA staff must file new delegation agreements despite no change in the PA's role or location. I personally have had 5 delegation agreements for the same exact facility. Basically, we have different care teams that we work with and physicians that provide the same quality care and skill, and we do that based on our personal training and scope. We do not need a state of emergency to practice collaboratively. Collaboration agreements will not change my scope or role, but will allow me to be utilized wherever my skills are needed to immediately help our patients and ease burdensome administrative hurdles. To reiterate, the outline for this law has a couple of things that maybe some people have brought up, but these collaborative relationships do depend on having a relationship with an individual physician, a group of physicians, or a healthcare facility or organization that employs, contracts with, or credentials physicians. So I urge you to please support this bill. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions for these 2 witnesses? And they were, again, favorable on 727. No position on 722. All right, thank you so much for your patience, okay? Next, Robin.
Good afternoon. Robin Elliott. I am here on this bill representing the licensed clinical professional counselors of Maryland.
Are you here on 722?
Yes.
Okay, I have unfavorable 722.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
I'm getting the bills a little confused,
It's
but
okay,
yes, I think it's correct.
I think I have it straight. Go ahead.
So I am here in opposition, but I wanted to first thank the PAs. We reached out to them last week, sat down and had a really rich conversation. It was the first time that the professional counselors and the PAs had talked, and I know that professional counselors learned a great deal about the PA's background. They still have some concerns about the behavioral health components of the bill. I think you heard that from prior panels. I have already reached out to the PAs behind us and offered to do some follow-up discussions. I will just mention it's only those provisions. I know there are other provisions of the law. I did not sign up for this, but just want to let you know you do have favorable with amendments from the Maryland Dental Action Coalition. Specifically, there's a piece in this bill that would allow dental hygienists to practice or co-locate still under the supervision of a dentist, but at a PA's office. So there are many, many good ideas in this bill. I think we just need to learn and talk a little bit more about the behavioral health pieces that do give the professional counselors some pause. Thank you.
Are there any questions? Seeing none, I would ask you, Robin, to please join the group, okay? And join the discussion.
Very happy to.
You're really good at it. Thank you. Well, thank you very much. We do have another panel, which is virtual, and this will be our last panel for 722 and 727. And let's call first Christy Fogel, because she's actually favorable on both 722 and 727. Can you allow them both, please? And to the extent possible, will you be so kind and include the chair of the subcommittee, which is Delegate Rosenberg, in these discussions, please, okay? Steve, I see that you're looking at me. Thank you. On both bills. Just a little patience, and we'll be right with you. We're almost done. You have been very patient. Okay. So Natalie, you're favorable with amendment, and you're here to testify only on 727. Am I correct?
Yes, that's correct.
All right. Will you get started, please?
Sure. Hi, everyone. My name is Natalie Orbach. I'm a PA here in the state of Maryland. I've been practicing as a PA since 1999 after I graduated from a Maryland school. I have never felt the need to leave Maryland for any restrictive reasons in my practice. The other thing, people have commented on PAs leaving the state to practice elsewhere. I myself have been practicing here since 1999 in a variety of different settings. But just a little bit of statistics. In 2020, we had 4,000 licensed PAs in the state of Maryland, and currently we have 4,600 licensed PAs. So that doesn't really look like anybody's leaving if we've gone, up 600. In my career, I've worked in a lot of different areas. I've worked in the hospital setting, doing both hospitalist work as well as pulmonary and critical care medicine. I've worked in nursing homes doing psychiatric work. I've worked in the emergency room. I've worked in detention centers. I've worked in the outpatient setting doing primary care with a private doctor, and also pulmonary medicine with a large group practice. I currently work full-time with a primary care doctor. In the very early years of my career, I had filed, when you file a delegation agreement, it could, for your core duties alone, it could take weeks, sometimes months. You had to wait for the committee to meet. It seemed to be, a very time-consuming process at that time. That's not currently the practice now. The delegation agreements are for core duties are immediately approved and you can start working. So there's really no delays in that process anymore at the board level. The advanced duties, yes, they're requested to the Physician Assistant Advisory Committee and the Board of Physicians. But once, the hospitals that practice in the PA get credentialed through the hospital, they already have to show PAs, residents, nurse practitioners, all have to show competence in the hospital. Sorry,
You
can I
can
keep
finish
going?
your thought. You can finish your thought.
No, I was just going to say that PAs and residents and nurse practitioners already have to show competence before they're granted privileges and even in the hospital. And the PA committee nor the board ever holds those up at the committee level. So we agree that, if they're approved in the hospital, we should go ahead and allow that. I've had the opportunity in my career to work with some excellent supervising doctors. I've learned a lot while working with them. It's allowed me to excel as a PA, and I've never felt that the relationship that PA and doctors, my relationship with the supervising doctors I've had is anything other than collaborative. I've been always felt to, be able to practice independently in making my own decisions, but also with that support from the supervising doctor. And collaboration is not a new concept in this relationship at all. It's, we've always, that's how we've always cared for patients, by collaborating. I always kind of say 2 brains are always better than 1. I believe maintaining the current practice with the agreements is important for the safety of our patients, our fellow PAs, as well as the doctors who have supported us with supervision all these years. And more importantly,
Can you wrap up your thought, please?
Sure.
Thank you.
Especially for our new PA graduates, because, in 2 years, as we all went through PA school, you never learn, you don't learn nor master the practice of medicine. Residents go through training and have supervising, their attending supervise them as well as their upper level residents. So, I think that we need to keep the safeguards in place to protect our patients as well as our colleagues.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Are there any questions for this witness? Seeing none, thank you for sharing your experience. It really matters. Thank you very much. I'm going to call Christy Fogel again. Is she on there? No? Okay. So this actually concludes the bill hearings on both House Bill 727, 722, and I urge all the parties on both bills to get together, okay, and work on the bills and the amendments. Thank you for your patience, and to the committee, as you trusted me to try to do something different to move us along. Delegate Kerr, thank you for being so kind to allow me to do that. We're going to go to the last bill of the day. That's House Bill 699. I want to take a minute to thank all of those of you that have been patiently waiting to give your testimony. As you see, we're here. I have to step out for a meeting with my, actually the Speaker of the House at 5 o'clock. However, my Vice Chair will be here and will continue to listen. As you see, the people are coming in and out. It doesn't mean that they don't care. They care very much. But they have bills in other committees, okay, and meetings, but we are here listening to you as well. So let's start with House Bill 699, Delegate Morgan, State and Local Government Proof of Vaccination for Employees and Applicants for Employment, Prohibition Vaccination by Choice. So you can get started, actually. And I want to encourage those of you, if you see that the testimony has been repeated, because we had a lot of witnesses, you could say me too also as well, okay? Thank you so much.
Well, and thank you, Madam Chair. Also, we have a couple people, I think, on the sponsor panel that
May I
are
call it?
virtually.
Let me, hold
Yeah.
on a minute. I have for you Pierre Corey.
He's
I
on the
have Aaron
virtual.
Siri,
Virtual,
Harpal Mangat,
here.
Denis Daly.
right here.
Those are the people I have.
Okay,
Am I
awesome.
missing someone?
No, that's it.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for your
Awesome.
patience, Delegate, as you waited.
Well, thank you, thank you. Being one of the most conservative legislators in the state of Maryland and probably one of the more liberal general assemblies in the state, the one thing I've always liked about this, being on the HGO committee, is that we respect each other and we value each other's opinions. And last week, that was really proof of that.
our last voting session. We voted out a bunch of bills. One of them was political. But the other 30, were bipartisan. We co-sponsored a lot of them. I just always really appreciated that about this committee. And, healthcare shouldn't be partisan. Whether you're a Republican or a Democrat, well, everybody gets sick. But on the topic of COVID, unfortunately for us, it happened during an election year. COVID quickly became one of the more political, I think the most political pandemic in our lifetime. Tons of misinformation was put out there. We were told 2 weeks to flatten the curve. That was wrong. We were told COVID originated from a wet market. That was a lie. And the Department of Energy just confirmed that last week. But one of the most hurtful statements, one of the worst narratives that came out of this, was that COVID was a pandemic of the unvaccinated. The media, political pundits, prominent scientists all perpetuated this wrong information. And at the heart of the vaccine mandate, there was this theory that the vaccine could stop transmission of COVID. Let me read you a couple quotes. CDC Chief Rochelle Walensky said, "The vaccinated people do not carry the virus and don't get sick." Dr. Anthony Fauci said, "Fully vaccinated people can feel safe that they will not get infected and will not transmit the virus to others." Bill Gates, "Everyone that takes the vaccine is not only protecting themselves, but others by not transmitting the virus." MSNBC host Rachel Maddow, "Our data from the CDC suggests that vaccinated people do not carry the virus. They do not get sick. The virus stops with every vaccinated person." The problem with that narrative is it was wrong. That's a false narrative that resulted in a mandate for the COVID vaccine policy, a mandate to get vaccinated, to go to work, to go to school, to play a sport. A policy that led to a lot of people being vaccinated that had really no need to be vaccinated, just to be vaccinated to function in society. Well, I'm happy to say that after 2 years, and we've had some good data, and we've had some institution and people flip. They're taking the politics out of it, making good data-driven decisions. Let me read you some additional quotes. On the quote about the vaccines, "They do not prevent you from potentially carrying the virus, transmitting, or affecting others," said a Moderna chief medical officer. "What the COVID vaccines can't do anymore is prevent transmission," said Dr. Rochelle Walensky, CDC director. "The level of virus in the nasal passage of a vaccinated person is the same level as an unvaccinated person." Dr. Anthony Fauci. I could give you hundreds of examples of scientists, policymakers reversing course and changing their opinion on the mandate of the vaccine and how it stops transmission. But here's the problem. Some institutions are still behaving politically. Some institutions still think it's March of 2020. Institutions like colleges, the health field, the Maryland judiciary cannot bring themselves to admit that they were wrong. This is to force students to choose between their education and taking a vaccine that negatively can impact them, forcing them to choose between their jobs and supporting their family and loved ones, and potentially harming them and themselves with no benefit to society. Some people are experiencing serious side effects from this vaccine. Myocarditis is on the rise. Problems have been reported concerning miscarriages. Now, I believe we've been misled on this virus from start to finish. This bill aims to correct some of those recent wrongs. This bill ends the discrimination of the unvaccinated and aims to return us to normal by outlawing this COVID vaccine mandate for all state and local governments, including the political subdivisions of the state, meaning the colleges. This bill would treat COVID just like the measles, chickenpox, and other vaccines where we accept natural immunity because we are following the science. I do have the amendment for this bill, Madam Chair. The amendment draws in students that attend our universities in the bill to offer them the same protections. On our sponsor panel, you'll find 2 doctors, an attorney, a mother of a COVID victim. The written testimony covers people who's been injured by the vaccine, people who've lost their jobs, students that have quit school. No matter what your opinion of COVID currently is, I would encourage you to ask the professionals, the people testifying, some hard questions. They want to get their stories out. They want to get the healthcare policy right, and we want to get the healthcare policy right in a bipartisan manner, what our committee is known for. So thank you all.
Thank you, Delegate, for your testimony and your hard work. You have a lot of people here supporting you, so may we get started?
Yeah, sure, go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you for the honor. My name is Dr. Mangat, and by training, I'm an internal medicine and ophthalmologist. And I want to tell you my personal story and my family. At 61 years of age, I was the youngest member of my family to have a stroke after the COVID vaccine. My own daughter, she's a surgical resident up in New York. She got uveitis after...
May I ask you for your name again? I'm sorry.
Harpal, H-A-R-P-A-L,
wonderful.
Mangat.
And thank you for being with us.
Thank
Go
you.
ahead.
My own daughter, who's a surgical resident up in New York City, she got uveitis. Of course, being a father, I was there and we're getting her treated immediately the moment she got it. I have another patient who's a clinician at Hopkins. She also got endocarditis, and she was in the hospital very quickly. I mean, I'm talking about privilege. We are privileged in being medically trained, and we're not from Western Maryland, and we had the backup so we could be treated immediately. And that's why I can sit here and talk about it.
Let me interrupt you. Just from my former career as a network engineer, you better hit the snooze button, else all those things are going to stop on there. They're pushing updates from iOS. Oh, really? Yeah, it's probably going to reboot then. I'm sorry for interrupting. Go ahead.
But thank you for helping. She's trying, but it won't do it.
So when you push out Microsoft updates, they just go. The iOS can't control them. It's just bad time.
See, I love our committee. We're flexible. We're helpful.
We're well-rounded, experienced.
We're very helpful. I love it.
Yeah.
Go ahead, sir.
Sorry.
So, no problem. So the question really is, does this jab offer a vaccine, or is it just a jab? And the latest data, I mean, clearly, if you look at doctors, they'll tell you people are not coming for vaccination. It does not work. I mean, I treat as many people who've been vaccinated as who are unvaccinated. And I'm going to ask Pierre to talk about the group in Denver. There's a group called iCloud who've actually been reviewing the data which has been forced under the Freedom Act to look into what is disclosed to the FDA and what they knew. It's 50,000 pages at a time, but there's increasing evidence that there may have been some inappropriate actions by both Pfizer and, things that the FDA should have done right. So I'm going to leave it at that.
Thank you, and thank you for sharing your experience.
Sure.
Next, please.
Okay, hi. Thank you, Madam Chair, Madam Vice Chair, and the rest of the committee members, and for Delegate Morgan as well. I appreciate the opportunity to talk to you today. My name is Danae Daly, and I'm here to speak for favorable with the amendment to include students in this bill, HB 699. I am the mom of a student in the University System of Maryland, and I'm here to talk about something a little different that doesn't normally get talked about when we talk about vaccine mandates, and that's the harms that the vaccine mandates themselves can present. I know you'll hear a lot of the scientific data and the medical data, but I wanted to present to you a little bit of a different perspective, because there are still schools in Maryland, are publicly funded higher education institutions that still have mandates. And I wanted to point out to you that these mandates that are still remaining are for students only. And what we're talking about here is when we talk about mandates and potentially exempted students can still be allowed to go to the schools that have the mandates. But as you're listening to the testimony today, I encourage you to think about exempted students when you hear that these are students that we're talking about that have specific medical conditions and specific religious beliefs. And these policies they've been subjected to over the past 2 years are actually pretty concerning. And some of these penalties they have for noncompliance is student conduct charges, automatically being on probation, suspension, and unenrollment. So under these mandates, unvaccinated students, the exempted students, are treated and have been treated for the past 2 years as if they are inherently ill and a danger to others. Meanwhile, fully vaccinated students that we know can still transmit the virus are able to pursue their education and have all options available to them uninhibited. So I submitted to you all, there was a survey that was conducted about a year ago about the harms of the mandates themselves, their physical, their psychological, financial, and also academic. And I would encourage you all to please read there's hundreds and hundreds of respondents in there, added their own comments about how they were harmed by the vaccine themselves, what they were subjected to once their professors found out that they were unvaccinated. These students experienced depression, anxiety, stress, isolation, and so while those results are not necessarily generalizable, it does point to the need from the university system to take a look at the collateral impacts. And to date, and that's why we're here, to date, there's been no response from the university system. The mandates remain. They've indicated that they will not take action to rescind them. And so that's why we're here to ask for your support to take the state action.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And I allow some extra time because you have been so patient in waiting and because of what I am about to do. We need 5 minutes for OIS to straighten out what's happening with our system. The people that are waiting, if you get disconnected, come back on, but for now, just stay there, stay put. We are gonna get to the hearing, we're here, so just give us a minute, okay? You could stretch for a second, right? Stretch your arms, your legs. But we're gonna start right away, so just stay put.
Yeah, so it was funny, my chief of staff, my aide, texted me earlier, right before we went on.
Talk about the week, it's important.
Oh,
Yeah.
Mike's still on, right? Oh, is that Mike? Yeah, that's fine. Text me right before we went on that iOS was doing some upgrades.
And if I may, for my subcommittee chairs, I believe I have, I'm missing maybe 2. After the hearings, I need to have a meeting with you, okay? Subcommittee chairs, after the meeting, if you could meet me after the bill hearings. Hopefully I'll be back. Meet me in my office.
I've never seen this happen, but I don't think it's a big deal. They're just gonna have to install the updates and reboot the system, unfortunately.
I think you've done a great thing. I hope the other guys can testify too, and especially the town behind it seems like it's right. It's terrible.
I knew that was gonna happen. I'm so happy for you.
You think this was going to happen? They might be able to schedule it for the evenings, but this is a late session day, right? You guys are usually here late.
These mics we are still being recorded.
So are those Republicans outside, Democrats outside? How's it work?
No,
Okay, thank you for your patience. While we, remember at the beginning of, when I read that we may have some technical difficulty, well, this was it. So let's hope, and I am so grateful for your patience, very much so. So you can go ahead. I know that you had to finish your thoughts before we adjourn. So I'm gonna open it up for, actually, I'm gonna wait because I have a couple more witnesses, 2 more, if I may, and they're virtual. So, sir, thank you for being so patient. Will you be so kind and get started? Dr. Corey? Dr. Corey, if you can unmute yourself?
I'm sorry, but I'm still having there's constant talking in my ears right now.
Oh,
It's
okay.
aloof from the last thing you said.
Because we could hear you. I just said if you could get started with your testimony.
Okay, I can try. Hopefully I won't hear an echo.
Okay.
Yes.
Do you have YouTube on? Can you turn off your YouTube, and then you won't hear that? If you have the hearing on as you were waiting online, if you could shut that off, that would be great.
Okay, I'm trying. Can you hear me
Okay.
now?
Oh, we could hear you clearly.
Okay. So, just briefly, I'm a deeply studied expert on numerous aspects of COVID. I do not.
You still have it on because I can hear it. If you could turn off your YouTube channel on your computer.
I can't see it.
It's all right. Take your time. No need to. Don't worry about it. If you could, well, I'll go to the attorney Siri. No, I can't hear it. How about you? Are you okay?
I'm okay.
All right, let's try it. It's okay. Let's try it. Go ahead.
Okay, so briefly, I'm a deeply studied expert on numerous aspects of COVID. The only reason why we are having the need for such a hearing in a bill is, in my opinion, the widespread systematic suppression of adverse data showing that these vaccines are neither safe nor effective. As of now, if the data were correctly disseminated appropriately and efficiently, everyone in this room would know that the CDC, as well as the FDA's chair of the Vaccine Advisory Board, state that they do not prevent transmission. That would be the only sole rationale for a mandate. They would have to prevent transmission. Further, the data now shows that these vaccines within weeks to months lead to negative efficacy, meaning patients who are vaccinated are more likely to get COVID. Further, the narrative that hospitalizations and deaths are prevented by the vaccines has now been absolutely destroyed by the current data, especially for young people, which the CDC also admits. Further, any mandate which ignores natural immunity, which I will say is every mandate that I've heard of, ignoring natural immunity, departing from centuries of knowledge of the transmission of infectious disease, and in particular, the data around COVID, is absolutely absurd. There's absolutely no rationale for this. Now let's talk about the toxicity, which is the most suppressed data. Theirs started to blow up with historically unprecedented numbers of reports and deaths from the rollout of the vaccine. Currently, we have a number of countries which have stopped using them in anyone under 18 and some under 30 and even under 50. Right now, the CDC's VSafe data shows that 33% of people who receive the vaccine have reported a significant adverse event, with 7.7% of the 7.7% needing urgent care or hospitalization. In my entire career, I have never administered any treatment or therapy which led to even a 1% chance that my patient would then need urgent care or hospitalization. It's absolutely absurd. We are destroying our young people, and that can be seen in truly alarming data from the life insurance industry. We have life insurance executives reporting a historically unprecedented rise in the deaths of working age Americans who are all subjected to mandates. These are killing Americans.
As we figure things out, we really appreciate it. If you could just hold on a minute while I take the testimony of Attorney Siri, and then we'll ask you both questions, okay, everyone? Good afternoon, sir. How are you?
Good afternoon.
Thank you for being patient. You can get started.
Great. My name is Aaron Siri. I'm an attorney. I work at a firm with over 40 professionals, and we have a focus on vaccine injury policy and exemptions, almost 30 professionals that work in that area. I attended Berkeley Law School, and the ethos of civil rights born from that institution is reflected in this bill. This bill doesn't prevent anybody from getting a vaccine. Everybody in Maryland can still get a COVID vaccine, even if this bill passes. The state is still free to promote the vaccine vigorously, encourage it, to put out any literature, marketing or otherwise, to get everybody to believe this vaccine is wonderful, safe and effective and should receive it. But what this bill does do is it assures that everybody has the basic civil right to say no to a medical procedure that they don't want. A medical procedure that, as you've heard testimony, as the CDC has confirmed, doesn't prevent transmission. Hence, while all mandates are illiberal, a mandate that requires a product that doesn't prevent transmission is particularly perniciously illiberal, because it's effectively saying, even though this product is just good for your benefit, you're going to require it to get it in order to work for the state or attend a public school. And as Dr. Corey pointed out, there's a recent study out of the Cleveland Clinic that makes very clear, the more dosage you get, the more likely you are actually to be infected. That was 50,000 people in that study. I'll end by saying that our firm handles, as I noted at the beginning, vaccine injury cases, and we have seen many significant and serious vaccine injuries from this COVID-19 vaccine, but yet you cannot sue the manufacturer. And hence, if the state does intend to continue to permit mandating this vaccine in order to go to its public universities or to work for the state, at the least what the state should do is pass a law on so that if somebody is injured when they get this shot, they can sue the state and get compensation. After all, if the state claims it's as safe as it is, should have no problem passing that law. Thank you.
We are now going to open it up for questions. First, we have Delegate Hutchinson.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
My
I
pleasure.
think this question is for Dr. Corey. Dr. Corey, since the vaccines have come out, there's been people who are saying that the vaccine at least keeps you from getting as sick as people once were before the vaccines were out, and you don't see as many deaths as we saw when COVID came out. Any truth to that, or does it prevent or help the severity of the illness?
No, based on a totality of the evidence and data sources that I've reviewed, there's no basis for that statement. That has been a narrative, and I will tell you it's a unique narrative that's occurred mostly in the United States. If you look at data from countries and health agencies that have been much more transparent than our own, you could see from as long as over a year ago that there was a greatly increased proportion of patients in hospitals and dying who've been vaccinated. The excess mortality amongst the vaccinated, when you can get that data, and by the way, there's been a concerted effort to try to not make publicly available vaccination status linked with mortality data, but it is available, and it does show that the unvaccinated are dying at higher rates. I will say that the state of science now is really in trouble. There has been consistent censoring of peer-reviewed published data that show these kind of data that I'm presenting. And in such a state, that further, any paper that I show that says one thing, it seems that the other side can come up with some analysis that reaches some other conclusion. So a lot of it is, especially when you're dealing with the scientifically published data, it becomes there's always doubt that you can inject. However, what you can argue is things like life insurance data, which is outside of science, that's actuarial data, that's literally measuring the rates of death in populations for which we have historic data of stability. In 2021, after the vaccine rollout, there was an unprecedented rise in claims amongst working age young people. That's 18 to 64. That shows up in CDC mortality data. If you look at the end of quarter one of 2021, you see this sudden, large, inexorable rise in deaths of young people in our society. There has been no national conversation as to what possibly could be the cause of that. But you see that in other countries as well. I mean, a life insurance executive as long as maybe 9 months ago came out in public and announced that they saw a rise of 38% in life insurance claims in those young people. He compared that to historically, even a year-to-year 10% rise in mortality of young people would represent a 1 in 200-year event. 38% outside of wartime is literally not been recorded. So we're seeing overwhelming data. This is not a gray area. This is not maybe. There's immense amount of data now showing that there's excess mortality. And if you want me to even go deeper, in that life insurance actuarial analysis, if you look at all of the people who are young that died since the vaccine rollout, one group in particular died far more frequently than anyone else. And those are policyholders of group life insurance policies. Now, who holds group life insurance policies? It's typically Fortune 500 companies, which members of the holders of those policies have traditionally been the healthiest members of our society. They die at a third of the rate of the rest of society. Suddenly, in 2021, the healthiest sector of our society started dying at unprecedented rates. What happened in the workplace of Fortune 500 companies in 2021 that could possibly explain such a massive rise in death, as reported by the life insurance industry?
My pleasure. Any other questions? Delegate Chisholm.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
You're welcome.
My question is for Mr. Corey as well. Mr. Corey, you went through a couple statistics, and I tried to read through your testimony as quickly as I possibly could. And I know you said that 7.7% of those receiving an mRNA had to seek urgent care, and then you gave another statistic of 35% of adverse reactions. And I believe myocarditis, which we all know now because of the scene that we all saw unfold on NFL. But can you give me an idea of some of the other emergency situations that occurred with this 7.7% or even the 35%, if I'm correct on what figure you gave?
Certainly. I'm glad you asked that question because I'm going to point again to the censorship and suppression of discussion of these data. It seems like the wider population made it permissible to discuss myocarditis as if it's the only adverse event. First of all, myocarditis does not occur within seconds to minutes of the shot. Second of all, I have a private practice which I opened a year ago, which is dedicated to the study and treatment of those with vaccine injuries as well as long COVID. The burden of symptoms and diversity of symptoms, and when I take histories, that when they recount to me what happened the day of their vaccination, they go to the hospital for any number of reasons, and I can just list them for you. So first off, are sudden excruciating headaches, dizziness, where they feel like they're going to pass out. So it's almost like an immediate sort of allergic reaction. That I have heard of significant arrhythmias. Some patients felt like they couldn't stand. They lost feeling in an extremity, or they were overwhelmed with what I call neuropathic symptoms, burning, pins and needles, tingling. And so the day of, I'm just speaking the day of from histories. Over the next days to weeks, which is the majority of when the chronic symptoms of vaccine injury occur, you find that suddenly they develop a condition called POTS, which is called postural orthostatic tachycardia syndrome, where now the small nerves which control things like heart rate and blood pressure are dysfunctional. So their blood pressures drop when they stand and they feel like they're going to faint. Their heart rates are out of control. They walk across the room to the bathroom and they find that their heart rate is 130 and 140. And the other the most tragic of all of what I'm describing is I would say the majority of my practice enjoyed near perfect or even robust health before these vaccines. Many of them are in their 30s, 40s, and 50s, fully functioning in all domains of health, which is financial, social, occupational, physical, sexual, intellectual. And now they're decimated. So many of them, if they're not formally enjoying disability benefits, they are clearly presenting as disabled. And the neurologic symptoms predominate, tinnitus, which is ringing in the ears, severe headaches, inability to concentrate, lots of cognitive issues that they've never had before, highly intelligent, highly functional people who now can't focus. They can't even read 2 pages and remember what it says, or even comprehend anything that's remotely beyond a simple reasoning capability. And so, you know, the symptoms that they suddenly suffer are severe, and they are diverse, and they cross numerous organ systems. So it's not just about myocarditis, for sure.
Delegate Johnson, followed by Delegate Riley.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
My
And
pleasure.
my question is for Ms. Daly, and forgive me if I missed it, but you talked about the colleges that have the mandate for students. Are they also mandating staff and professors to get the vaccines?
For that question. Initially, the mandates were for everybody. The mandates that remain are for students only.
My pleasure. Delegate Riley, followed by Delegate Shalega.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, this
My
was
pleasure.
for also Ms. Daly. Hi, welcome. I believe you're our constituent from Hartford County.
Correct.
Welcome to Annapolis today.
Thank you.
So I was looking through your testimony, and I saw that, yeah, it was for students and staff. And you said basically that they were focusing, in your letter, it says that they continue to focus to keep their students and their staff from reducing the transmission of the COVID-19 virus. Well, we found out, I believe, the Delegate Morgan mentioned that probably within the first 2 weeks that the shot was not good for stopping the transition from one person to another. But again, they continued, to do that, and many others did as well. So now that it's proven, so they're kind of still sticking with these guidelines, okay? And I also see, so not only are they required to take the original shot, COVID shot, but they're also have to be compliant with receiving the booster vaccines as well?
Correct. Correct. And it depends on the campus. Under these mandates, each campus was able to create their own policies. And if you look through actually what the requirements are, the wording is very different. Which is very interesting. And to more specifically answer your question, initially, the reasoning for the mandate was to prevent transmission. Around the time of the booster mandate that came out last year, it was to help protect the communities, the surrounding communities, which is kind of an unfair burden to put on students, especially since we know they're higher risk. If you look at the communications now that are coming both from the regents, from the chancellor, and also from the specific campuses that still have mandates, they're more talking about the health and safety of the campus community, which really is a concern because, as we know, especially for college-age students, these vaccines are very risk adverse. Meanwhile, the virus itself, they're not really in danger of severe outcomes. Yeah, thank you.
Delegate Shalega.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank
My
you all for
pleasure.
being here. And Dr. Corey, your 85-page report was interesting, and not all of it was over my head, but it was still quite fascinating. But my question is for Danae Daly. So Delegate Lauren Arakan, myself, Delegate Morgan have written numerous letters to the Chancellor at the University System of Maryland about this very issue, and so we received a letter or an announcement back in January, Delegate Morgan and I, that they had rescinded this mandate at, I guess, just College Park. So do you think college students are different at College Park than they are at where your son goes?
You know, thank you for that. That's been a very interesting perspective. If you ask the Chancellor and in communications that he's written, and I have to thank you too for the letters that you guys have written, because parents, students, even faculty and employees have really tried to raise concerns, both with the leadership at the individual campuses, but also with the Chancellor and with the regents. And it's largely just been deference to external advisory boards or to the CDC, and the specific concerns that we're raising about the harms from the mandates and from the vaccines themselves are largely unanswered. And so to answer your question, though, Right, between the campuses, like the system itself, the university system itself has rolled back their mandate. They're allowing each campus to continue with what they feel is best for their campus. So right now, from the campuses that I've looked at, all of the campuses have rolled back their mandates, except for 4. And right, that's a really good question. Why is Bowie and Coppin and University of Maryland, Baltimore, and even UMBC still has their mandate, although they do offer a waiver option. Why is it so different there on their campuses that students have to still be mandated for this, but not the other campuses like College Park, which is in a very population-dense area, and the campus itself is very populous as well.
All the same age, very, right. Well, thank you for that. We'll follow up with the University System of Maryland and, really press them harder to remove that vaccine mandate.
That would be very important because even as recently as December, I know there were several still concerned parents and employees that wrote letters to the system to say, look, we still have mandates, and we know the vaccines are causing harm. We're blocking equal access to education in Maryland's publicly funded colleges. Please take an action to rescind this. And the response from the chancellor was, you know what, each campus is able to do what they want. So really that's why we're here, is because it's become very clear that they're not willing to take an action right now. So we really need you guys to please consider this carefully. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other questions? Seeing none. Delegate, I have one question. Did you see the fiscal note? It says the Department of Legislative Services on page 2 advises that federal funding to state and local health facilities is potentially a risk to the extent that the bill results in non-compliance with federal vaccination requirements for Medicare and Medicaid certified providers. Does federal fund revenues and expenditure for the Maryland Department of Health and local health department potentially decrease as early as fiscal 2024?
To be accurate at all, I think that it is basically a worry-wart scare tactic. Bills like this have been passed in numerous states, and if the federal government hasn't gone after Governor DeSantis in Florida, believe me, they're not coming after Maryland.
Okay, thank you. I just thought, we always ask, right?
Yep.
I thought I would ask.
I saw it too.
Thank you. I don't
Thank
see,
you.
and I thank you for addressing it. And I want to thank the panel, your panel, for being so patient, okay? Which is why I allow the extra questions
We
and
appreciate
time,
it, Madam
because you
Chair.
were so patient, okay? And you're the last one, so we want to really make sure that you had your time. I don't see any other questions, but I do want to thank you for coming.
Thank you.
I'm going to call my pleasure.
Thank you,
And
Madam
thank you
Chair.
for being with us, Dr. Corey and Attorney Siri. I hope you have a wonderful, blessed day. We're going to now proceed to call the rest of the witnesses. And I would like to call a panel at a time. If I may have Ayo Kimati, and I apologize ahead of time if I don't pronounce your name. It's someone with the Brothers of the DMB.
He couldn't come, unfortunately. He's very sorry he couldn't come.
Okay.
He thanked to all the sponsors.
Thank you. So I'm going to call Andre Cherry, Allison Krug, Christian Cherry, Emily Tarcell, and John Kelly. Again, John Kelly, Emily, Christian, Allison, Andre. If you could pull up a chair. And I just want you to know that it is 4:59. I have a meeting. Absolutely. Will you be so kind? Thank you, Delegate. That's very kind. I have a meeting at 5 now, but my vice chair is going to take over until I get back. And thank you for being so flexible. Delegate Riley, thank you so much. That was very kind. May we get started? Anyone can get started and just give us your name as you speak, and the timer will be there.
Good evening, Madam Chair, Madam Vice Chair, and committee members. Thank you for this opportunity for me to speak. My name is Andre Cherry. As a concerned citizen, I support the Vaccination by Choice Act, House Bill 0699, with the amendment. I'm unable to finish my college education because I'm vaccine injured. My suffering began after my second dose of Moderna's COVID vaccine on June 23, 2021. 2 hours afterward, and for the 614 days since, I've been experiencing violent and debilitating movement issues, including, but not limited to, tremors, dystonia, bulismus, flaccid paralysis, and many more symptoms. These symptoms often put myself and my family in danger. Because of this, my life as a young adult has come to a screeching halt. I cannot rely on my body to perform basic tasks, much less pursue education or employment. And I'm not alone in my suffering. I have come into contact over these past 2 years with a vast global network of people who endured terrible health conditions post-injection. Many have died, while others have chosen to end their lives to escape their profound suffering. Though I did not take the shots to comply with any mandate, my experience as one of many of the vaccine injured by these mRNA products speaks to the dangers these mandates pose to American citizens. This gene-altering serum is not just ineffective against the spread of COVID, it is also unsafe. To wield the power of the state to, force Americans to risk their health, perhaps even their lives, for the possibility of obtaining higher education or employment is to harm them. Last year, New York Supreme Court recognized this in Garvey versus New York and decided, quote, being vaccinated does not prevent an individual from contracting or transmitting COVID-19. The vaccination mandate for city employees was not just about safety and health, it was about compliance. It is time for the city of New York to do what is right and just, end quote. Now it is time for the state of Maryland to do the same by favoring this bill as amended to protect the health, freedom, and safety of the citizens under your purview. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Allison Krug, please.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Madam Vice Chair, delegates, Delegate Morgan. Thank you all so much for your time. I'm an epidemiologist, I'm a mother, and I do thank you for your patience listening to all of us today, and thank you, Andre. I am a mother of 2 young men, close to Andre's age. I'm here as an independent epidemiologist. I'm actually a Virginia resident, but I was on my way home from a hockey tournament. So I wanted to come here and testify in support of this bill because it is so important that we begin the process of intentional vaccine choices and not reflexive policies that are driven by fear. As an epidemiologist and a person who has studied the immune system and immunology for many years, we're in a very different place than we were. I do understand the initial early days of fear. We're no longer in that place. We are currently in a place where we can trust the resiliency of the immune system, and particularly for these young people, we're in a place where we absolutely cannot be causing them more harm than good by mandating vaccines for them. I've submitted written testimony to you. You can look at it in detail. But we are also in a place today where we understand that the immunity acquired through prior infection offers 90% protection against severe illness and hospitalization. I know we would all care about that as parents sending our children away to university. Prior infection, which 96% of your citizens in Maryland have, provides that protection, 90% against hospitalization. The bivalent booster, CDC's own data from February 24th, 51% at best over 2 months, waning to 31%. So we're in a very different place now, and I encourage you to look upon this bill with favor. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Christian Sherry?
Oh. You're fine.
Just move, there you go. Thank you.
Thank you. You need help? Thank you. So that makes almost 2 falls today. Thank you, Madam Chair, and all esteemed delegates for the opportunity. I stand in favor for the bill HB 0699 and the amendment. My name is Christian Cherry. I'm 21 years old, and 2 years ago, come this June, my brother was injured by his second COVID-19 vaccination. We both received the same brand of injection, Moderna. We took it at the same location, on the same day, mere minutes apart. Yet, after this, only I can be sure that my body will respond in accord to my volition. I can open my eyes, walk, shake hands under my own freedom, without fear that my legs will give out from under me, that my eyes will shut for hours after a smile, or that the force of an earnest hug, a slap on the back, could send me into minutes or hours of dangerous, ballistic, and at times uncomfortable contortions, spasms, and periods of severely impaired ability. Starting 2 hours after his injection, this became his reality. Now, instead of being free to pursue his dreams and finish his degree unfettered, he must navigate the world in a bureaucratic medical system, disabled and gaslit, with his story being labeled, quote, disinformation. Now I, instead of being free to pursue my dreams and future as a young man, must navigate my new life as his primary caretaker. This is not the story of well-vetted science against an irrational minority. It is rather one of an experimental emergency use authorization injection product whose long-term effects are not understood, potentially being mandated without informed consent, with there being no real infrastructure ready, willing, or able to deal with or seek justice for injured parties and their families. Such a demand would unjustly require prospective students to gamble their lifelong health, the future of themselves and their families, without any liability falling upon the government, universities, or pharma companies. It's unconscionable. We must protect the right of individual citizens to take personal accountability for their own health, rather than encouraging ineffective and abusive overreach. This body must pass the Vaccine by Choice Act as amended to ensure that this is the case. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cherry. Emily Tarsell.
Thank you. Good afternoon. I'm Emily Tarsell, a licensed therapist, founding president of a nonprofit health advocacy group, Health Choice Maryland. And on behalf of our members and concerned citizens, we strongly support HB 699 with amendments. None of the COVID-19 vaccines have been fully tested for safety and efficacy. Vaccine development is typically a long process, taking many years. The COVID-19 vaccines were fast-track approved, and past experience with fast-track approved vaccines has resulted in irreversible, unintended, serious adverse consequences. For details about unanticipated adverse outcomes from other rush-to-market vaccines, like the swine flu vaccine, H1N1 vaccine, and previous vaccine testing for SARS and MERS, I refer you to our lengthy open letter posted on our website. These experiences and current data about blood clotting and myocarditis and COVID-19 countered Chancellor Perman's statement that the vaccine risk is very low. COVID vaccines have not been tested for impact on fertility, on carcinogenicity, disease enhancement, or interaction with medications or other vaccines given concurrently. The truth is, it's too soon to know what the serious long-term effects will be, and it is for that reason that by law, products that are emergency use approved can only be offered or administered on a voluntary basis with the right to decline vaccination without recourse. So proof of COVID vaccines should never have been required. Please vote favorably for HB 699 with amendments. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Tarsell. John Kelly.
Thank you. I'm a Maryland resident. The dictum that where there is a risk, there must be choice is often repeated, but it needs to be so until it is realized and put into practice, as House Bill 699 as amendment does, the Vaccination by Choice Act. State and local government entities that require COVID vaccination are in effect requiring employees and students to consent to known and unknown risks associated with the COVID-19 vaccines. There's ample evidence that the risks are great and the harms are many. But numbers alone and the quantifying the injuries and the deaths do not convey the human suffering, which we've heard by a couple other members of the panel. I think it's necessary, I urge the committee members to take time to reflect on stories like the ones we just heard, but even worse. Maddie DeGarry, a 12-year-old participant in the Pfizer trial, was paralyzed less than 24 hours after her second shot. She is now on her way to being a quadriplegic. In the trial, Pfizer reported her injury as abdominal pain. More recently, the death of Sean Hartman. He was a healthy athlete, teenage boy. He had an intense reaction to his first and only dose of the Pfizer vaccine. Shortly after that, which his father characterizes has caused his death. More bluntly, the father asserts, Pfizer killed my son. State and local governments that require COVID-19 vaccinations demonstrate a willful ignorance of the evidence of the serious risks and the harms and a shameless disregard for such risks. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I want to thank you all again for your patience and for your stories today, especially you, Mr. Cherry. I have a question from Delegate Morgan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Dr. Crook.
Not doctor.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Master's degree.
Okay. We bumped up into each other out in the hallway. You were talking about the reverse hockey stick of effect of the virus, and as there was very little negative side effects when the virus first came out because we're predominantly giving that to older people. But as we gave it to younger people, you're talking about the reversion of that. Could you elaborate on that for
If I could
everybody on the
very
committee?
briefly, I mentioned that I am a hockey mom, so I see a lot of hockey sticks in my mind when I'm thinking about metaphors to explain things. I do apologize, but this one is apt. So you think of a hockey stick and the stick way up high, that's the risk that we see for disease for people associated with age, right? You've heard from the CDC 800 times the risk of hospitalization for older people over 80. Well, at the bottom of that risk curve, between the toe, infants, premature infants do have some risk for COVID, as they do with any respiratory infection. Then we get down to the heel of the stick and then back up to about here. So that's from about 6 months of age through, 20s to 30s is around here. Straight up from there is older people. So I think when you're thinking about vaccine-related decisions or any medical decision, you need to think about risk stratification, right? And if you take that hockey stick and you flip it over, so now you have the heel and the toe up here, and you have the disease risk here, this is the vaccine risk up here. So unfortunately, the vaccine-associated risks are highest among the people who are at least risk of disease, okay? So it creates an inversion where you have anywhere between 3 to 5 times the risk from vaccine as you do from disease. And I did crunch the numbers for you while I was waiting. This is not just me interpreting the data. Study after study after study is coming out talking about this. Every study that I look at, every comparison is around 3 to 5 times. You do have to be careful with denominators. We have to be careful to make sure that everybody who's had an infection, not just those with a positive test, are included in the denominators. So when you hear CDC talking about this data, you will hear something slightly different. It's because they recognize themselves that we're only capturing about 1/4 of all cases with a positive test. There are at least 4 times as many total infections. So I hope that answers that question. That's for myocarditis specifically because that's been my area of expertise. I have 2 teenage boys, so I've been laser focused on that. But generally speaking, we are causing more harm than good with vaccines at this point in a young population because of that inversion. And I have published peer-reviewed publications. If you're curious for more detail, please look up myself and Kevin Bardosh. We just published in the Journal of Medical Ethics along with a team, including 2 Maryland professionals. Stefan Baral would be a wonderful addition to your committee to talk about these things. He's exceptional. And Marty McCary is in Virginia advising Governor Youngkin. If you're concerned about the repercussions of moving to a place where there are no mandates, I encourage you to reach out and talk about it with them.
Thank you. Thank you. Delegate Chisholm.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And my question is for Ms. Krug as well, since you're an epidemiologist. So if we were to think, and I know you mentioned natural immunity, and to be honest with you, I know it was controversial. I even had a Republican colleague make fun of me because I said George Washington saved Valley Forge with natural immunity. Based on some of the figures that you just gave, would that age group of, let's say, 25 and younger be far better with natural immunity going further the rest of their life than have taken the risk of the vaccine if they have no other comorbidities?
So you're asking about a healthy person. And
Correct.
really, I guess what I would say as an epidemiologist is that that decision really should be something that the young person could take to their clinician and speak about. And we also have to think about longitudinally. We're now 3 years into the pandemic. If you and I were having that conversation in the very early days with the ancestral variant, which I actually got on Halloween, October 2020, Then, that was a more severe variant. Now we're into Omicron, and most of the population does have natural immunity, does have prior infection. We're in a very different place. The reason natural immunity works, and it's not controversial, the reason it works is because it provides something that vaccination just simply can't. I happen to be pro-vaccine and pro-choice. I actually recommend the vaccine for my parents. I lost my stepmom to COVID. She might be here today if she had had access to the vaccine. She just missed it by about a month, okay? So that's my personal bias, pro-vaccine, but also pro-choice. What happens with natural immunity is when the virus enters your airways, your upper airways, it actually induces a kind of antibody that the vaccine simply cannot. It's not that the vaccine is bad at preventing transmission. It is simply not designed to prevent transmission. But it can very transiently, if you happen to bump into COVID within the 2 months that you were just vaccinated, it can pull these antibodies through into your mucosa, lining your airways, and then you do have a boost in antibodies, but it's extremely transient. And again, it's not designed to do that. It simply provides systemic protection, antibodies throughout the body in your blood, which does prevent severe disease in your heart and lungs. But acquiring the virus, going through natural immunity, yes, it does have some risk, but once you've gone through that, it provides that mucosal immunity with what's called secretory IgA. It's a special kind of IgA that the vaccine simply can't. So it's not like this mythological, political, weird thing. It's an actual thing. And we do see that carried out in the data. We do see that people who have natural immunity have the memory B cells, the T cells that you get from the vaccine, but they also have that airway lining, okay? So that's an additional layer of defense that the vaccine just could never do. But once you do get infected, you have that, right? I hope that answers the question, and I didn't bore you.
Thank you.
I love this, so please bring me back sometime.
Thank you very much. Seeing no further questions, I do have one question, and that is, you all signed up favorable with amendment. I'm assuming the amendment you're speaking to is the inclusion of the colleges and college students. Is that right? All right, okay, great, just wanted to make sure. Thank you all for your patience and for sticking with us.
Thank you so much for your time.
So I'm going to call at this point Diana Arnold, Daniela De Orazio. Are they here? Okay, good. Jill Capper and Esther Sabado. Okay. Okay, and let's start with Diana Arnold.
Hi, thank you. My son Andrew was looking forward to the start of his third year at Salisbury University and being back on campus for the fall 21 semester. He had a religious exemption and thus had to test twice a week per SU's policy. He tested negative with his first required COVID test, and then a couple hours later got a call from Campus Health that he was reported as a close contact. His girlfriend's vaccinated roommate tested positive and reported them, which then led to them being quarantined for 14 days. Andrew missed his first 2 weeks of classes. Vaccinated students quarantined for far less time, and while the school said that they would not disclose a student's vaccination status, the quarantine time told every teacher who was and was not vaccinated. Most professors were willing to work with him, but one professor who was also his advisor would not, wanting to know why he had to quarantine for 14 days and if he was vaccinated. My son was polite but did not reply to repeated requests about his vaccination. After contacting the administration multiple times, the Students' Affairs and Dean's Office then decided to move Andrew to a class with a different teacher and a different advisor. I continued to send letters throughout the semester to SU to ask them to address their harmful policies, and either got no reply or they said they were following the CDC. Meanwhile, vaccinated students only had to test once at the beginning of the year. SU would not test the vaccinated students on campus. They had fewer isolation days, and they continued to spread COVID throughout the campus because they were not being tested. After a very frustrating fall semester due to mandated policies, my son withdrew from SU, enrolling in an online school for the spring semester. With last year's removal of vaccine mandates, he re-enrolled in SU to finish his bachelor's degree. However, he's still behind and will require an additional semester to complete his degree, costing several thousand extra dollars in tuition and housing, all because of the treatment he received under SU's COVID policies for exempted students. Many other students were humiliated because they were turned away from their classes, even though they had been cleared by testing, but their test results never went through to the professors. I never want students to go through what my son and so many others went through again. Please stop the discrimination and support HB 699. Thank you.
Thank you. Daniela D'Orazio?
Hello, members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to voice my strong support for HB 699 with amendment. My name is Daniela D'Orazio. Being unvaccinated for COVID-19 and unmasked due to prior infection, documented antibodies, I suffer immeasurable discrimination, denunciation, betrayal, and humiliation. I withstood a hurricane of insults, intolerance, and social exclusion. I never saw anything so cruel, and I survived child abuse and communism. Not even did Romanian dictator Ceausescu think of such draconian rules as were imposed on us during the pandemic. What happened to America? The land of the free. Where was my body, my choice during the pandemic? I felt so incredible alone, but I survived the greatest psychological fear campaign in human history. But sadly, my child, my husband, friends, and family fell victim. My husband was threatened to lose his job if not COVID vaccinated, even though he had the illness prior. Hours after the vaccine, he got severely sick, and his nurse suspected a mini stroke. I was terrified that my husband is going to die. Last year, one friend died in his sleep, and another one of heart attack, both early 50 years old and vaccinated, both from Maryland. Did this happen because of COVID vaccine? I don't know. But here are 9 pages of Pfizer vaccine side effects that include heart attack, sudden death, cancer, myocarditis, etc. All injuries and death which the pharma industry aren't liable for. Please vote favorably on this bill so this never ever happen again. This is America, the land of the free, especially when it comes to health choice decision. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for sharing your story, and we're very sorry for what you experienced. Jill Capper.
Yes, good afternoon. Got me tearing up over here, Dana. Good afternoon. My name is Jill Capper. I am a lifelong resident of Maryland, an outspoken health freedom advocate, and a human being, and a mommy. I am testifying today to support HB 699 with amendments because it protects citizens' fundamental right to body autonomy. I like how Webster defines discrimination. Their third line reads, the act of making or perceiving a difference, the act of discriminating. And according to the World Health Organization, some things I wanted to mention here. According to the WHO regarding human rights, the right to the highest attainable standard of health implies a clear set of legal obligations on states to ensure appropriate conditions for the enjoyment of health for all people without discrimination. The right to health is one of a set of internationally agreed human rights standards and is inseparable or indivisible, from these other rights. This means achieving the right to health is both central to and dependent upon the realization of other human rights to food, housing, work, education, information, and participation. The right to health, as with other rights, includes both freedoms and entitlements. Freedoms include the right to control one's health and body, for example, sexual and reproductive rights, and to be free from interference, for example, free from torture and non-consensual medical treatment and experimentation. Finally, under the definitions of discriminatory factors, according to the CDC, disparate impact occurs when there's a practice, policy, requirement, or system that's applied the same as and appears to treat everyone alike, but has the effect of disadvantaging a particular group, and there's no job-related justification. We know there's no justification considering many of the other talking points, including, but not limited to, the fact that there's no demonstrated public health benefit derived from mandating COVID-19 vaccination in any workplace environment. It's well documented that these vaccines do not protect against infection or transmission of COVID-19. Therefore, once again, I'm requesting a favorable vote on HB 699. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yep.
Esther Szabo?
Yes, my name is Esther Sabo. I'm a Maryland resident, a University of Maryland alumnus, a mother of 2 students. My testimony is favorable with amendment. The movie Trust WHO shows how the Global Health Agency changed the way it operates in the 2000s. The impossible became possible. There is now a system set up which allows to possibly save the few who could be at serious risk of a virus while sacrificing our young ones. It seems most Marylanders love vaccine fairy tales. 7 months development as opposed to the usual 5 to 10 years, and for a fast mutating coronavirus. Rules for mask wearing and policing each other, former East German style. On April 23, 2021, an email announced that an experimental vaccine is mandated for all at the University System of Maryland. 3 days earlier that, in a UMD virtual town hall, health professionals promoted vaccines to healthy young students, most already with natural immunity. Without informed consent or knowing their rights how to decline, most of these young adults, against their conscience, were coerced into getting the vaccine. USM Chancellor, Board of Regents, COVID-19 Committee, undisclosed committees, legal counsel decided no vaccine mandate by the Maryland Secretary of Health or the governor existed. The BOR did not allow related public comments. University leadership did not adequately respond to emails, thousands of them, about the scientific basis of the mandates. And there is the money element also. The federal government provided billions of dollars for COVID relief response, hundreds of millions of dollars to universities, also to force test healthy students weekly to attend school. Properly tested vaccines with true informed consent should be available for those who need it. Untested vaccines should not be mandated. Members of HGO Committee, please vote favorable for HB 699. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions for this panel? Seeing none, I thank you again for your patience, for your time, and your testimony this afternoon. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I would like to call Matthew McBride, Hannah Little, Maria Lorenzo Chang, and Alexis Baden-Mayer. Okay. So can we start with Matthew McBride as he sits down?
Thank you. My name is Matthew McBride. I have an MPH and a master's, second master's in health informatics. I am the author of the federal government's H1N1 After Action Report, which is it is the culmination of all federal government's pandemic response knowledge. When they say that there was not a roadmap, they were lying, because here it is. I wrote it. This was approved by Dr. Fauci's office also. This is 10 years old now. Also, Delegate Morgan, you had mentioned about the fiscal note. Medicare vaccination mandates only cover healthcare facilities that accept Medicare. So this would not be affected by that fiscal note. And Delegate Hutchinson, I will answer your question about the reduction in hospitalizations with this testimony. How many people here have heard of FAR's law? Probably not, because it has not been publicized. It is the guiding law of epidemics. It states that cases or deaths, when measured against time, will form an approximate bell-shaped curve. During the COVID-19 epidemic, we had that bell-shaped curve from about March through August of 2020. That was the effective end of the COVID-19 pandemic, was in August of 2020. The herd immunity threshold is at the top of that curve. Again, this is a 200-year-old science. Vaccinations have nothing to do with herd immunity. It is a mathematical outcome of anything that passes between people. It is defined as 1 minus the inverse of the base reproduction ratio, which for COVID-19 was about 2.5 to 2.9. That was when herd immunity was achieved. The vaccine, as you'll see by my testimony here, the vaccine is not needed Vaccines are supposed to be deployed to the public by the peak of that surge event, by the peak of that curve. And again, so when it was deployed, when they started deploying it in about December 2020, it was already too late. And so also, and to answer your question, Delegate Hutchinson, the reason why the hospitalizations, they were able to claim that the hospitalizations had been reduced is because as per FAR's law, by the time December rolled around, those hospitalizations were down to about nil. So they were producing a vaccine saying it doesn't prevent infection, but it is preventing hospitalizations because people weren't actually being hospitalized from it. And I can add one more thing. On the second footnote here, the other COVID waves, you can only have one wave. You cannot have multiple waves. As per the FAR's law, those were actually influenza. I give you the proof here on the second footnote that you can click, and you will be able to see that. Okay. They are firmly influenza. They are not coronaviruses. Thank you.
Thank you. Hannah Little.
Thank you, Madam Chair and other members of committee. My name is Hannah Little. I have a religious exemption to the COVID-19 vaccine. I am a senior at Towson University, majoring in molecular biology and minoring in physics, working as a science tutor and attending college on a full tuition academic scholarship. I am not anti-science in the slightest. There is no consistent messaging that compliance was necessary. There was consistent messaging that compliance was necessary to avoid disciplinary actions, but no specifics were given to help students understand how swiftly the consequences would be executed, leaving us to speculate. Exempted students were attending school probationally. A friend at UMDC had a religious exemption revoked after having it go through. She had to leave her engineering degree in the last semester. This greatly worried me about how anyone in the USM system could lose their right to equal access to education. During the fall 21 and spring 22 semesters, unvaccinated students had to get tested twice weekly. For some students, this was a big setback because the testing center is located on the opposite side of campus from all of the academic buildings. The testing center was located on the bottom floor of a mainly residential parking garage, taking space away from residents. Although they tried to heat it, it was insufficient, barely making a difference, and students were left to sit shivering in the cold during the winter. This location was chosen in lieu of the health center, an indoor location near the center of campus. The campus clearance tool, which professors had a right to use to admit students into the classroom, gave insight into who is vaccinated and who is not. Not only does this violate medical privacy, but also easily leads to discrimination. Throughout all of this, I felt like a second-class citizen. When push came to shove, Towson abandoned their principles of equality for all students. This should never happen again, ever. Please support HB 699 with amendments. Thank you.
Thank you. Maria Lorenzo Chang, please.
Good evening. My name is Maria Alejandra Lorenzo Chang, and I am here in support of the bill HB 699 with amendment. I am one of the millions of informed citizens in Maryland and throughout the country who are concerned about COVID-19 mandates, particularly for the college-age population. As the mother and experienced caring educator, I wonder how many students were and still are coerced into receiving the COVID-19 vaccine, a product that has not been proven to protect against transmission or infection and presents serious adverse risks for the college-age population. Referenced in Dr. Corey's written testimony, a recent study in the Journal of Medical Ethics shows that getting a COVID-19 booster shot is at least 18 times more dangerous for young people than getting COVID-19. How many students were and still are informed by their higher education institutions of the well-documented serious risks that they are being exposed to? How many students were informed that they possessed natural immunity after COVID-19 infection? As indicated in Dr. Corey's written testimony, natural immunity provides robust protection from contracting COVID-19 again, as well as against hospitalization and death. How many students were nonetheless coerced into receiving the COVID-19 vaccine? How many of my students were coerced into receiving the COVID-19 vaccine in order to pursue higher education at Maryland public institutions because they relied on scholarships and other universities are cost prohibitive to them. To this day, there are public universities in Maryland continuing to arbitrarily mandate COVID-19 vaccination, despite profound, potentially lethal documented risks conferred by the vaccine for COVID-19, an illness which is proven not to be a high-risk illness for college students. This clearly indicates that public higher education institutions need to be regulated by IBH 699 with this amendment and a bipartisan vote in favor. Thank you.
Thank you. And Alexis Baden Mayer, please.
Thank you for the opportunity to testify in favor of HB 699, the Vaccination by Choice Bill. My name is Alexis Baden-Mayer. I'm the political director of the Organic Consumers Association. We have 4,770 members in Maryland. My son Sherwood is here with me today because Prince George's County happened to have a teacher workday. And I thought this would be an amazing opportunity to see government in action, to learn about the legislative process in our state. And I asked him if he wanted to say a few words, and it turns out that he does. Would you like to say something? Go ahead, sweetie.
So first tell us your name.
Hello, my name is Sherwood, and I think it's not right for if people have to not get an education just because they don't have a vaccine, and this would lead to peer pressuring to get them to get the vaccine that they might not want to get, and that would harm their bodies.
Thank you, Sherwood. Thanks for being here and for your
Thank you,
patience.
sweetie. If there's a moment more, I'd like to tell a personal story. When the pandemic hit in 2020, I was a sandwich generation caregiver. I had been caring for my parents for almost 5 years at that time. And my father had just passed away, and my mother, who has Alzheimer's, was in my care. And her daycare was shut down because of the pandemic. So I was caring for her for, when she woke up until 1 p.m., and then we had a caregiver who came in to do 8 hours so that I could work from 1 to 9. And it was actually, a really precious time in my life to be able to care for her. But my sisters decided that she would be safer in a nursing home because they labeled me as anti-vax, which is not a term that I use personally. I believe that vaccines should be safe and effective, and I believe that the science should determine whether or not a vaccine is safe and effective. They took me from they took my mother from my care, and then she was vaccinated in February of 2021. In October of 2021, she died 12 days after receiving her booster shot. When I came to the nursing home, she was unconscious, she was feverish, and she was shaking in a way that was very unnatural, mechanical, and something that I never had seen before, and then didn't see again until I saw other vaccine-injured people in person and in videos. So that's just my personal experience. I don't think anyone should be forced to take any type of medical procedure except under the most extraordinary circumstances, and I don't think those circumstances were met with this COVID vaccine.
Thank you. Thank you for sharing your story, and we're very, very sorry for your loss. Are there questions for this panel? Delegate Shalega.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Great job, Sherwood. Hope you come back. This question would be for Mr. McBride. So I read your testimony, 25 years of healthcare policy, very impressive, worked on the Federal Pandemic Response Authority. Why do you think that they are holding on to this vaccine requirement now? Again, we go back to the beginning, thinking elderly, my dad's in a nursing home. Sure, I wanted him to get that vaccine ASAP. But today, when we have all the science, why do you think they're still dug in on this?
I think, personally, I think it's
Mr. McBride, move over to the mic.
Yeah, sure.
Thank you.
As much as I hate to say it, I think that at this point, people have invested so much of their political capital in it that this is something that they feel is a hill that they now have to die on. As I had mentioned in my testimony, it is well known by the federal government that you have until the peak of the surge event to deploy a vaccine. Otherwise, even if it is 100% safe and effective, you will not get it out to enough people to be able to materially prevent deaths or injuries. Because by that point, the pathogen has already passed out of the population. And I was quite surprised, actually, shocked, actually, when they were telling us that, oh, flu just happened to disappear and was replaced with an exact equal number of coronavirus cases, because you cannot have a second wave. Farr's law is very clear. You can have a bell-shaped curve. A bell-shaped curve. This is not a bell-shaped curve. That is, and again, I show this on the second footnote that I have. You click on that, I do the math for you, and I can show you that those other 3 waves are influenza. They are clear matches for influenza, and this is also why in the United States we apparently had 4 waves of COVID. In Japan, they had 7. It is a heck of a pandemic where you have 7 waves in one country and then only 4 in another country. It's not possible. It's just simply not possible. The vaccine, even again, if it were 100% safe and effective, is useless. It is not needed for herd immunity. Vaccines are nowhere in the herd immunity threshold formula. It's not needed right now. There's no reason to even have any vaccine mandates for any employer, or especially in the schools with these young adults who we know now they're not at risk. It is morally unethical to force experimental technologies and experimental treatments on populations that are not at risk. I mean, we had this discussion about 70 years ago.
Thank you, Mr. McBride. I think you
Thank you.
answered the question right at the beginning there. Thank you. Are there other questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you all very much again for your patience, your time, and your testimony here today. We're going to begin with our virtual our testimonies, and I'm going to call 4 at a time. And we're going to begin with Vince McAfoy, Retzef Levi, Bernadette Smith, and Megan Montgomery. Do we have them? Okay. And Mr. McAvoy, are you there? There's Mr. McAvoy. Mr. McAvoy, if you'd like to get started.
Thank you so much, Delegate. This is my first chance to congratulate you on your vice chairmanship. I've appreciated your kindness over the years, and congratulations on that. I wanted to preface that way because what I have to say is not very pleasant. I knew early on, the second set of 2 weeks of the curve, I saw, am I coming in clearly? Can I get a thumbs up?
No, can't see me, right? There we
Okay.
go. Now you can see.
There we
me.
go. Thank you. Thank you. We had second set of 2 weeks for the curve, Hogan's gross media change-ups, state delegate being threatened with arrest by the governor over restrictions, and never, ever any COVID deaths on the streets, only in hospitals. You've all just heard, this is probably the most important bill you're going to hear this year. Obviously, I am for this bill with amendments. I thank Delegate Morgan for bringing it. You've all heard now in this past hour, the vaccines are poison, literally unneeded poison. So we saw people leaving agencies. We have the data that shows that this cannot be happening, that this is somehow manipulated. Our U.S. Armed Forces, over 90% jab. America's commercial pilots, similar jabs. And then the children. So we heard Delegate Schlega ask why. Why are they holding on to the vaccine? More important, I think, is who. What is this added up to? Extreme coercion, but there are very few cases where someone was forced into a vaccine other than children. The amendment that we're all here for is about college children. Depriving children of sports activities, our most physically adept people are about children. And the abortion tainted issue of this vaccine, quote unquote, this has particular significance to Christians and others, and that is about, again, children. So the question is, who is targeting children? Now, folks, I just deal with state. I don't know what's going on in international issues. I honestly don't. Okay, but someone needs to be asking not why, but who is beyond this, because we are stuck with this and our children are at risk. I thank you for your time. I'm available for questions.
Retza, are you on mute?
Hi.
There we go. Thank
Do
you.
you hear me all right? So good evening, everybody. I'm Retzef Levy from MIT. I'm a faculty member at MIT, but I speak today on my own behalf, and I have no conflict of interest to declare. I just want to share my expertise. I have expertise in analytics, risk management, with extensive work with healthcare systems, on safety and quality analytics of manufacturing of biologic drugs, working with the FDA and pharmaceutical companies, on the spread of zoonotic diseases, on food safety and other related issues. And since the pandemic, I've done extensive work on the virus and the vaccines. Today, I would like to express strong support in the bill that I hope that many other states will follow, and more generally against any mandate to take these vaccines. And I'm going to mention 5 arguments. The first of which is that these vaccines were never designed or tested to prevent infection and transmission. And indeed, as you know, over 95% of the population got infected. And that basically disvalidate any discussion about mandates. Speaking about the fact that 95% of the population was infected, we know that the natural immunity provides better protection than vaccines. And in fact, vaccination does not add to the immunity of people, and in fact could also increase the chances of having serious side effects. These current vaccines are not adapted to the current circulating variants, which make them not only ineffective, but potentially having negative efficacy. And speaking about safety, it's important to understand that the safety paradigm of these vaccines collapsed. And we know now that the mRNA and the lipids and the code that they surround actually do not stay locally in the injection site, and in fact penetrate the body and stay there for a prolonged period of time and can cause a serious range of side effects. Myocarditis is a clear example of that affects young people. The rates are 1 in 2,500, which is also already unacceptable. But the subclinical rates, and there are 2 studies that support that, talks about 1 in 30 and 1 in 50, which is really, really unacceptable. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. Are there any questions for this witness? Seeing none, thank you very much for your time and your testimony today. We're going to go to Bernadette Smith and Megan Montgomery.
Can you hear me?
We can. Go ahead, Ms. Montgomery.
This is Bernadette Smith.
Oh, Bernadette, okay.
I am in favor of HB 699. The COVID so-called vaccine is an epic fraud and a failure. I did the research. I wrote a book called The COVID Con. This book, printed over a year ago, has been quite prophetic because everything in it is now tragically coming to pass. People are dying in record numbers. They are suffering severe and lasting side effects. Immune systems are being destroyed. Expectant mothers who took the shot are losing their babies, and evidence suggests that young people getting the shots will be rendered infertile. What Big Pharma, the media, and others have been calling a vaccine is actually an mRNA spike protein-laden, genetically modifying experimental concoction. It is not a vaccine, it is a bioweapon, and it is a depopulation plan. Insurance companies are alarmed that people in the 18 to 64 age range are dying at 40% higher than previous years. Even a 10% increase would be shocking, but a 40% increase in deaths of previously healthy people is earth-shaking. Everything points to the COVID bioweapon as the culprit. There's a lot more information I could tell you about the COVID bioweapon and the sinister forces who are trying to foist it on us. The COVID bioweapon is an equal opportunity health destroyer. The jab doesn't care whether you are black, white, Democrat, Republican, or independent when it brings myocarditis, blood clots, autoimmune diseases, paralysis, cancer, or death. And the shot has caused all these outcomes and more. We have not begun to witness the long-term consequences of this human health wrecking ball. Let me just say that continued experimentation on humans and denial of informed consent are violations of the Nuremberg Code and therefore constitute crimes against humanity. What we need is a statewide grand jury to investigate the COVID vaccine crimes.
Thank you very much, Ms. Smith. And Megan Montgomery.
Good afternoon, or
Okay,
good
go.
evening, Vice Chair Cullison and members of the committee. I know you've got a lot of testimony to hear. I will be very brief today. My name is Megan Montgomery, and I come to you today testifying on behalf of the Love Maryland PAC. The Love Maryland PAC is very, very pro-science. We are pro-democracy, and we are gratefully standing here today to testify in favor of House Bill 699. As you'll see in our written testimony, there is no public health reason for taking the COVID-19 vaccine because it does not reduce either transmission or contagion. In Johnson & Johnson's vaccine, before it was pulled from the market, they talked about this in their FAQ, and the Pfizer vaccine is on page 48 of the FDA submission, and both of those are linked in our testimony. We very much hope that this committee will provide a favorable report for this bill, and thank you for your time today.
Witness. Seeing none, thank you very much for your time and your testimony today. And Mr. McAvoy is back on screen. Is there anyone who has a question for Mr. McAvoy? Seeing none, I think you're free to go, Mr. McAvoy. So I'm going to call the next set of virtual witnesses: Janet Katz, Sarah Cusack, Jessica Helms, and Aaron Proser. Any of them there? Okay, they're coming in. Okay. All right. And there we go. So is it Ms. Cusack? No. Okay, is Ms. Cusack on here? Ms. Katz, Janet Katz. You want to go ahead and start? No, she's not there. Okay. Jessica Helms. Okay.
Hello.
There we go.
I can see Ms. Cusack's name showing up on the screen. I'm just not sure if she can hear you.
Okay, we'll go to her next.
Okay.
Thank you.
Anyway, thank you all so much for putting up with all the testimony you've heard today, because it's been a lot. I don't want to talk to you about vaccine efficacy or any of that stuff, because quite frankly, that's not why I'm here. I am in support of this bill, but for a very different reason. Many employment sectors are currently hurting for employees. We have seen throughout the pandemic where otherwise qualified candidates were turned away or fired for no reason other than the lack of vaccination, even if they had natural immunity to the COVID-19 virus. A COVID-19 vaccination mandate ignores the science of natural immunity. Between this and President Joe Biden having stated that we are no longer in a state of immunity due to this virus, continuing to require a vaccination for employment is making the pool of qualified employees smaller. By making it so that that can no longer be a contingency upon employment, we are broadening the employees we could possibly be bringing into our sectors, including healthcare and teachers. The state of California is hurting so much for nurses that they are actually removing their vaccine and mask mandates as of April 3rd for all of their healthcare employees. That will let them bring in new nurses. We need to do the same here. Prohibiting this mandate just makes sense to allow for the economy to recover and for all to have equal access to education and to jobs. Please support HB 699 and its amendment to include college students who deserve the same respect over bodily autonomy. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Stay on screen, please. Ms. Cusack.
Thank you. I'm so sorry. I had a technical difficulty. Thank you to the committee for letting me testify today. My name is Sarah Cusack, and I'm testifying in favor of this bill as amended. Any existing COVID-19 vaccine mandate that is still existing in the state of Maryland is anti-science. Safety and efficacy science of new technology and new pharmaceutical products requires time. Prior to these COVID-19 shots, mRNA technology had not even been approved by the FDA. To date, we still don't have long-term safety data. This is going to take 5 to 10 years. And we knew from the very beginning that the vaccines were not going to do anything to stop spread or transmission. In Pfizer's initial filing to the FDA, it was very clear. They had a huge section, you could Google it, that said that they had no evidence that it would do anything to stop spread or transmission, which just makes mandates foolish. They were wrong and certainly should have never been placed on young people in our Maryland University system. Young, healthy people were not at risk from this virus, yet they were put at risk when they were forced to take a pharmaceutical product without long-term safety data that even Pfizer and Moderna did not want to be liable for. Many doctors of patients this age did not recommend that their patients get the vaccine, but the young people were forced by arbitrary mandates at their jobs and schools. The mandates were a mistake. Any that are left need to be removed. They eroded trust in the public health establishment. Some people were injured by these shots after being forced, and there is no safety net for them, but Pfizer and Moderna are completely protected. Thank you.
Your patience. Mr. Prosser.
Thank you for the opportunity to provide testimony in support of HB 0699 with the amendments. My name is Dr. Prosser. I'm a medical resident at McMaster University in Canada. My purpose today is to share the results of a new study my colleagues and I performed, which has important implications for your deliberations. It was published in February 2023 in the Journal of Evaluation and Clinical Practice, and I provided a copy with my written testimony. In this study, we developed a method for estimating how much vaccine mandates are able to reduce the risk of transmission from unvaccinated people and the risk of severe or critical illness among unvaccinated people. We call this method the number needed to isolate, or the NNI. The NNI is the number of unvaccinated people needed to isolate on any given day to prevent one transmission event in a given type of community setting or one case of severe or critical illness. The arithmetic behind the NNI is simple, and the data are publicly available. I refer you to my paper, or our paper, for details. We examined the NNI across the United States and in other countries during the fall 2021. The NNI data are alarming. In Maryland, we found that on any given day, about 1,000 to 4,000 unvaccinated people needed to be excluded from accessing various types of community settings, including working in healthcare, in order to prevent one transmission event. Note, this is to prevent usually mild, sometimes asymptomatic infections, especially given the high levels of immunity which already existed in the population during this period. The NNIs were even higher for preventing one case of severe or critical illness among unvaccinated people under the age of 50. In medicine, there's a clinical intuition that if you have to apply an intervention to hundreds or thousands of people to extract one benefit, a careful weighing of benefits versus harms is needed. The harms of vaccine mandates are substantial and immediate, including unemployment, exclusion from education, stigmatization, and restriction of liberties. Therefore, my testimony is one of proportionality and compassion. We may disagree with the viewpoints and decisions of others, but we must consider the harms of excluding unvaccinated people using vaccine mandate policies relative to the small benefits of those policies.
Thank you very much. Are there questions for these for this panel of witnesses? Seeing none, thank you all very much again for your patience and your time and your testimony today. So I'm going to call the next set of witnesses, please, and that we're going to begin with Scott Balsitis, Dr. Craig Wax, Phoebe Liu, and Heather Hudson. so Ms. Liu, if you want to go ahead and get started while we wait for the others to come in, that'd be terrific.
Sure, thank you. My name is Phoebe Liu. I'm testifying favorable with amendment for Bill HB 699 because I have friends in Maryland universities, one who was vaccine injured due to college mandates. For me, at the age of 16, I was accepted to the University of Connecticut to study biology on the pre-med and pre-dental track. I was a 2021 Babbage Scholar representing the top 5% of my college, a Morrison Scholar, twice on the Dean's List, and an honors program student. Due to COVID-19 mandates, $23,000 of my merit scholarships were canceled, and I was separated from the university that I loved. Basically, UConn Fall 2021 COVID dashboards reported very low, 0.00387% positivity rate on campus. And so I was granted an exemption for my 3 diagnosed disabilities, one of which is chronic. Then, COVID testing was mandated for unvaccinated students, but testing conflicted with my class. UConn threatened to restrict my enrollment and cancel my scholarships unless I tested repeatedly. They provided me a testing kit that labeled innovative DNA collection devices for research use, not for diagnostic use. I believe that my body is a temple of the Holy Spirit and I have the responsibility to protect it. Neither I nor my genetic information will be used for medical experimentation. My efforts to elevate concerns with the school officials, including the Board of Trustees, President, and Director of Student Health, were met with silence. I felt ashamed, degraded, and treated as disease, like I had a label on my forehead that said dirty, contaminated, and unvaccinated. UConn's motto is students first and is committed to diversity, inclusion, and equal opportunities, like many Maryland colleges. Yet I was not welcomed or included, even as a minority, a person of color, or student with disabilities. I was banned from school for 13 months. This whole ordeal lasted 16 months, but the segregation and constant insults caused immense psychological distress that I suffer to this day, suicidal ideation, and reemergence of disabilities previously in remission, and I needed weekly counseling for a year. I felt like a failure, worthless, and better off gone because nobody wanted me and I had no future to live for. I contemplated the suicide hotline often. I was only 17. So I wish that no other college student suffers like this, especially Maryland students, whether from vaccine injury or from discrimination. It's important that college mandates are reassessed based on updated data to prevent unnecessary suffering. There's a need for reevaluation. Please vote favorably for HB 699 to promote diversity and inclusion for all students. I hope you'll allow a freedom to make a choice for our body without being deprived of our education, happiness, or livelihoods. Thank you.
Sorry. Ms. Hudson. There we go.
Hello, and thank you for having me. My name is Heather Hudson, and my son was hospitalized with life-threatening pulmonary embolism after his COVID-19 shot. He was age 21 years old, and he took it in part to attend college. He barely lived through months that it took to get his diagnosis. He now has a lifelong blood clotting disorder linked to his COVID-19 shot. He walks with a cane and takes 6 prescription medications in order to live. I was told that his lab work showed he had a significant reaction to the COVID-19 mRNA lipid shell. Knowing this, I got to work. My research was published by a world-renowned physician and by the Children's Health Defense Network twice. I learned that a component of the lipid shell is listed as an allergen, but 22 years of medical journals warn that we do not need to have an allergy to this component to have a life-threatening reaction like my son did. Not even physicians or pharmacies were given this information. Even the scientists that developed the lipid shell warned of this. We were not given all the facts about the possible harms of these shots. I won't call them vaccines. This is one of many examples of work, and it's a tiny sample of the volumes of work done by others. I support HB 699 with the amendments, as no person should be forced to take an experimental therapy or drug. Thank you.
Thank you for sharing that, and we're sorry for what you went through and your son went through. Dr. Wax. Oh, you're on mute, I believe. We can't hear you.
Okay, how about now?
Now we can. Loud
Okay,
and clear.
fabulous. Thank you very much. Thank you for allowing me to speak in favor of HB 699, the Vaccination by Choice Act as amended. I am a father, husband, family physician, school physician, author, and have experience with health policy and its outcomes and the treatment of COVID-19 and its prevention. In the United States, our system rests on the individual. We don't force medical or other bodily interventions. No one, no politician, no news media entity and no billboard can stand in the way of the patient-physician relationship. Informed consent is the discussion and acceptance or rejection of the risks, benefits, and alternative to any medical procedure. It has always been and always will be critical for patients to take ownership of their bodies, their own unique value systems, and not legislated into mandated herd mentality. Even the fact sheets for COVID mRNA and DNA interventions say, quote, "It is your choice to receive or not receive any of these vaccines," close quote. Or are we? As of February 2023, there have been more than 1.5 million adverse events reported to VAERS, the Vaccine Adverse Event Reporting System for COVID mRNA and DNA interventions. This includes more than 34,000 deaths attributable to these shots. There are more deaths and adverse events caused by these interventions in just their first year than all other vaccines over 40 years combined. On the home front, mothers teach their children, you don't put anything in your body that doesn't belong there, and don't let anyone bully you into it. This goes across the board from government entities to schools. Ask yourself, should Maryland University schools actively discriminate against students based on vaccine status? I ask all here to prioritize individual rights, unique needs, and informed consent in your deliberation and approach. I implore you to support HB 699 as amended, the Vaccination by Choice Act, to include all level school students, to prohibit discrimination by mandates. Mandates are unconstitutional, un-American, and un-Terrapin. Thank you. And I would like to incorporate the following by reference. The AAPS, the Association of American Physicians and Surgeons statement calling for a moratorium on vaccine mandates, my article entitled Informed Consent and COVID-19 published in Physicians Outlook Journal, the Pfizer FDA fact sheet, the Moderna FDA fact sheet, the Janssen J&J FDA fact sheet, and the VAERS COVID vaccine report as of February 17th, 2023. Okay. Thank you very much for this opportunity.
Thank you. Are there questions for this panel? Okay, Delegate Salega.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This would be for Dr. Vax. Are you working on this in other states as well? Can you give us an update of, why you think that this continues to be required here in Maryland and what you're seeing other states do to stop the mandate?
Well, it's a good question. It seems to be more of a political question than it is an actual medical question, because we've known for hundreds, if not 1,000 years since Hippocrates of Kos, that people have the rights to choose what they do and what they don't do, especially when it comes to their own body and their health. The fact that this is even coming up as a question is just one of the problems, I guess, with humans and philosophy and politics in modern times. In other states, for example, Cornell just last week actually removed their mandate. Now, they did it quietly, so I shudder to mention it, but it seems that there's a lot of stigma and politics and monetary gain from either continuing or restricting these. So we're seeing in state after state, they're quietly being removed. However, it depends on the prevailing political winds. And again, not to be political here in the least, because we should be scientific, medical, and individual rights oriented.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you all for your stick-to-itness and staying with us tonight, and for your time and your testimony today. I'm going to call the next 4 virtual witnesses, and that's Kurt Malone, Julia Marks, Aditi Bargrava, and Linda Wasila. Okay, Ms. Marks, if you want to go ahead and get started while we bring the others in, that would be great.
Yes. Hi, my name is Julia Marks, and I'm an injured nurse who had a reaction to the Moderna vaccine over 2 years ago. I developed a severe headache, flu-like symptoms. On day 3, I had double vision and my lips were swollen. I was weak and dizzy, but blamed how little I had eaten. 2 of my toes on my left foot went numb and it went up the left side of my body. Then I started parodying the words and phrases that my husband would say. So if he said, I thought it was going to rain today, but it had turned out to be beautiful, I would repeat this phrase, not knowing what I was doing. I also started choking while eating and drinking. I saw my doctor. By then I had a fine tremor in my hands. I still had the double vision. Labs and MRIs were done. I was now in a full-blown neurological crisis. I reached out to the recommended neurologist and personally knocked on doors, but could not get in with any other neurologist sooner. Finally, my labs came back with mercury, arsenic, cadmium, and thallium poisoning. My hair was falling out. My double vision persisted. I showed my results to a community hospital that refused to call a neurologist or admit me. I went on to the University of Miami and was admitted. I was tachycardic and hypertensive. Before I was completely healthy without any pre-existing conditions. I was discharged and waited another few months until I could be seen. Upon seeing the neurologist, she ordered another lumbar puncture. She ran all the tests. It showed I had diffuse inflammation in my brain and blood. Multiple sclerosis was ruled out by 3 separate neurologists. Yet I could trace my peripheral nervous system with a ballpoint pen. I had electrical impulses that ran up and down my left leg. Every time my elbow or wrist was even gently hit, I felt an electric shock through my nervous system. My pinky fingers especially would go numb. I had extreme sensitivity to light and sound. I complained that my eyelids were too thin to block out the light and would lie in a dark room with a pillow over my head. When I could be out of bed, I had severe brain fog, and I would forget to turn off my car and would find it had ran out of gas. There was no plan in place to help people like me who had a reaction. I now work with a 501(c) called React 19. It is made up of injured doctors, attorneys, scientists, nurses, and social workers. We're 100% unpaid volunteers, and I would like to never get another call from an injured or bereaved family. I suggest you withdraw from recommending these shots.
Thank you for sharing your personal story.
Thank you.
Aditi Bhargava. Aditi?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, now we can.
I'm Aditi Bhargava, Professor Emeritus at UCSF. My research relates to RNA therapeutics and understanding COVID and vaccine effects on mental and physical health. I'm not representing UCSF or any other organization. I would like to first ask why we should have to provide testimony against COVID-19 vaccination mandates. Shouldn't the burden of proof rest on the manufacturers, the government, and the state of Maryland? If the vaccines don't prevent infection and transmission, surely mandating person A to protect person B is pointless. The scientific evidence against a one-size-fits-all vaccine policy is overwhelming. In sharp contrast, the benefits of COVID vaccines are fleeting and increasingly small. The COVID-19 vaccine saga flaunted all ethical and moral rules. It was unscientific from the start. The trials did not adhere to the FDA-approved protocols, thereby hiding critical safety data. There has been no promised 2-year follow-up of adverse events, as the control group was conveniently eliminated after 2 short months, when 95% efficacy was announced by a press release with no peer reviewing supporting data. 95%. Fear is more powerful than COVID-19 in giving brain fog to all. A recent Pfizer publication shows no data on safety of spike protein made and ascribes the safety of mRNA thanks in large part to the expedited development and approval of COVID-19 vaccines. Vaccines are safe by the virtue of FDA approval. Vaccines are unique given to healthy people, children, and pregnant women. Many studies, including one in JAMA Pediatrics, show presence of vaccine mRNA in breast milk. Is it ethical to mandate a product to an unborn child when we do not know their long-term side effects and disregard serious side effects by forcing these mandates? These mandates ignore natural immunity, the gold standard. Moderna and Pfizer have known that mRNA therapeutics is not ready for prime time, and both the mRNA and the delivery nanoparticles are toxic upon repeat dosing. Yet here we are boosting and reboosting millions of people with these toxic nanoparticles. Yes, people have suffered and died with COVID, but so have many with other diseases. Why is the suffering of young and healthy vaccine-injured people less than those with natural infection? Why is the death by vaccine not sad and tragic? COVID-19 vaccine mandates are unethical and based on unscientific and shaky foundation. Thank you for the opportunity to voice my strong support for HB 699 with amendment.
Thank you for your testimony. We have Linda Wastila.
Yes, good afternoon, Delegate Morgan, Chair, and members of the committee. I thank you for the opportunity to support this bill with amendment. I am Linda Wastella. I'm a professor and endowed chair at the University of Maryland School of Pharmacy. My expertise is in drug safety and policy. I have no financial conflicts and my opinions are my own. I'm also a proud mother of 2 students affected by the USM mandates. My written testimony provides much greater detail and includes a 23-page scientific citizen petition that colleagues and I recently submitted to the FDA. 2 years ago, I did not support the mandate announced by Chancellor Perman, and I still don't. There are 2 reasons why, and they come down to effectiveness and safety. The fundamental premise of this mandate is to protect others. Yet there was no proof from the beginning the vaccines prevented infection or transmission of disease. Indeed, the vaccines were not even studied to find out these things. Now, FDA and CDC admit protection against infection wanes substantially within 4 months, and eventually everyone will get COVID. Without effective vaccines, one cannot have effective mandates. From the get-go, USM failed to provide basic epidemiological evidence for the mandate. USM failed to be transparent in revealing the data and the pre-established metrics that they use to inform their decisions. USM leadership failed to acknowledge natural immunity, a virology 101 fact. And finally, USM refused to recognize college students as a low-risk population. In regards to safety, a policy 101 fundamental is any policy implemented with good intentions can have bad and unintended consequences. The problem to me is USM leadership gave no consideration to potential unintended consequences. My greatest fear is the long-term impacts. We now know the vaccine can distribute throughout the body and stay in organs. This may increase cancers, immune dysfunction, and infertility, death, and other risks. And these all increase with increased doses. I believe that this bill prevents, we should support this bill. It prevents future mandates as well from being reinstated. Please support vaccine by choice. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, please.
Hello, my name is Gloria Charlene, mathematician currently providing services in research and innovation in higher education and volunteer for the Can We Talk About It campaign. My comments are my own. Thank you for the opportunity for me to give my testimony. COVID vaccines are unsafe, unethical, and ineffective. In June 21, I was injured by my second Pfizer jab. Lied to about the side effects. Within hours, I had an induced second menstrual cycle for that month, heart palpitations, and high blood pressure. None of these have ever happened in my life before. October 21, my employer started stating that they will be mandating vaccine on students and faculty. I notified my employer of my vaccine injury. A month later, they told me to go to the doctor. We had pretty good insurance. The doctor turned me away with no medication nor resolution. In January 22, my employer mandated the COVID vaccine on faculty and fired about 450 employees. In June 22, mandates were voted down, but much of the destruction was already done, and we still are having problems.
While she comes back, why don't we ask questions, see if there are any questions of the other two witnesses. Are there any questions for the other two witnesses? Are you back? Go ahead. You froze for a minute, but you can continue. You may continue.
Oh, I apologize for that.
It's okay, it happens. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
I'm sorry, I need to find my place.
It's all right.
Okay. In June 22, mandates were voted down, but much of the destruction was already done, and we still are having hiring problems and extremely understaffed. I went 7 months without help, monthly double cycles, and in extreme pain until Senator Ron Johnson's COVID a second opinion. Under Frontline COVID Care Alliance protocols that do not kill patients, I was prescribed ivermectin, fenofibrate, and NAC, and within 1 day, my heart palpitations stopped. Within 5 weeks, my ovarian side effects stopped. But the spike is not safe and does not stop. And after 1 year, 9 months, I'm still suffering adverse events and still unable to use my insurance to get care or treatment. It is unethical and unwise to make policies and not look at all studies. The CDC holds several patents related to COVID-19 vaccine, obvious conflict of interest. Inclusion would be including publications by doctors Robert Malone, Peter McCullough, and Pierre Corey when making vaccine laws. As a volunteer for the Can We Talk About It campaign, I daily see and talk to thousands of people globally injured and died by the COVID vaccine. It's my humanitarian duty to tell Maryland the truth and to ask to pass Bill H699 and amendments. Where there is risk, there must be choice. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you all for sharing your personal stories, okay? We really appreciate it, and we value your time. Are there any questions for these witnesses? Seeing none, thank you for being with us tonight, and thank you for being patient. And we're now going to go to the last 5 witnesses of the evening. Are you able to bring them up, please? Thank you. Thank you for being with us. Good evening, Ms. Johnson. Thank you for waiting. I know you're waited all the way to the end, so we really appreciate everyone that has waited until the end. We're here to listen to your testimony, and those that are here tonight as well. Thank you for being patient. Ms. Johnson, will you be so kind and get started?
Hi, yes, I am Dr. Nicole Johnson. I'm a board certified pediatric intensive care physician. I'm so surprised that I'm the only pediatrician here in favor of House Bill 699 with the amendment for colleges. The COVID vaccine bivalent booster provide limited protection against viral transmission and instead benefit recipients in potential risk reduction of hospitalization and or death. The degree of protection varies by age, underlying health condition, and infection-acquired immunity. We know that COVID risks have a steep age gradient with the highest risk of severe illness and death for those over the age of 65. College-age young adults are 5 to 9 times less likely to have severe illness and 60 to 140 times less likely to die from COVID infection. Not only that, CDC data shows that population immunity is now widespread, especially with the current variants. Natural infection is high in the young adult population. Multiple studies demonstrate evidence that infection-acquired immunity is equal to or superior to vaccine-acquired immunity. The primary vaccine series utilizes the ancestral strain of COVID-19 to induce immunity. So it is unlikely that vaccinating any person who recovered from newer strains will provide any measurable immunological benefit. There's no evidence today that exists that booster doses of COVID-19 vaccines benefit anyone younger than age 50. Dr. Paul Offit, a well-respected authority on vaccination, recommends against using boosters to prevent infection of those who are at least at risk for severe illness and death. Evidence shows, we've already talked about side effects while they continue to be studied, making the vaccine risk higher than any potential benefit for this age demographic. And multiple European countries recommend a risk-directed approach to COVID vaccination for anyone under the age of 60. So it's unlikely that any vaccine mandates will yield additional population benefits. I strongly urge you to allow this healthcare decision to be made privately between patients and their primary care physicians. Please vote in favor of HB 699.
Thank you, Dr. Johnson, for being with us today. Are there any questions for Dr. Johnson? Seeing none, thank you for being with us. We appreciate it. Next, my pleasure. Next, we're gonna go on to Crystal Kijeski.
Yes, thank you very much. Let me get up my testimony. Hello, Madam Chair and committee members. Thank you for allowing me to speak. My name is Crystal Kajeski from Charles County. Thank you, Delegate Morgan, for bringing this bill forward. I am in favor of HB 699 with amendments to include schools, and I ask you give it a favorable report. During 2020, I was a primary caregiver for my mother-in-law, elderly and battling cancer since 2005. I took her health very seriously. I truly didn't want Granny to die. We lived in the same house. I had already been a germaphobe. My children knew that one bad cold while my mother-in-law was on chemo could kill her. Fast forward to the summer of 2020, my mother-in-law saw the ill effects of distancing on my children. We had a family meeting on how to protect my mother-in-law like we had in previously bad flu years. We went back to living life and figuring out how to help ourselves using the frontline critical care protocols if and when we finally got COVID. Then the vaccines came out. We went from no one will be forced to take an experimental shot to the shot stops the virus. You no longer become a vector for illness. Sounded way too good to be true. Since becoming a mom, I have become more cautious with not just their vaccinations, but a whole host of topics. The lives of my children are literally in my hands. I and my children have medical conditions that make us susceptible to the awful ill effects of COVID-19, as well as the possible side effects of the vaccine. I am also a person of faith. The ingredients behind these particular vaccines did not sit well with me. We chose to wait and see the long-term effects, 10 years, before participating in the third phase of the emergency use authorization trials. Risk and benefit of medical choices have always been a fundamental right. My oldest daughter is a high school senior. These mandatory vaccine policies made finding reasonable higher education in the state of Maryland impossible. My daughter is going halfway across the country since colleges here did not favor her medical freedom of choice. The discrimination in Maryland during outbreaks while at college would have been detrimental to her college education. The College of Southern Maryland, as well as the University of Maryland, were both uncompromising. As an FYI, my mother-in-law passed away December 2021 because of unknown bleeding. She became septic, one shot, Johnson & Johnson, 6 months. My dad had full-blown pancreatic cancer, not feeling well in December 2021, literally the day after my mother-in-law's death. He passed away May 2022. He received 2 mRNAs. Vaccine choice and personal responsibility for health choices is a fundamental freedom we should have as Americans, specifically as Marylanders. For these reasons, I ask you to please issue a favorable report on 699 with amendments. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, and I'm so sorry about your relative, and thank you for sharing the story today, okay? Are there any questions for this witness? Seeing none, thank you so much for being with us. Next, we have Deborah Ray. How are you?
Fine, Madam Chair. Thank you so much. Good to see you again.
Nice to be seen.
Bonnie.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair and delegates. I am Deborah Ray from St. Mary's County. I appreciate Delegate Matt Morgan's effort to bring this bill forward. After all, it is the legislators' jobs to protect our rights. Now, here's a few additions to the bills that a few additional amendments I would like to see to this bill. First, it should apply to all vaccines, mRNA injections, etc., not just those relating to COVID-19. I'm concerned another virus will be thrust upon us in the future, and the state and local government will try to force the citizenry once again to take a poison in the name of safety, just like they did over the past 2 years and continue to do so today. Next, please add this amendment to the bill. A unit of state government shall not require any contractor or business entity doing business with state government to require their employees to provide proof of vaccine as a condition of providing services to the government. Government working through businesses to enforce their unconstitutional mandates is tyranny. Finally, all entities receiving public funds should be exempt as well. Educational institutions, medical institutions and providers, ecological organizations, people receiving grants and bonds, etc. Anyone benefiting from taxpayer funds should not be mandated by government to force their employees to receive vaccinations or other experimental procedures. And as a side note, even though this data shows these shots are not vaccines, as they don't prevent a person from getting it or transmitting it, and these shots have harmed hundreds of thousands of people, and it is if it were any other shot, would have been pulled immediately by the health community. But because of the dollars associated with this poison, as the chair alluded to, The state continues to advertise and promote this harmful product. This is truly disgusting. And as the Oversight Committee for Health and Government Operations, I ask you to investigate state actions and stop the promotion of this harmful product. I urge a favorable with amendments. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. We appreciate it. Are there any questions? No questions? Thank you so much for being with us and for being patient and waiting to the end. We appreciate it.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
My pleasure. Take care. Next, please. How about Mr. Barros? If you'll be so kind and unmute yourself.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Good evening now.
Madam Chair. Yeah, good evening. It's over midnight in Europe. Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the committee. My name is Laszlo G. Borsch, and I am a retired UCLA research professor of pediatrics. I'm a biochemist physician, and I talk for myself. Thank you for this opportunity. RNA-based vaccination technologies, nevertheless, the mandating of them need to be reevaluated, reconsidered, and likely banned from human use based on a recent scientific discovery. This is because the old dogma does not hold any longer that the transcription of genes occurs only from DNA to RNA in human cells. Polymerase theta was discovered in 2021 with the primary function of reversely transcribing RNA to DNA. The discovery of human polymerase theta alarms against chemically modified and stabilized RNA injections, as they can be templates of this enzyme, and they may serve as a transcribable information into constitutionally active gene constructs. These constructs may harm human cells in many different ways by inducing cancer and debilitating severe inflammation, among others. And this may explain some of the symptoms and the 7-page side effect list from Pfizer. Scientists literally need to go back to figure out how modifying and stabilizing RNA impacts the human genome via polymerase theta. They need to clarify also how long stabilized and injected messenger RNA persists in the presence of deuterium, which is a heavy stable hydrogen isotope in biological water solvents, also altering the RNA template fidelity of polymerase theta. I believe that mRNA vaccine technologies are spiraling mankind into the biggest scientific and health disasters anyone has ever seen. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And can you tell me where you are testifying from? You said that it's midnight in Europe.
I'm in Hungary right now.
All right. Wow, that's commitment. Well, thank you for staying up and being with us. It really, we really appreciate it.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Are there any questions for this witness? Well, thank you. And I hope you can go to bed now and get some rest.
Thank you.
My pleasure. Next, please. If you can unmute yourself. Will you be so kind and unmute yourself, Michelle? Thank you. You can get started.
Can you hear me?
Oh, yes.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
My name is Michelle Utter. I'm a single mom of 3 sons serving in the U.S. Navy. I'm a healthcare worker, and I'm vaccine injured by Pfizer since January 11th, 2021. I worked the front lines during the pandemic. I had no choice. My sons were mandated in the military. I was needed to be vaccinated just to see them, and also mandated for my job. My life changed 40 minutes after taking the vaccine. I had flu-like symptoms, feeling a pin sticking through my skin, weakness, fatigue, inflammation. The next morning, unable to get out of bed, falling to the floor. I see a neurologist and an immunologist. I've had hospital stays, MRIs, 3 neuroconduction tests, a small nerve biopsy, and 21 months of IV IG infusions where I sit there for 6 hours to be infused while I'm being treated for CIDP, tinnitus, tremors, and heart palpitations. One of my sons even had to come home to take care of me for 7 months. I work in healthcare, and I'm even told that I'm not allowed to speak about vaccine injuries. These vaccines are not safe or effective. They are crimes against humanity, nothing more than a biochemical warfare weapon. These mandates need to stop for the future of employment and especially for our children. I have no clue what's ahead for my future, health, medical, or my life. It's bad enough many vaccine injured get censored, gaslit, and unable to be treated by doctors. Our own government does not help and abandons us, and we're left with the financial burden. By far, are these vaccines safe and effective? And I am in favor for HB 0699.
And thank you for sharing your personal story. I'm really sorry what you experienced. Are there any questions for this witness? Seeing none, I want to thank you for being with us tonight. Thank you for being patient and for
thank
waiting.
you.
Our
Thank you.
pleasure. Take care. You have a blessed evening.
You too. Thank
Thank
you.
you. And to those that are actually here and waited to the end, thank you very much for coming today, for lending your voice to this bill. I know it was a long day, but you know, it was important, and we were here listening to you, and we appreciate each and every one of you. I hope you have safe travels back home and get some rest. You go have some dinner, maybe lunch, okay? And for the committee, this actually concludes the bill hearing on House Bill 699. I want to take a minute to thank my vice chair for stepping in for half of this hearing. And if you could stay seated for just a minute while we go off. Thank you very much. Yeah. You guys can go have dinner in a minute.